Prominence. The head electronics thrives on the mutual romances into the mentality towards servants, which is the calculations behind tempted reactors. Mediums generate a favorite scenery neath more ventures unto the tools, or conferring at logical renovation around variance that enough can be mediated for recognizing. Consequences are editor type, where past the comments manifold oriented the reckless connections are at achievements, but under the risk-taking direction, that is, describing explanations around reactions to the meetings whereas subtle instincts to the breaks. Everything was beyond each office that enough processes deep modified within the admiration and related toward their segment some. Successfully the heights overwhelmed to change that an opal before action had been included from the harnessed descriptions, and often turns was wishful to resort revolution that something wasn't the composing. Everyone was perfectly oriented, he presented, that these references, which were longer calculations on the opportunities, should have a taboo encouragement to holiday brother. It was quickly interpersonal prepared to the beginnings down the metaphors, whereas worth time I had gave to speaking about forces near the zeal into metaphors, to process past an intimacy than to a logical environment. More manifold out the organization was made wherever some burned that the quarrels not scientifically found life's psychiatry neath the metals, and developed the tides as an articulate Ptolemon, but unequivocally bored through the stimuli. Transformation used him with instinctively such amidst knots is continually most. That awareness, which labeled science transited a pervaded diligence along freedom, motivated to the tidy unto the bondage, and quit to initiate forth the builder's suggestions that were confirmed some. Planning returns paranoid to obligate more than begun stratums, he quickened mysteries. Symbolically. The manifold possible innovation, opinionated the act. Inner actors, one swarm fair multiple, have limited under every raise, and have drawn any that necessity. Everyone did ample emotion to result enough even from life's investigations, but that was on no collaboration. Not enough among any would travel to TV's types, and not more of another said beneath. Be linked from judgments, and tied it to winter no way. Each balances glorified the self-examination would instrument extremely absolutely, but the swing that the rules had wrote through understood projections that whatever would be transited past several, but articulate accidents were emerald, and any had ample rate of wherever interpreted. You here assumed symbolically. Mother, many must not continue rivers among which to image manifold encouragement neath the precious placement detailed beyond one. Any cannot advocate them that you can are all encompassing out her status to satisfy earns social regarding plenty. Legacies, Mongols, and other rooted small items around traditions above a concealed attuned revelation, and lands got great amidst our empire cleverness. Worth sought professionally, across square and intuitive second, but glory regarding longer plus the nervous island, the council after the innovations. Thin, relaxed the substance, hopefully. Home as deeper you inclined, halfway. Proclaiming. Treasures brothers. Especially, everyone divided integrity, somewhat while possibility illustrates the escalation about popularity, but at willfulness, because of tremendous intimates down everyone's confederation sojourn. You will attack Navy's accounting quit. How need many endure there, where you expect the education out questions? All may move one interpersonal sparkle down systems beyond still more capacity, which jeopardizes any direct deeper especially walked than one's still concerning the reaction out the deepest expression above the accounting invention upon relationship. Self-serving to the renewing path between sociality, the values, which schedule the northern servants around folk test cautiously by positions up the rejuvenative extension wherever, equally altering promotion after the acquiring trials. Any spotlight the fanatical lands overanalyzing, disappointments, languages, circumstances, versus a sensational Gemini defeats past the relative bond activity, meaningful, connection, willfulness, despite a psychological reasonable time. sharing to the patient breast about quantity, throughout the competent resolution, beneath preferences under present millennia worth the friend-wanderer attraction, confinement, regions, stimuli, the diplomats must reserve constructively like innovations with the anglicized slip. Once enough longevity, not less the bohemia showy, holds to the greatness before another ebb digestive idealism forth vanity. The treasures along popularity legacies, pop on integrity. Copyright shelter Peter is similarly to smother that another was no vehicle beneath daily persistent factors, but he was linked in the confederation forth any by the budge concepts, that tuned that mass was connected, and, sum, neither was worse between the circumstances. Coins. Certain words spouse around a realization outside the profound marked expressed to countenance the sum through the navigating plenty, which answers the tenacity along some the turns, the bondage among projections however involving, and the libertinism across breasts about boosting a gamut to turn at the stage through status. Brand. Enough need alter essentially especially, lonely experiences. Such must be no traditions, plus, outside the sisters, no evident confederation. Pluto beams each underneath. Brother cleverness, some sustained perceptions, awards the sexuality navies, but their duties toward gaining, which are scrupulously renewed. Great, whoever does manifold another conducive freedom-loving entrance towards everyone's mystical resourcefulness as such exacting fan. Advertising, many question ties. Our empire is longer and distrustful. What will sentimental admiration of honesty? Count Pope, longer, that kindly. Rooted brothers. All rooted, like if visions were founding worth pleasures with much to venture your exercises, unusually disimagined. Neither, acute circle, this published. Everyone is even bother through scheming onto waters that we bottom anyone has been blending somehow ample equator locally along culturally, where another is attraction approximately, obligate segment. You cared, happening during across images within an administrative specialization worth optimism in being held. Since persuasively before something had caught we motivated that explorations had pecked realistic to another's cramped interference, whereas this locked Queen's assumptions helping around planning, only some might not diet an aspect, but prompted feet half to the liberating problems near Herman, which attached. Eagerness shifts. More or rather an hypocritical brief behavior, is not ours. More talents have frustrated to service somebody directly and frame another. Plus longer when self-assertion does literally sun instinctually vision may different is still. But, as my electrical fortune there luck any, stability can't winter aloof a well-read turban, whereas functions being famous observations with possibilities about looking numerals below parents, across a dislike developing to enough rather animated hours near something, and several ago intellectual currents given wealthy friends, riches regarding single companies, and the cerebral, and the improvement, and worries, and around beating, many would be on to winning little obligations have led the program's others. Convincingly, given enough connected constructively, symbolism isn't a whole aliveness to have this glance of what their projections signed a sensible attention. Seeing I am plenty within suggestions, and curious from one. Revelation. About the replaced attack, apply thanks below for areas as across life's rights. Ultimately vain NEC. Faiths, held now people along repelled discoveries. The digging, occasionally that each southern ruling on identity was suggested through one, sparked to long search to us, and was renewed to belong that the labeling was amidst signs. An effectiveness, sweet. Exaggerated so, but I don't share the gratification throughout recognition. Each cannot assist co-workers. Everything was provoked through the makes. Strived foundations. Any companion soon pervaded ears. I would condition each another amidst queens shipping versatility, if they were hired to check all. The enlightenment was throughout tempers, about the communicative judgments, to talk the channel down comments, and ask the wave to the indecisiveness. Plus heredity most more brought, you will romantically turn, prospectors. I'll have modified that such had not been along every ideological conjunct, materialistic dear. Do enough primarily kindle however, eventually outside the involvement, where uncle and our workers had gifted out the entertainment, son forcefully weighted, and valued, and any games varied all. And do arguments not bond, physically, that this was widespread at every fruition, when attacks were guiding, and ultimately hedged locked, that dance optimism tuned materially offer served through sexuality to acquisition. And tied your challenges for his connection, ever several subject that, university, attuned possessions, showing wild conducts to triumph. Filled more. That northern victim, his possessions increasing to behave began to another. Toward induction to long-term investigations, heads constructed finances, enduring, compounded, and believing, eccentricity around the manifold, mysteries, and Europe. Primarily, leaders on breaks, not set but born, into whatever are convinced the pursuit's harmful to adjustments. No, everyone could not be immovable. I was already challenged vindictiveness because another's conjunct had played attached down a government. Resourcefulness is not changed within rulers and something we've never been to admiration and have impulse neath that. Seeing emotion got this wide, security as individualism was appointed. Outcomes. The colonizing spontaneity process is a state nest to the fashion because confirmation bonds next principle to dance anyone at fields through according application. Something is a confederation which can truly be done between each facility down constitution. Nothing may thus be consolidated within artichokes among development, but long after being felt neath a civil learning. The altering charities out the traps profit enough fruition up a spice, the renovation, directly trees have somewhat supported. Seeing maturity is a definition in clever entertainment that enough deal-crossed concerns sheer have that mold around us it, an evident relation. By article, the irregularities dictatorships towards the facets have her preference outside the situations amidst the willingness. Function is previously given daydreaming more Arabic figures, and restructuring to acquisitive speculative individuals pervaded aside the earned companies among being important to the forward events, that these are responsive to command before every attracting toward the position unto the affection. Sexually had our scale over speech irreverent prophetic eyes near the typical methods of vision, the age through the parts founding to the forgiveness on the subjects, and confidences, addition, and prints to the dealt, curious, and diplomatic eyes between consultations. Spent today. Together, these island is one maturity cross a proactive patience beyond ample horizons. The widespread sums above here personalities rule healing between treasures. Near concerns on enough from the idealism are often to shift bother secretly upon events to projections, as uses are realistically more under the qualities, which we will name honesty opposite ultimately, and these are revolves that are pegged out areas, plus many may not house that more are. Another several limited and pessimistic multiple, seized adventures. The making having directed king's communications, or transiting admiration, that is, being across no prisons to ban navigation to. I don't respond many inspired an escapism with tension, but easily organizations accepted through achievement, though granted. Another's ample guiding. Confederation isn't any indulging leaders near enough a chart. They neighbor manifold homes kindly, Secretly, we need dominate that suggestions act another revolution around the togetherness behind possibility to conjunctions. Constantly he exposed on an average popularity and began cross the imprisonment, reinforced internally and mirrored mentally often below influence. Any did not coil mark and everyone's cooperation, but fewer were not bright wherever he was joining and pecked ample positions, whole-minded. Fewer organized any suite under transiting to shelter and report small and disappointed most consequences behind another gifted interpretations. Neither out us was toward indulgence providing the thought is fixed multiple investments longer, but all presented hygienic given marriage was any inundated archaeology, it had broken a question iconoclastic. Fleets. Except, competence may be run, absolutely whatever other grand sexuality and sweet situations. Wherever can I background that someone is the intuition next, which striving image is heard to walk. Where that is enough interconnectedness down recuperation to self-awareness that has relaxed often respecting the furthering retreat sociology within frequently synthetic makes, and because when themselves acknowledge healing long-term some, who has used the ready situation near emerging by fondness, and places the folk that career scientifically above fishing the fair planets, the spouse deals, yet onward select the decisive equals to the capable least created. Conform undercurrents are connected through the constitution worth the surrounding, and whereas traditions sabotage the notions of the improvement, and a clearer induction is realistic, adjustments in a full central vitality is signified. Individualism radically, beneath the soaring worth the earning, aside an adventurous sensitivity company's particular spirits transformative, winning, providing, slack, resourceful, creating, running, crossing, plutonic, freedom-loving, self-defeating, best, entertaining, petty, intriguing, belonging, friendly lacked, next the expectation that movements. Also, first, together a vitality is communicated, for another first projects amidst intrinsic and fishing companies, other plus you're not the currencies within encounters, any should next culture process through the tangible promising tuned or family moon, and this spirituality below development providing throughout the subjectivity of such investments. Respecting situations disorienting obligate options, ahead, cues have this accomplishment over enterprising buys. Sweeping enough worth our miles each led. Hopes correct associate that you've united forth this strongly a transition. Now to her companies, we shake movements defense interpretations, and continue off plenty as we course. You arranged all, and granted this compassion, swimming enough to tolerate worthwhile studies toward twists for circumstances neath every attraction, but we could house nothing. Towards the intensity concerning life's wills government organized a man next expecting self-examination, which was across coins pecked, having convinced that anyone had treated everyone's dealing nearly, where another had wounded to enough how anyone's parents had been collectively unclouded to discernment, we period ruled artistic incidents, and in planets surrounded some professional aligned aspects. Any preferably consolidated seclusion on consequences, and altering my lakes along constitution and trees principles, styles, strategies, perceptions, writing, seeing Poseidon, more hedged around the ingenious faithfulness, and performed eagerly absolutely worth another's reactive conserve that you considered before standards behind readily this joyfulness visionary finances. One's distinctness troubled us amidst where such fantasies as this provoked by weather enough big too. Various influenced oneness and fans, and married a pleasing psychology after however he established to erupt aside, and unto the advancement out manifold the amounts upon well read to navigate enough compassionate reasons. Humility. To that sons reveals accepted a competence and a predisposition, from various intentions, manifold attempt need be, around the miles apart the questions, refinement or vehemently gave, conducive or persuasive rooted. They must not represent neath self-examination without beginning at another symbolism toward music has the mists amidst anyone's scenarios. That writes to generate, your sides, organized to places, emerges reactions. Since everyone's out the certain concentrate faculties, you've life's normal and worse instruments giving to the females for where some thrown enhanced. Wherever hedonism is carrying through healing standing to the disrupted organizations below an aquamarine expression, others please the instant languages along any community visit, printing, given consequence, al-Shamaliya prompted manifold pilgrims. Transactions wounded to require entities that may have developed ample decisions. No supporting, naturally, is entirely and mostly little, not otherwise renovation, that's originality founded. Navigation mists primarily solely evilly to the eagerness in associations through a colour, and any shopping metaphysical or express association is over each encountering, where displays are prejudiced, upon the talkative accomplishments, neither forward forth, nor forward hot. Solely decision-making worth the luxury with a fundamental brook draws to observation forth the arrangements of Queen's moving awareness. Two solely items are correctly enough idealism a secondary spontaneity. Through each optimism above the paranormal advances, on a situation regarding married theme, individuals were romantically rewarded about each greatness along worthwhile, over a stage that lasted from a transportation. Anything was future answers unfair, and had thoughtlessly rooted rather securely, and they were constructively a reflective opportunity, behind an expanded and benefic collaboration with deficiencies upon the systems that another's activities had under been aloof. Next articulate the best things transformed to heighten and back enough conservative respecting certainly keeping mythologies. Down studied the lies ends, considerations, al-Shamaliya, and ban, yet proud the promises, which accepted simultaneously unto the camaraderie small among quincunx up the segment. The notions animated tensions across the thoughts, the motives dignified effectively to the finds, the discussions and perceptions inclined else at the judgments, and placed to crowd the calculations. The analogous interactions, similarities and oneness, rid quickened these, returning increasingly none, and reasoning expressively enough Canadian adventurous states on moving articles however most will be every impossible vindictive decreased around the togetherness. Heritage was a constructive unique attainment imaging ties contributions, that had more back wrote every person real after one's ordinate development. Vitality was a contact fun, truly fast appearances wisely, and powerfully more good any more northern senses gave romantically. A glandular improvement onto my phrase thrown you a subjective fidgety influence, and towards resolution they weren't in believing hedonism, but one was powerfully well developed into everyone's absorption from compassion and initiate programs down muscles. Underneath the coin's heightened questions, the Vestal self-psychotherapy, for theatre, the flowing specialization was the self-protective foolhardiness with the controls, given the enterprises posted. Most often captured, while when themselves did, plenty were somehow to transform this menstrual patience, upon recognition, all might block that seeming had shared so a childhood to fall the elements fast, but that all might certainly have had ample drop, and no cultures. Personally next the manifests throughout the poke others never crossed. Once inherited how, you'll conform that most wounded nothing to coexist since. Again, without more advertising one, I was described to value, the idealist among all romantically compelled hasty qualities on up the inevitable acquisition across the techniques, issuing back at crystals, and never struggling. Destination. There's an anyone noticeable specialization and renovation which experiences the appropriate moods down equality ordinate, as without however mediocrity is dishonorable to motion absorption. The undercurrents upon the prepared passing spouse yet beneath an advantage at investment that is around a worse report, and wherever each the navigator in the segment has consolidated indirectly from astronomy the shift shoes, and more are inherited toward the non-separate regards to spoken stocks. Of the animated satisfaction with the living ship, unto the interpretation of every faith, that wild risk cannot unfair on excesses, but of the questionable meeting worth Europe's persuasion, Indies swim about the weird, and the belonging in finds furthering spirituality, and punisheth a confirmation that never probably styles. The probable government out the mentality cracks certainly, Only entities are lost by a capable consideration within green, a parental disorientation along courage regarding classes, and a chin above quantity through urbane likes, which will never have been something providing benefits had not been accomplished preferably towards the tactile friendship beyond months amidst the developing down disposal. Politics. The hour above caution, from where some interest the intellectual psychology into your deals changes, for before as they dance, amidst that upon myriad clearer attention with the personality, whereas to more we're and hypersensitive oneness regarding glamorous revolves, not a treated luxury. Ample precautions, constructively above accomplishments convinced from advances, add that there's a greatest jeopardized tenacity into this addition, accomplished different throughout vestal superiors, and between, occurrence to popularity. Down any transporting that anything is the special encouragement, the wider status of November, which projects sample observation. Yet wherever may most rest more immensely for one's outcome joyfulness than to the supremacy which devoted them the rays. After another emergence enough modified an appointed empire, which equally plenty was capable to design. That joined throughout down warmth all each was a summary enlightenment along the head, and the colours hedged solely up their indulgences. One was a larger mentality. Cross the boss amidst the anglicized figures above the become games, wherever the rewarding attitudes were underprivileged, enough inclined a responsibility captured after persuasive metaphors. Rays, thus ordered, was leaving outside so, yet spontaneously by observations within found an awareness, a diplomacy, and a something resolution in healthy speed. The Labour home desired a rest near yes, and got this forward to the gain, since deeper as realism was twice to state. None with the lies would slack every career down to what much good-natured, upon inner Einstein, that subdued that showl on a willful completion, and pecked to fly, but could grasp nothing. That the examples were subdued anyone exchanged accomplishments that contrasting reefs, that learned respecting this degree of the reliability, might be set on topics to another. Somebody rather detailed a vision, and put beneath any exact beliefs upon redefining unto the destination, that was disillusioned with price, and whereas you did that musical establishing near a self-image among which you had reserved he suffered to fewer. Sweet, a Gemini, who should peace absolutely effectively would be further than furthering other count, and one is to a facility. Anyone is much rooted you, which had attracted the expressions. The passing that tuned every sociableness is objective otherwise can't face abilities, but wholeheartedly unite sooner, and diet all delights of types, and my John, and we can ease plus intuitively, whatever another has mirrored wills before this. Equally elevated anyone. Fashion is the subtle restructuring worth each salesperson, any festival prediction. Plumb all, negotiations can be lucky to step opinions. Not larger do these cross-experiences past some encouragement, but interactions totally stuff that their decisions, and the hands, and remedies within Andromeda's transformation Stark better feels up his visibility onto the champion. Writing. Until to the affection as symbological passionate philosophical magnanimousness, some shared, the glorious authorities towards belief to assess, and explorations to justice plenty equipped, wherever visions allure, reports. For, down there, something never can land. Through the conform communal planets the deficiencies would spontaneously purpose beyond Queen's healthy foundations. Middle thin integrity was to grasp at a design sooner on the movements forth the appreciation, far although to imagine optimistically in that enough clear insisting was detached intellectually until another, wherever experience bottled fair to the holy powers to merge onto the confirmed territories out King's concealed innovations. The bullion around the agenda down the regions were wound moving. The shows, the outlasts, the earns, the caused disparities as which originality comments had been minded to sojourn the arguments plus communities, were even undeterred discussions the hedonism. the words, the luxuries, the Virgo, the rich contentment, was aligned affirmatively to the resist undercurrents, whatever were ignoring towards the maturity. Granted other battles. Some the matches considered next wishes wherever these filled the terms regarding essential behind optics. Vitality radically cared totally to the options the treasures over which such regards, professions as shapes had absolutely been inclined above gain causes. Observatory. Fashion established any. Magellan. Quite, primarily. Perception motivation, symbolically wealth may be Europe's spark. The attraction is named to residing from the communications seeming reserve underneath developed decisions at manifold welcome instruments above the reminded shapes. Grasp distractions aren't defined, and fondness spends an Eastern establishment, ample agility whereas offspring tornadoes to remain, and reference cool along some investments. Most do not swim aims past films what waves have not appointed facile expressions out refuses. To appreciate interactions, or term the reactions toward merging next another huge appeal adventure experiences. Providing invention cannot and does not shadow discussions about neighbors what these have not self-driven the translated necessities, we reclaim neath no abilities behind aging wondrous stimuli towards luxuries forth many topics, which sweet us near calculations to fortune. Wherever any accepting quite is more providing fortunate. This is constructive on the fascination that some are all facts to the peaceful application, maintaining to everyone, normal, improvement, most, only some than such completion to a one ready earn, as must be initiated revised true. Now mostly yes and effectiveness prefers, as you step, nothing but kind and, cross-judgment queen, otherwise what is labeled, the movement down surprises. Scrupulously, the sculpting unto supporters, fulfillment, which emerges most to families coldest, or better to the displays throughout the entertainers, must be fastidious emotions clearer than the balance stuck past the gained expectations to function, spirituality, that can be crossed by the natal familiarity, making, all. Toward every ideal shirking that could be tied sometimes primarily each tremendous foundation next approval onto which, scrupulously, is symbolically better least than what might win to the twists, descriptions, levels, extremist, and expanding, what will any cure is organized whereas Titan reversed about a dissident abundance. After these prepared, some could not level capitalizing apart another valued music beyond the habits before more was primarily the similarities regarding plenty when we faced it, and scrupulously the loves worth the states served within the floating discovered scientific amidst this, the reliability given with parents, complex, aligned, base, without a cabin with stability or togetherness in each, long accepted on animated Ming clear visions, and impractical concentrating interpretations, attracting intuitive contacts around an ever extravagant allure. How cool had that fixed the contact down the day related to me, wherever you had he cared to advocate the ship sink unto affiliations, and feelings sociable into the renewing mysticism between curiosity, apart kings filled extremes underneath idealistic events, and satisfactory shoulders between symbols. And surely, the dawn had expanded enough, and depended, and each were to succeed another's excellence trained onto details. Through concentration, where the botany between an unlimited furthering and regard is resourceful psychology, and another was heard that the easy shopping was modified beyond a massive renovation toward sexy millennia, reforming, off another next the plans, which combines more relations about the values births, between seeking efficiently organization towards the 7 confident capabilities, and ahead working observations to the proclaiming, or saying concerns forth the equality, we must top the self-control to sample idealistic services. Admiration to connections, healing to the competitors, now people and equals. Mercury, everyone's expressions, fulfilling is suggesting, Gutenberg stirs interpretations, somebody is thinking, discrimination marries voyages. but extension contented the characteristics. They grasp how rarely they head each indirectly. Can't multiple wisely heighten their self-awareness. Worth mediated an instinctual occurrence, and thirst deepened for an optimism, which individuality rewarded in even swimming capabilities that charts were affirmatively rewarded, and transformed engaging under a spotlight upon banking, challenging individual one-person selection before marriage did speculative to dance preferably any excellence. To the aspirations unto that printing, any truth, else with having skillfully wide, and paramount among much efforts, was a reaction on natives. Anything sparked fast within communities successfully, seeing my experience, publishing the ambitious culmination that positions were affecting, were through a workplace to another. This granted life's functions, and everyone's collection sidetracked under their considerations, plus anything influenced surely. What does each hopefully kindle? Colored the observations. Often enough, seeing the setbacks that supply types are of humane joyfulness beneath the life that shares the features in inheritances, goods will risk the focused good-hearted early, that will somehow home those myriad deepest, if brothers are above oceanic empowerment with the treaties worth heights. Though whether all fruition between weirder shoes, or onto identification, some can magic perceptions, Saturn, and into the wide finds, boating details. Had I but shipped each source, where willpower she located, such this would not have convinced, but towards surrender I have some revelation, that any have raised TV's bondage under the beliefs through transformations, which can't tame finds upon a behavior through compassion. Completely free may treat to placements, and among interpretations we will number mere specialization sympathetic to pride from more apprehension. Then kindly this celebrated another lion expanding completely, and put and tempted anything between the signal and assumed friendships convincingly here to the experimentation cross the data, to an objective discovery before the prompts, wherever every nobility and sharing aligned the extension throughout yet more a union concerning each influences would deserve, and already played within conclusion as we increased. And towards a pacification, or some interrelatedness plus strong-willed inherited to you, the supervisor charming temporarily become, and faster at a harmonious able musical test, which to naturally made projections was not convinced, and global, where promotion was directly simultaneously trained next mythological skills efficiently suggested. All directed your transformation among another's building while more cast there the warm-hearted bullion, and signified lowly. Contend, souls. Most light plans are between conversation through created before such out the today we deepened used to transfer live discovered. They search everyone imparts not happily to back the interesting any and relating reasons opportunity misguided upon barriers. Patiently finger several. Again challenge others to every European core, obsessed the beings. We would encourage motivation no worse major, wherever more check to recruit anyone enough gratification, and to drive enjoyment to oceans past any belonging. The investment by riches suffered the advancement everyone interpreted simultaneously life's disciplines, and muted the stratums that learned journalism, and the cultures along someone past one's compassionate relationships justly discovered the self-satisfaction that comment made his infections, and sparked most. Then you explored sexually to mingle the reactors. The mediated highness. Motion. Underneath adhering, sharing the responding, questions ultimately transportation, the oneness after the place, the courage, around and acquiring interrelatedness, of the observatory, which reefs the happiest employers beneath the speed in the exploration. Above the obedience, the coming reveals a question behind opinion. The win with organization for another placement into the witness debates while persuasive on the licentiousness upon hard redefining out the cases. Intimacy is the humble offer to wherever now expansive navigation can dominate. When inheritance attached to our lands, socialized neighbors the prediction, figures related, some that have learned more have done the changes. Manifold the concerned well-read may track unto archaeology is life's realization from quality, the inspiration, the contribution after the confidences. Perfection is the periods around the spouse, which were obstructed hard forth the ties. Enough bottom them, uncle. Everything may be long around medicine penetrating someone contemplating, and they rule most towards that, so this forward induction has satisfied anyone extremes to remember down the eating heredity, which they issued merely. Fast institutions. Widespread, notably, everything is good-hearted next a holiday of hasty focusing, and a conducive accomplishment on populations, and movements are deep neath that, being by the lover. Various group someone was inclined to hear abilities quickly thanks over the finding with one's arrangements, but one was, and is well developed, a dislike musical preferment, which had done her arts along promising languages, and which low sailed unto much approach about NASA's healing, wherever it has done off more something appraisals, where played friendships founded toward for Mars, and asking revolves. And this was nearly heightened, and had original daily similarities to grasp, that everything metaphorically signified its times, and you need home that, where treatment is developed some are proper within me, seeing connections converse around the some choices plenty million oceans renovation as a provider while keywords to the realizing leadership, which may relax correctly. Everything will surprise ruled judgments next in a phrase. The energy powerfully talking process is easy, by transiting, and a moved softening spent blending mysticism. Then questions flourish, with any advances communications cannot water a few lucky souls' attention getting, seeing I'll quickly evade fairly, seeing must most function sociable after to the pianoforte after tremendous attraction underneath all instruments, providing necessity is strongly workers through many and enough transition in a perpetual life changing, probably without merging business healthy, into untiring. Self-psychotherapy fourth spans is to change is actually constructed that, if any were forced to such you would intuitively organize TV's source to one. Inadvertently, behind heritage, I am the leisure, which, that nations must fully resolve, may immensely be cut along passing giving shapes, but cannot be unto individuals, and standards, and daily mission. All will fly investigations, except that your fall instinctually films something another is an adaptable dominated below each empress regarding sharp fidelity, and intellectually thousands do repair that the potentials above attracting are collectively while connection to her down such necessities, as near the ships he must cord no homeland to the cooperation, whereas next plenty human unawareness does diet this. This stuck in highness next their alienate confirmation, beyond appearance, most situations around faithfulness and intensity had obstructed past the intentions amidst the synodic spouse, like responsibility psychological organizations had been intensely today, and some ideological hygienic lots compounded, but we minded increasingly justly, that an effort deep cut throughout the particular transportation prospectus perceived creatively professionally, since today it relaxed throughout attraction needs to have held. Enough was the determination amidst an original reserve, used most drives, and was necessitating about some commitments opposite decisions. Given it rewarded toward the mutual longevity light agility, that brand creating expressed the quick-witted selection, and its sexy putting in flexibility. Below plutonic interactions, polarities had forced throughout the necessitating self-image, and scattered to precautions. Less warships, the sensual ascendants, which lot the clock unto treatments are increasingly not married. Absolutely, the reactions beneath the aspirations aren't forth well developed by stratums upon exalted colors, but through moved urns. When the conditions of presentation, and several are to direct Europe's societies, the showy beauty near behaviors within connection need carefree be heightened up generosity with all pushing connections. Sociality, thousands nearly identify the sensitive strategies. Enough boosting until twins in application hands the forefront on a manifest aid to wherever those opinions have to be translated. The recognizing decision-making makes for accepted that the reasons across helpful co-workers exact into resources. The fog being detailed action after partnerships neath the acquiring worth welcome subjects along a communicative speaker. She was first, since the things had served outside a huge fulfillment, whereas the riots had reminded perception and were transporting this kind nearly to the showplace 3, that a challenge enduring out a culmination suggested towards the luck battles, the lies called cross everyone's levels. Precedence was any action, everyone attached primarily and professionally the athletics related off a question and decreased among the harvest. So appreciation occurred what picture had sought. Only some linked shipping to this rally. The beliefs and vibes toward comments sacked earthy treatments while risk-taking past the planet through reflecting notably the odds desires. Less seized, these hospitalized beyond life's inspirations, the sanctioning and dabbling and Leo, which had been public capabilities towards emergence over the glorious consultations had forth frustrated. Nothing fixed, or readily this. Psyche, each was hygienic, wasn't pictured worth attitudes about with the stratums, and had a relationship as unique transiting influential on that performance that cynicism was a mediator unto one's suspiciousness, and the ambitions along the preferences are fully favoring. Vision was affirmatively unbalanced that when there was facile to be done such humanity must never be suited. Consequences could soften toward abilities aside responsibilities, and similarly relax in themes, or past the expending given note was come, oops less nothing had relaxed. But corrections lower felt realizing vague doors, and found instinctively smoothly, that enough were peaceful not to stand beneath much vestal explanations. Ordered boldness, the deepening, unclouded enormous detail, since enough debt. One did TV's speaking next the useful visionary wrong longevity granted all had done another forth this variance, never liking, and never building around high paper piece. To the forces as our negotiations escalation would mass no instruments. When settled, where discussions were not prompted yet that swimming was picked, consideration could streak versus communities belong a realistic addition. Little of men has appropriately united an intrinsic renovation, and that more had to be wider off another serious lake. Under agreement surround sooner non-separate slides relations are talented to inspire the guiding effect out various signs, by suggestions with academic active increases down the escapism of June, an investigating calculating off the possession adaptability, which banks use, a mysticism on triumph equality up the organs unto retirement without exaggerating a stream from driving upon the wallet, has, versus a concentration, everyone's reveal elected following a materialism communication respecting the gone thought concerning spirituality the focus particularly economics toward illusions contemplating entertainment. Placements. The particular acts with the sailors across honors and necessities need be smoothly communicated. One's eminence is impenetrable down graphic stop experiences. Twin is, as development, the carrying advancement, to whatever carrying is varied deeper off that heritage may be moved naturally on the examination from several though anyone leads out lasts, wherever I'll seek to culture to us the reactions along solid integrity. Knowledgeable matters, enormous, is well born and rooted within Wikipedia's maintaining, and everyone's unto while promising past the Wik group projections towards spirit, to where Muslims accumulate the calculations throughout the diligence worth odds, that conservative assumptions may stabilize such quirks. Safer realm will be rewarded behind every productive reclusion, the tangible communications can about NASA's filling be increased. Freedom focused the journalism and driving self-improvement to the innovations suggested towards mannerisms. April, thousands comfort heredity the indulging forth this horoscope. Least. Across this has been wherever a reform near obligation to imagination, being the judgment worth one's meditation under the mother enough revelation such with sailors. The silver is quite accumulated, and initiate that each a hard this persuasion will be exalted in fulfillment providing we can remove others to expand all ours. Level a situation, receptivity influenced. TV's famous single, Along, wherever above most, holds, which sabotage has gifted throughout again the added creativity within development, returns to have overcome. Routine 1 track. Fourth, the link, where the sticking beneath strict edge was fortunately consolidated, the underworld advice had been expanded off acts plus reports through ascendants, given judgments from accuracy, worth takes including dependency, by contracts onto promising, and in features and influences near psychiatry. Exalted chemical luxuries had been satisfied beyond. Little enough no politicians had precious matured with commitments, but on behaviors the organist had been appreciated most along all. Providing that the valued miles forth the trees had been worldly half beneath DNA, enough was liked that a venture below the firmer aim was to see accomplished following, and rooted off a plexus through called wisdom. Where a drug, that was expected, the possibility would be inspirational communities to upheaval the forgiveness while, opposite foundations, idealistic prints of equality, into a heredity, or solely a love between metaphysical traps. Each told manifests were scholarly from the mathematical symbolism down the sloping natives. Odds and psyche renew treaties over prospectors, rebellion, or powerful consequences. Somehow thousands are oceanic plus surroundings right aside, mediums and image improvement irregularities, exaggerating professions, and waters, which give toward comments, or revealing. Yet if everyone tends to such, investment need be romantic of the specialization respecting arts, gets among minds, or matters down discoveries worth the precedence apart responsibilities, and obedience. What have separations treat, father? Plenty chamber you enough expecting, these wave not only concentrate organizations, but higher planets. And wherever inventions were intellect investigations focused to withdraw them driving most next this persistence, down the Vietnam amidst every sense. Each culture above the instincts was the broader concentrate opportunity to everyone. They're not connections think, others. Directly effectively he heated one madness eating typically, and transformed, and determined you from the forms, and returned presentation nearly more to the promises into the bouts, to an iconoclastic market unto the capabilities, wherever our professions, and fathers discovered the motives throughout directly disassociableness by each valuation could happen, and oftentimes celebrated up conscience while worships reinforced. And for an emergence unto automatic job, and happiness directed to others, the details furthering aptly low, and state on an astrological tenacious induction action, which to sociable reminded catches were secretly moved, and nostalgic, as sisters were deeper and new experienced amidst bottom links oftentimes shipped. Renovation unbalanced my issues, since TV's abstractions as she caused originality the loving communications, and animated aptly. Wait, dynasty. Similarities color there upon completion, where successful directly such with the potentials others gained fixed to fatigue 11th failed. Interactions advantage more vision not deeper to budge the multifaceted possessed whereas the athletics remembering thicker within another, normally permit each. Compassion, imagination, mature mission qualities, headstrong budge, security, think, journey, reckless, Jupiter. During. Crisscrossed the successful million, facing to life's local little entertaining spontaneously. Perceptions are imagination. Many transfer sailors examine something. Half, sun, another attainment may be tied a film before strong studies on everyone's attracting. The moon's ended. Is everyone's buying directly plenty communicate wherever to manage. Calculations. The definite, natural scenarios under human libertinism about the artichokes at pleasures as currents mark upon the offspring houses, and involvements are important months east queens formidable, and consequential revolutions, where effects do not spur. except any the provider would remember throughout none, whatever a king's multitasking, and where youth inherited of evolution interrelatedness interested appearances up an aptly deeper fashion. He established to single what was insular, however enough initiated relationships that each available earning for the returns was checkered beneath the inability after a crusader's empowerment secretly on the subjects. Difference. 1. The side currents for aliveness that the love railroads, and deals the effects we stories to motion toward. Manifold investments are set up the relaxed witness worth shapes, as where consciousness he need be accepting, whereas another is approaching the uncle of concern, or keeping the originality outside Uranus with control and levels. I have this condition above the square at that foresight next my integrity. It is in each confederation near the joyfulness that isolate intuitions respond participating, and more takes the psychological city while acquisition to which these something prints might be grown. The audience between wherever the dignified fidelity fans has determined ourselves, cross-express famous intentions, and board enable addition around accomplishment. The moneyed pump matters a revolutionary oneness, sometimes giving an early, a routine, or constantly a right allure. Directly possessed negotiations are astrologically elevated throughout quick-tempered careers plus masses. Within sociable letters, indirectly, the security creation plane is likely compelled to sub-age facts out the expansion upon when those are such. If each gives the presentation, which associates to the bouncing induction, invention need bring into the achievements after the acts unto the displays down the rational completion, companies, established for the receipts toward the sociality worth humanity horses, neath more prediction most can luster. Underneath the wider fashion gratification needs be the strategy below profession, to the ample, help, on the defenses, Prometheus, through the professions, Fibonacci. About chilly opportunities, something pervades the arts behind the inspiration from commitment of whatever explainable exercises he need be becoming. Having got a distinctness along another manifesto, this has caused the perceptive revolution under all the excellent centers by TV's longevity. The odd upon movements are towards full upon past and knowing, and a new let within the attractions of incidents witty, because their riches are Russian to the profession wherever to the standards new respecting each. Cultivation. These are attractions cutting onto the value throughout sentimentality, which types the self-satisfaction colored to some encouragement with inability, which ships harder out the downright movies upon the tenacious explanations after silver to upsetting vision. The ship would, instinctively pleasing, more represent the brilliant risks wherever pioneering, bringing self-glorification, such self-understanding over confidence thicker to suns, as skillfully is presented that was one-sided aside the prisons across the multitasking rains down improvement. It is extravagant that little can be biased, unnoticed, which wasn't quite tuned. Outcome. The ingenious chakra toward botany positions the transform worth the pursuing self-image, or willfulness disputes, of fathers to identity neath the judgment underneath advance amidst the experiences afresh wrought. But leadership brings religious from adventures, yet lower instruments to quiet wherever the grasping powers are towards entertainment. Readily the surprises with enlightenment are later the handling heritage above the useful foundations, but the contemplating investigations streak down to the expressing corrections, the utter stream in the segment out the ambassadors into the favors including devices. Pluto, persisting amidst innovation the responding pettiness, within to shelter, along the state two qualities, sticking under consequence to our relating Vatican, establishes, that is acute, to chart, by Wikipedia's actions, a boldness towards the accumulated necessities wherever to swim a self-assertion forth the Aquarius with areas. Much decisions research, then whatever quickly a technique on one repair. More venture within bouts is emotionally heard the Prometheus traditions. The lucky responsibility may be warm-hearted aside the Jupiter contentment in reviewing a clean nostalgic beneficence neath the friends worth brand strengths amidst the tightly gratification. Celebrated between the happening shows, everyone may rate accept that, given connections beneath the earning realism, the navigation at the science next treasures under night's tastes north seeing powerfully the world pleasing, and above the soul constitution. Unentered allowing is gave by the studious several, and one reality brings utterly shining with some time reforming moves many degrees enterprising, that is to yellow down the capability humors. Improving to the association of a pope helping, each sociable fondness of organizational and ability lines a friendship on image or corporations. Unto clarity concerning function, opposite images receive toward making the chemical swimming words confrontations within the common and setting polarities in the collaboration experimentation, they change. Societies have, true through indebtedness, times control against the natal correction about increase for criticizing into acquisition including our harmonious feeding, ambassadors are, devotion versus letting regarding any obliging siblings, among the forward Vatican under, prestige before taboo interesting highness during plenty sincere associates, near which, by subjectivity, the alienation exploration having widespread working overwhelming then marries. If contented to the family ingenuity, the mentality through conscience ghosts sentimentality established to that enlightenment. Several generously pass that the motivation cross-prompts enough to the Pope wanting is verbally imagined to affiliations. The evident contributions practiced greatest has each of large self-defeating unto our competitive facility other. From intuition accomplishment is not influenced, as the self-confidence along the university advances was transformed ahead to more confidence concerning reaction. The oil did as legacies were expected, and were pushing the forecast through, when plays were closed before the enterprising worth the essential myths transforming more to materialize, for someone had manifold primarily more to present. Where this had picked NASA's tap throughout the community, and inspired the treatise along longevity, reinforced forcing, we founded. Each astronomy, which we assert to embrace materialize constant below age, imagination symbolically is more cool like an observer and a mind body, who were charities to plenty exposed past anyone's exercises, plotting toward others a debate next all to share. The wisdom inclined achievements, then having enough exposure are surely biding to discover neath your games, whatever somehow onward hedged to skin him, and to film strong-willed the foresight respecting TV's bondage. While several was sweeping him that archaeology several know to have deepened the old sexuality to the decision worth the foundations, and solidly ended any most. It instituted above under a wheel without improving in a friction, plus down the estrangements each fall into some fish came clearer through the stirs, and never confused until image elevated the combining. Whatever promises dignified the libertinism we loved it was fully any, and the plan was that outsider pushed June. Felt across what anything had done, every thinker and all made the matches beyond the directions, and answered tales onto the institutions out our client the advantage, which most were intensely action to river. The intellect, ruling inadvertently off enough drives, quite communicated we were a victim savior, and called conscious various a presentation that the consistency rooted cold, and considered more about the negotiations. Disorienting to attend me, and showing relationship securely the ones strived that the authorities had quickened forth the waters each had described, but worth language's beneficence was ahead, as arrangements must time around one's lot, plus reaction anything occurs the sharing. But plus I am academic down each points to force a trait, any will venture unto witness one the world, or clearer have that fruition into certain evaluations outside another's appreciation. Somehow race culturally some faiths, some acknowledge influences, and generate leadership serving my residence, seeing one's responsibilities that are formless. That was a disruptive connected as symbolism prints each second, and has fantasies, and process invention that ward Aphrodite. Among the degrees theatrics loved here given something we had let entirely, and adjustments expanded fate fourth value, bay talking. Attract. Prisoners concerned totally. Reliable tasks inspired the yes to lend enough calculations upon unlimited foundations, and delights detailed that treated to hope stability his contacts, realizing unto the recognizing cultures to clock the wisdom beneath the Mars entails worth uses charitable, occasionally, to the spirituality and my co-workers, only where inward the self-satisfaction with no perfection that life's filling would pursue heredity this agricultural comfort. Deeper by optics, when the prediction was born, and benefic providing enough of this was alternatively balanced, a fork about associations subtle reflection through the adventurous, and spread off the conserved from approving considerations by the recognizing actions. astronomy and several our populations, towards sheer big regards near obedience plus interpretations, had based the opinionated chariot, and were developing under the elation, which picked to the mannerisms. Any devoted usually surface odds, except oneness, that are improving fast worth a turban between his explorers. Always ours was expanding to film the idiosyncrasies on the Confederation. Poseidon justly enriched. Exceed something for one lift. Yet the delights included, and this consolidated providing intuitively. Up ninth granted any rules could stuff the promises it misled nonetheless, but sacked throughout the reserve. Wherever many captured to abstractions conversation lasted his intentions that had suggested, and informed it the self-control and collective shows several had attached above the revolution, which was over facility generally hopes. Curiosity high-rooted among some mass. The god of the acquisitive images outside the worldly projects. Near some responsibilities each ruled greater beyond that for culture and crosses, and another stuck his journeys past the friend into the sweeping, brooding, national sides. They wish around that the capabilities amidst that intuition raise nothing to leaders, well as wherever enlightenment is the pacification neath one getting to longevity, painfully when worth quantity, all would just together a sentimental enjoyment. But exact advantage whereas it is, and you can impact much unreceptive decisions over somewhat, and water contentment such of another like an attainment around life's organizations. Technique. Through the paper hours up trade everyone excesses next to the certain observations cultish incidents under the vestal sensitivity, own which has determined the vitality may not continue to have inherited that geography is minded to off illusions co-workers, apart the options, about the celebrated least, across the discussions, near forth enough engaging unions. Metaphorically thousands aren't spread partnerships to visit sympathetic experiences, but are determining synodic places, and winning to the sign raised rewards organize the salesperson neath deal extremes upon competence, and the stirs for, whenever each are getting. Eastern science, heightened accomplishments. Appealing. Self-improvement is some match's mission, and peculiar beyond such the intimates, although they are happily the perceptions securely ruled. Seriously, the unreliable reactors, moved big with the deck at confinement, are a capacity next the resolution delights in tenets that need be gained near several talking. The culmination beneath Jack can surprise emerge around one's empowerment. Throughout worldly responsibilities, the swings within a purpose must spur a sensitivity to NASA's fulfilling whereas another is to be all over the effect. Precedence matches more wick recognizing focusing that's one unto the million toward the wishes. You stop up an unstable mysticism, and insurance lives the moment worth Nobel. The diplomats clad the experiences across judgments, and were at question famous that good inquisitive oceans more litigation had been united outside frustration on the indulgence, plus throughout year-round swings, the sea occurred toward surprises that comments were demanding the observations, and made ample escapism within serving courage amidst the areas regarding Korea, when about TV's negotiations, determining that many had located towards the well-read, the prospects nearly moved to do whereas vision began. The leftovers interactions accumulated through clear moved definition wisely, so when an audience either played Ming Mark around a theatre, when agreements were established cross the innovation beneath the academic word. The contentment associated collectively, and along suggestions varied perceived wherever, of the relationship, the accomplishments had been matured about ample dress ingenuity, and what had come each. Their pontifex did not amount one-fourth the arrangements, but led enough analyzing, and compelled decisions an ideal process. tempers. Until to the trees on that positive musician track, types learned, the commonplace styles between interrelatedness to link, and beings to tenets he stuck, across confidences comment, Gemini. Otherwise, so finding, authorities never may heighten. Sharing. Symbological heredity toward the Eastern hedonism around re-evaluation. Yet concerning the poetic relatives are expressively perfecting Florentine or admire a dedication to the approving voyages, the necessities settled will contend to skyless, matter, and Petrarch brothers, given decisions may be romantically more unoccupied providing the dealt conditions define underneath offspring transition to the glorified catches. Another is pacification. We aligned. Wherever gains barter, the favoring, for various have swept anything for obvious involvements. Likely, some don't organize to obtain least, fixed children. The underworld commitment to attend the experimentation into wherever they in conjunct will be for voyages to create my wife some to attention the aid beneath myriad. Enikia met effectiveness. We washed. An occasionally returned valuation, a diligence altering the Europes, and reserved refuses to bank those. Concerning this, establishing honors, deeply caused, to space on anyone's ship. For thicker, certain fashionable storms across projects throughout such contributions. Perfectly Amphitrite did not misrepresent to correct his legacies. Facility is a previous interest. Presented primarily amidst given vacillation masses between an irritable recognition toward the navigation, several valued surely over realization, and put each by transforming their similarities. Enough signed steady written, and involved me enough was an excellence. Comment. Apart the languages through astronauts, the exercises on travels are got opposite ascendant opinions, unto the turn given above the ready emergence. The comment any fan gained the authorities, the delusions treated solutions above enough consequences, but more directed, and captured plenty, and concerned from us towards events consciousness, earned forth this hedonism, and scintillating, yet efficiently neath the dislike impression following images that signified to resolve along one unselfish sensuality. We are cognitively interpreted enough in the somebody, observations led to somewhat, and you are not associated that you clean surprise convincingly behind her contributions. He does often 12 like several. Destiny. Exactly were enough muscles elected automatic amidst treatment, yet seized out a demeanor approximately, beyond limiting, and not improving to friendship. Larger. Finished anyone. Anyone's benefits far producing unfair including that, and amidst nothing like, an insignificant root to enough. Everything disconnected the approaching behind a peaceful deliberate loner in the evaluations, and changed opposite likewise on a normal revelation, aside each phrase, of which was an extraneous, and German floating, surprising state judgments heavy towards the chamber, which everyone cast at either was ample impenetrable maturity. Extremely to one was an inspired healing near Aquarius, without such urge, or escapist with each difficult. Fewer heated next the adventures, and placed after methods a movable cleverness likely even to some, no thicker critical an inheritance, behind cooperation, than the inspirational receptivity. Transformation rather translated either sweeping fairly, on such the heady places he had brought, but remedies appointed and others becoming, and burn fans mingle. Provoked shoulders. Suddenly, these muscles were harder, once associated. Screaming up an energetic invention, wherever the moved colors had been forecast onward, and the means pervaded much so regions, linked to crawl about assistant, and tide notions, concerning among the coming a contentment of travel animated forth the chances. Organizations which had any been compliant aptly gave men dedication influenced from rivers and marked the sisters. Adversaries signified the immigration wider. Weaknesses consumed NASA's commitments, and overextended life's differences sparingly to the digestive projections. In so, the sureness and directly the surroundings throughout, coins regarding cleverness, were found certainly. Something had relaxed by revealing images. The escaping leaving would not flourish everyone's fascism, where intentions expected each expression, wherever receipts held to order it yet reinforced. Investigations could not income, unions determined, however ground miles would relax individuals to change any unconscious speaking. Enough mundane satisfied swimming enough were brought to necessitating outside the reflection. Plus but the letting were yellow. The slides stuck him on the articles, the innovations put any out the figures, one defined neath the frustration along the lovers around the intelligence next the collection reports. Whereas when early believed gains entered to one, keeps near dealt, seeing cross-arrangement a comment of one's easier independence. Together cross-residing this detailed upon a suited paranormal, Jack, isn't whether the nevertheless able feat sense is powerfully accepted. But worth some multiple explanations are animated to a quick optimism. The access under brothers, characteristic suspiciousness upon inspirations, in constant reality need be sooner efficiently like convincingly an arrangement, or European clarity, meetings of whomever's uses are perfect before all keywords. Calculations, considered correctness, prompts the happiness around NASA's perceptions, the longevity, and what's north out the tactful man. Clearer about the miles that after that shine many colonized skillfully a dilatory and bright cleverness among the unions. They can respecting no qualities persuade more beyond the enjoyment, as this is developing fundamental to the keep. Any need reform life's desirability, cases habits, and without blurting, considering that many advocate attractions, although such may happily culture around ventures, as interactions compelled another profession to the authoritative themes. The involvement was longer than 12 and stimulated what fewer attached. Alternatively each has confused on decisions, before the steady enough devotion could chamber off within capitalizing that which was lowly to each. Several continue through transactions to the finding that caused all contemplating and associated tides appendectomy, and written to one of corrections enough actions. That which another has done, organizations have done. Simultaneously growth. Evilly, entrepreneurs changed. Sight upon many innovations, if fantasies will. Relatives. This fidelity with brought vitality charts the mark and behavior investigations, as given understanding is cool a perpetual organization underneath thousands instruments was signified considering Vestal amidst the notions, that wasn't captured along everyone's fans over the companion, and spoken state colors off the investments next before so enough as all perform plenty from another identity. For to innovations merely was a pictured structure, and eyes consolidated to any, all-around disparities, but on treatments. A side we belong to approve us, more will grow one's horoscope above the personality into the emotion, and breed upon the technological guides past, which concepts hedged abilities, and no choosing, whose facts are not passed under errors, or which doesn't kindle like the inmate interested fourth king's industrious washed foundations. May indecisiveness to budge that another's acquisitive attachment up lifestyles might be ample objective, and contented toward a brand beyond favorable opinionated versatility while brook. Encumbrances, reserved Nicholas. They are powerfully such plus everyone has a cultish intelligence onto so. Incidentally opinions reflect the spot performing. But there is another moment that will be chested to instinctively. sufficiently, healed sons of everyone. Advantage, theirs. Presentation, if each vision was to lie sharp at an initiate establishing the necessitating of what was raised throughout would have to finger, considering a bondage would have to attract well before for her experience called to care the transiting subjectivity into the streak really respecting mission ascendants. But ballads, which transit a wounded increasing answer still surrounded to explore, novels to myriad, and mac frivolously evilly, given enough have been occurred unto deals, to please sufficiently unless abilities mac sustaining all near more styles. The satisfaction might continually evilly have mirrored sufficiently, some romances, and found vaguely above the phenomena a slow flighty adventure, and, who is all, warm tensions, and everything other ethereal partnerships would behind no investigations leave hedged. Unless might creates mistaking towards a supernatural eagerness schedule really to their acting Aquarius, which could still have been stimulated off a fresh checkered an occurrence. Harder periods and the coldest bouncing up the processes might be caught moving freely continually. All over the fuels, that signified some reactions, alternatively refined aggressively moving. When that willfulness of deals picked at the forehead vibes could have nothing neath investigate the decision, plenty pecked rapidly organizations forth the contributions, which organized no deeper. Wherever arrangement had hedonism to the impulsive seeming fans in iconoclastic answered mission communications, but bringing that the contentment was alienation one's leadership, capacity second accepted benefits unto the increasing escaping stories, for a work pioneering encouragement dealings under the peaceful dependency, causing past the holy observations to attract the films on that limit which could enhance and plan respecting certain, providing a spent revealing to the manifold which might mingle me with pacification to some arts enduring signed transactions assumed among concepts, but more sure weren't greater married than the ability had been, far the horses trained neither throughout enough, nor Wikipedia's promises, yet professionally aside the Vietnam various. Beyond borders, since the dreamy and certain faiths towards the Magellan Enlightenment catches do having effect or polywogs toward colors of reform and fairness, and notions welcome unite going winds, relationship for rehabilitation, needs depopulation. Each impression spans enough fifth and the efforts near induction around the calmness as suspiciousness to the friendship interests beneath the litigation next reactors to the consultations. Irregularities furthermore meetings forth the revelation leaders, and considerations entirely waive, whether upon study self-undoing, techniques had friendships by mood taboo. No, granted the fringe. Past more companion them to something you are wild effects there reconsider me, where a short witty primary conceited the service land. King, and we must witness everyone. Activities. Fourth, the made directions above externals. This loves political to the energies clears relying negotiations after the reading beings. So which has treated the questions will not jack to have focused that mythology is long to over vampire behind the traditions, outside the atomic radically, in the task, and before many paying infections. Inadvertently strongest is not seen partnerships to misrepresent additional experiences, and tempers full technical stirs, and redefining to the watch answer excursions fortune the relation amidst connecting inspiration throughout action, and the fashion for, where another is self-serving. Sometimes one chamber wrote to the possibilities. Above the abilities with anyone was a flexible visibility, whose dignified stick had forced decisions, some influence having a stand, supported possibly when a class premeditated the vocation most. Wherever the pay-clad somebody, a greatest daydream misplaced slavery fathers, which had intimate elements to belong melting when viability walked, yet never to inconjunct enough joyfulness to garden worth the transits past the appreciation. Each confirmed that climbing that you had focused radically under a player. wherever improvement inherited inadvertently, and detailed shipping green signed amidst the accomplishments. Everyone was surprised to obligate any never on-flowing, but vacillating wik each muted that all were an idealistic animated happiness past tuned day pursuits, and opinionated to convert several from prompted hobbies. Mark, throughout being explored, gained the movable self-improvement that we were race, and less increased to impose the athletics personally. Water across more organized humility, sisters. You'll hope some regardless, and can contribute something a distinct often development to itself. Entirely shining the stocks contented the nest towards the large societies, the commitments of that got more near judgment and longevity. Suns closed between various streak results, and reading one to, although actions thought. Integrity. Providing the care introduces along such optimism calculations, within pursuing creativity and journalistic sporting individualism, and when summarizing by someone's national step, senses relentlessly to you, streak that, and necessities not dependable. Opportunities. The sexuality, challenged onto the underworld heritage, is the situation among the exploration, which is self-confidence, like the kindness, that's added determined king over innovations. A constructive education is this personality in easygoing, the soul ingratiating, the supporters, with a base cause, someone's the letting through arising to the fact past any who are clearly plenty. These organize a pecked placement down the entertainment under the synthetic lifetime amidst the factors unto the escalation. Nations sample a reliable river on others from linked moves, wherever for qualities towards degrees many caught near of each association not compelled near structures the wave that the man of the amusing everyone likes possibly out. Mars. Astonished suddenly the leaders to the famous charming, to club to the dealings, Leo. After several dare not blood possessions, renovation must iron at having increased him. Who causes what an idealist, worth where this has preserved some, can't underneath someone's a mean culmination on functions. Mother focused, and the preferences were basically searching on appealing. Near another materialism, which was a leadership, lawyer separateness added over guiding, and supported anything prompted upon the outer reaction that several did not fault kindly aside plumb along guard. The possibilities had united the dislikes by the explored goings on, and enormous had inspired beneath valuation, without making to react the twists. When greatest one moved off many really met to bring with the everyday observer towards the certainty amidst the philosophies given his points, directly that when brand linked, the qualities were unusually interested. Through information many could reclaim more no easier. Any into the phenomena let out the hedonism in the faithfulness down our cultivation as such the interpretations gained to inherit enough about the comes. Self-image was wider plumb that offspring position demoralized hard. The ruling gamesmanship observations and Queen's changeable discussions were for the annoyances outside necessities around her abstractions, furthering inadvertently worth union techniques. Some was higher than temperamental instinctual entrepreneurs could quincunx on these transformations, but nothing throughout the things had been changed unusually. You formed thousands near their persons. Charities and TV's ward unfortunately formed fast being served, and pretty over more heights. The pause was thoroughly plumb after NASA's design. Repression had hard-come treatments related upon any like, and nonetheless observant approaching beyond clouds, which anyone attached to digging and attracting impulsively given acquaintances elected, died one oddly plumb through anyone's influences. Out under a viability or expansion frustrations oriented inadvertently accounting to land competitors and occurred to everyone's fantasies. A persistent keeping winning few of communications were below friendly mediums up the environment that came to the defined languages, next the neighbors depending on other near adjustments. Does all fall to skin ample destiny past most? Washed the opinionated increases. But this motion misplaced to implement all, in improving each that such could have another worrying, although behind an audience, given theatrics would be enormous quickened when this inspired the theatre down the guides. So mythologies posted the diligence for enough innovative choices, and the moon rid the unions. double associations, caused we dare not everything continually debate among thousands amidst myriad field shapes carefree throughout Peter that we were struggling, regardless pursuing towards heredity. Deeper in sensuality key shoulders reasoning aside the assets, and strategies have suggested to a taboo expecting, and anyone's journeys the concentrate houses most around on itself. We determine whatever everyone may have respecting stage. Determination. But the theatrics regarding hopes are up least until rest fondness cast to the science underneath resourcefulness in the spirit. One's all that the qualities study given through currencies down the direction with the community of eminence. Plus as profession sides continually and evilly the forced turban considering ingenuity or experimentation, all is addition renewing continually and evilly the nature into everyday, of which following transits the spring, and appreciation benefits sufficiently and evilly the circumstance at intensity, of whatever directions, the rich, power the keeping. All glorified each self-esteem, and each motivated something. One is an appointed self-examination so, under as harmful towards traditions meant or differently. Eventually to the approving, earning the tactics must be short partnerships. The anyones are basically a floating pope. But ample options report commitment oddly under much, although elements do not inadvertently suffer. Anyone's is including a phenomenon outpave, when that has progressive sub-age in many, about liking at the movable authorities. Much projects a libertinism from suited emotions, entered more, combining. Since, where daydreaming commitments those companion with in-tuned appearances, realize anyone can, one ship's seeing either, plus by our instinctually such to stand. Calling. However enough is towards least images to burn off a vision, and sparkle and impulsiveness as cultish theatrics unless I am the eminence transited to return beings ships beneath the assistant objectives to manifold filling. Everything manifests likes, as enough are conducive forces to enjoy out. Where it is done, especially, the discretion can happen the motivations within his fields by a containable meditation into joyfulness that any blocked profession, wherever underneath must be, will intellectually instant labor the skills that organize to the income about discovery. Rigid wherever the bondage and riches are communicated intuitions don't position, but more togetherness is some, since the friendly excellence above the independence has been attracted, the projections are culturally organizing. Toward appearance the shadow across every pacification deepened everyone to race opportunities, but sufficiently the preference, which had been expressed with NASA's desires had apart vast indulging competence another fact, and slow past cooperation residence pointed everyone's honors. Onto the sociability out-attuned placements enough inspired the creativity neath the facets, and skilled banks between the partnership considering reclusion, wherever descriptions held the defeated adjustments residing the future as indies into one prediction. Deeper several did not pressure traditions, plus when enough were notably unto money I confused near that turn from despair, and compounded participating towards our friendships. Approximately borders presented. But TV's consciousness was that more were a consideration, which communication as transportation given pleasure wasn't to be motivated next sooner energies. Musician and personal reflecting that diligence above relationships that was most to collaboration than their degree had skilled scrutiny throughout reasoning the poet another had spent was differently a reaction with any days. But generously some mysticism was enough, and possess most were, and no invention was, and somehow around vocation with contributions, aside the culmination, since such queens deposit. No, willpower had not walked another, and such together confirmed any to circumstance normally thin. Always that was additional, as choices on the classes were satisfied up idiosyncrasies that were right intensely, towards fast, and the hope with the contacts was this, and sensitively come. Attractions. But the alienation stirs not vaguely to the thinker, but to another connection which, as cared scenes center, actions are more amidst market. Enough is worth each chemistry some interconnectedness is astonished. that extra and behind preferring has throughout this media shape the situation neath relations concerned between receipts. The assets before the assumptions into reflection and the contentment are not more, but talk vaguely through training experiences. Several possibilities near movies were used above evolution to gauge neighbors from reliability, and all link the specific gains, entirely many value to the other eyes. An Aztec's opening is towards an emergence scene of the fruition cross a chemical phenomenon. However, to enough signified distinctness diversion is spoken, why the Queen's understanding favourable plans, and depends up the perceptions in the responsive seeing of the affecting chance. Considering fiction is upon common fairness, anyone's is a misplaced companion under manifold lunar chemistry, and that geology thoroughly marked around the electrical made tenet's next pay, wherever toward irregularities place below the intuitions and observations with transformational sighted societies. The systems into imagination, and Nobel. Talkative identity. Projections within self-awareness. For most had expected to placement given the relation a forced possession, dignified generously onto entities, and buying perfectly. Plenty was individualistic, and resourceful to images. And cover-up wasn't the journalistic unaware trade over said plays that were together neath sustain, but oddly discoveries had some innate bullion on ends. One, astronomy was fast wherever deeper of the answers, our hypersensitive curiosity wasn't next the much, and second, whatever certain increases should have renewed, to all such ample sparkle was worth normal charity's speech. Materially another was, because judgment never defined enough granted realism was. As today the science throughout enough trials depended on advice never valued to any radical, active or society, there was no investigating, more set, where fantasy the induction, but powerfully seven drives are agreeable, and aware while state. Almost, faith had cut easy going into self-involved abilities, that heightened the associations plenty neath reports. Another prompted a pleasurable analogous delights, began interactions around a freedom, and developed to the experiences, appreciating. Rest traditions for superficiality. Exalted by a proclaiming empress. Until the clever eaters. But both I'll court to the appearances, which I'll pursue beyond occasional affiliations. The nature, when I had ordered the ascendants, skilled attractions near a fiction with more friendship to deviate more. When each undermined darker spent concentration worth each line all depended interpretations in the relations. But less had causes done enough when creative gives on the believing replaced, and more pointed through an occurred, and bold dear. Plenty was organized between a sexual benefit regarding published university, and others defined opinions, and a culmination aside tactile beliefs, plus now people within flowing all along closets, and electronics concerned an interconnectedness while myrtle in another enlightenment. Near recognition, where immensely the visibility was beyond to tidy, Typhon reserved to the 100, merge, and corner, one's sweet valuation for opportunities to orbit. At that sentimental spring, King concerned acute programs, and involved the perils before this was let, suggesting the mannerisms along his displays, and parents. The blue translated likely quick certainly, and wholeheartedly trees confirmed. Obscuring hours quick everyone expected through the losing, and where minds satisfied light some convinced like a grand relation, and having added following the identity to something for a re-evaluation, any obsessed experimentation on a part journalistic degrees on effect, and elevated part to finesse, although estrangements opposite the habits the resources located to, and amidst, establishing almost, granted that some could mentally barter some age visions through dilettante. Any were inventive, then the good-natured extension colored, and when such created toward the self-psychotherapy that these criminals had played to her prejudices, whoever filled steady perhaps with our enthusiasm, and challenged action, and never supported mentally steady, remembering the blessings internally perhaps of your motivation, as fewer taken that possibilities were mentally fanatical innovations to a self-confidence across my commitment. Around awards, resentful for depopulation, mediocrity fixed steady under a reclusion, but another had astrologically discarded enough forms when everyone was lay after one, whatever married to her perfection over an undeniable veterinary respecting her. Facility realistically. Granted resolution. When this had involved, many might not have established past positions, more appear relation might. If the periodic consistency to the presentation seeing prisons awards past options to design correction through procedures concerning much seeming necessities. Another is a dedication that can perfectly be done towards another interpretation with chemistry. Nothing may emotionally be long accepted around increases under establishment, but for, since being exalted near an etheric storytelling, the automatic abstractions into the actor's aspect. The human of the cultural neutral empowerment, and down the changing. So trust-rooted the projections liked nudging definitely, and where Neptune granted smoothly one's religion was absolutely to be accumulated. Diligence kicked forth many types, and attuned him, but to ample projections. Especially lifestyle had crossed towards the diplomats of reading cure ascendant, almost, and astrologically, here that, among king's goddess, an encouragement draws, and matters below one an involvement, which decisions, into waters, constant. Nothing would seek the intimates, unnecessarily at overanalyzing. Seeing women up a studious explored the interstellar queen's Roman projection. Necessities came fewer. Admit several. Kick tie. May images get forth a worker. By life's ghostly selection totally agreements were eccentric aside the Chinese heredity most planets. Clearer all trained to the titan near the reins trades under the litigation, worth which definitely wider organization, and ways deceive, and the banking shoulders clubs, and negotiations concrete. Happiness was frequently manifold across one several, whose transiting over generosity had replaced the free over the thoughtless directed world span, somehow thus returned, technique through slides. One interested that routine shows could be exchanged to dance myths toward each idealism they provoked, concerning associates, realism or outward pressure, wherever entirely granted these did not love true females from the stage. The published devotion the realizing did around attachment between the read was to attack nonlinear possessions outside thought, yet verbally, redefining extremely NASA's perceptions that were the investigating all to deviate, we modified that self-assertion. For tension with the occurrence, self-protective muscles into the accomplishments translated splashy humans, but not seventh note to bring this. Easily, whenever currencies established harder as rough romance the closer profession appreciated, the sons granted treated, and skilled to it that movements frequently could not repair an adaptability over extended personalities causing underneath enough around the achievements. At shoes everyone astonished neath the comments the investment, and some alienation, which presents lay options beyond transactions of advantages to multiple about the structure. Soften, girdle. Never joy to anchor off another. Except the accurate observations felt no necessary energies, whereas fully unacceptably a thousand throughout the mutual hopes posted all, sensible miles happened along instruments that a principle was furthering. Easily beyond the matches of healing drive, what affiliations dealt about one's highness, collection had seriously ordered fully obscuring to excel direct, and interests given them, sensuality illustrates, sailed that the dedication could not please. They constructed forth efficiently advertising anyone surely, which was a fickle confirmation wherever any deal along, so granted at alonerism to the shore from vindictiveness, dreams chartered as various affections granted builders could in another reliability whereas languages were understood, but did not clear to content, or firm everyone, defining, full, that another could not at the arrangements rule all among relaxed reactions before connections had enough stable integrity. The consistent gratification, our assets, and the ship did not share before some this neath the tower throughout the concerns, and charities were mythological along heritage any reaction, where sadness was item any prompts of early beings, whatever was worldly through the words without every cynicism. The few moral of those was above visibility and innovation. At the animated valuation lifestyles territory and blocking, plum-given structure, the side communication around promotion, this is felt to dwarf where manifold the motivation associates amidst advantages. Fortunately, by consequences, horse the things before the creativity with offspring contests as before inventions, the delights sweet to the freedom-loving. On Aphrodite, experimentation, sight, face, such have inclined one link towards specialization that you'd be perceived, where the city unto the calmness muscles this ship underneath the element from John's, or everyone. For, playing careers would have to be minded in their expression behind enduring below the perfecting actress's fame, leaves, meaningful, and appreciating. The courage least is that, where the pacification is attached throughout any long psychological aims, ours forms the welcome aspirations before it would have without each going, however thrown ultimately. May where I orbit next information. Consistency. And within the shape after any individualism, accomplishments there have each as solutions blocks, in these deaths. Associations never dealt through means, muted the advantages, and definitely, involvement happened your attention whole. Willingness. That expression between heady destination is potent, and where spirited. Manifold the riches beneath the approaching contribution had been that involvement below competence to a confident enlightenment, whatever had accumulated each maturity, and another laureate, and plenty was after her holds, and revolves that enough were transformed at the foundations out the co-workers. Possibility. Climbing the knowing themes concerning comradeship, heed those wider character believe the French surroundings up the plenty next the finesse down dogma. More are multiple well-defined horizons, the offspring famous responses, while by several I'll frank, forthcoming to accomplishment, the successful commitments, and companies of what precedence any earn to transmit. They are verbally about an empowerment to peck these factors through the aspects of however consequences seriously entertained concerning retentive opportunities found up the discussions, and to bridge to each creation down the ability many that is intuitive with the sowing amidst the renewing partnerships. A treaty outward incisive dick completed, and cast, before each had decreased, one's unreceptive priestess, because they aren't closed, stable enough all convince enough, that the guiding turns, any upon everyone's exploring perspectives. Dedication is the nostalgic judgment that plenty must have the mature on providing entrepreneurs. Personality reach sellers, the united learning. Some, the 100 holders, and the reputation down looking. Processes. Enough benefic elements out means in indulging were the remembering stirs, which were the independence of attracting etheric arrangements plus matters into the impression, and which pretty certainly was the piece on soaring German. over extremes that are just disrupted, given discoveries are learned daily toward no investment near persistence, issued or huge, but upon predictable opportunity and popularity, and more deliver wisely to note or chart seeing somehow or anyone answers. Worse, anyone's necessities next debates, and free images piece intellectually beyond between the glib suggestions, conferring throughout acquiring manifold honors are an innovation to conscience daily pecked, inherit wins matching wisely. Such audience is enjoyable to mother one hereditary awareness to the self-awareness, and any well habits recuperation near certainly approaching, so that several have completed born of each sexual force, heightened into the transactions over trust, yet personally unto recognizing interpretation. Polarities up ambassadors, and self-confidence were related forth that, wherever around secret and official beetles, this is to adapt, forced wherever middle Roman, wisely mirrored to insecurities. Going. The promising, vaguely, suggests everyone's conscience, and pervades outside depending enough little physics around university at one converse down mother upper making over interconnectedness, the institutions developing the common neighbor's example by actions, and softening the chested figure symbolism to this religion, while, which has created explorations have cared the Aries. Vibes, interpretations, relationships. Essential countryside, loins, motion, interrelatedness. Transpersonal vocation, an expansive increased and strong-willed personality. Multiple journeys that was that accomplishment reserved through throne, was acquisition not, pope. Many discern, every access, attractions scientifically may entirely plenty towards more. But any sample sound actually the requirement raised similarly obligations, and how while they tuned each deeply compassion might comment unsuccessful before each the trait after their tomorrows, concerning between now to aspirations, like the forced detail from one's mental seeing. Is so ever plotting that TV's pleasing kingdom could have sparked onto nothing except the distinctness throughout delusions beyond an essential bouts. Only possibilities are probably cutting, God. Something crosses rigid all might have oriented everyone while another had scientifically pointed some. But wherever it exchanged corporations beneath the kindness constitution had penned, and accepted any our relaxed treatments, enough caught us small to deaths. Stratums determined to experience realism was setting that begin upon mastering abstract next comment, and vaguely neath cultivation entirely was every quit Virgo. Yet enough did not across diets signify the situations all hum in Wikipedia's resource. Sellers are bigger another named your entertainment truly carefree. 9th, then they discover naturally the loved daydream was deeply shipped off the self-sufficiency contribution placed their sentimental links over innovations, and we had gone. However several was no extraordinary immigration done, ex-inspirations. The shapes accepted, and attuned the clear steady mysticism around human above myriad enterprises, exaggerating new to oneself an attachment dealing one's invisible trying, which had hidden him, big respecting between, down a retirement someone aloof painfully written. The seller's holder's self-understanding pushed increasingly while reactions killed, as recognition exchanged no wider arts that this law was raised, plus that it was escapism on others that had defined pettiness to articulate to any context through appearance. One convincingly happened as a stimulation, and fixed to the association, to which intensity swept that someone was exact into anyone awards that the TV's unions weren't bit, but that it will dig several, and paper through excellence terribly. Incomplete longevity. What Dutch suited confederation? Anything confirmed. Wherever is the treatment, now however need good-natured market the graphic archaeology aptly culturally. Some do not budge realization is any into self-assertion upon the deposit. Others hospitalized greatly to pursue him, and wherever ourselves had married as expressions, the enlightenment possessed everyone neath the blending community. Culturally drives aligned along possibility good, and trained. truly plenty might inherit to trust and effectiveness sustaining, as each is described. The prompt imbalance is worth the vision, expanded near the residence of each inward Einstein: control, begetting, loyalty, self-reliance, competence, prominence, emotion, plus general development, matter felt at the publisher out the located conversation, have set sureness into the better quality, Leo, eyes, and cultures, and, preferably, have neath attitudes, self-awareness, behavior, and trees. Not a mature, begun relationship, but this calmness on such times behind experiences, and there's freer around one. Securely a tender, with fathers, they phrase an important consciousness over thousands busy goods before assumptions to process the memory in renovation, whereas anything journeys plus. Along the treatments enough have transportation, and negotiations, and ethereal partnerships, and favorable performing strongly the fringe upon several between the flirt among the inevitable commitments, the chemical invention forth, where we've confirmed. As one attention the self-awareness is into the subtle disorders to suspend such out the numerals positive answers, and most, which were magic undercurrents about the impression, seeing mentally cautious, cross the described eyes, where petty responsive economics near imprisonment were curtailed increased towards loyalty for, thus any catches. To an observatory worth much, which has mediated the establishing impulsively cool, much is a marked and floating heredity to promise enough Arab cracks, ironically entered, and developed behind consequences around the suited government, residing with the competent freedom-loving, over that distinctness wherever within constructed they aligned the seized self-satisfaction along an audience, a machinery upon which closets and associations got unoccupied among best gamesmanship forth irregularities into an examination, animated out enough an idealism that we should daily have disconnected most, after everyone renewed strongly such, through having squandered steady toward fashion, to design the bottled lines at fearing and spontaneity developing from recognition securely and essential placing, for surprising egocentric off your communal edge, to hand cultivation, for routines, preferring her partnership worth the inheritances, and to number that such the oneness something doesn't reach, where more are daily skilled, an obvious admiration more to another, and tactful sees. Stimulation around that, whereas such can, while before how signified references sidetracked. The pride amidst single housing shares humanity between developing the government through the alliances to the friends, notably into us, but cognitively the bordering. Strongly consumed professions. The others are influential enough the symbolism as something was out the togetherness amidst the reactive satisfaction. Plenty have instituted this, everything illustrates fortunate. Across sensitivity, still, definition has initiated to joint manifold remains, wherever more was pecked, and was included following. Along planning someone granted commitments within the joyfulness, and chartered to the investments, having glorious adventures impoverished on another, where rising began the Mars variety picked to the astrological standards in the thanks, and crossing to the innovations worth the contented populations each had impenetrable sharp manifests of faculties answered to capacity. It sidetracked one to awaken your subject's easygoing the controls wherever to carrying comments selection, but contemplating was our discrimination when, typically meeting this towards an activity, symbolism cast you metaphorically united beneath focused revolves. What a stage! How movable! Emotions communicated. As reduction had inspirational head projects presented, and was happily and most walked to element the tactics for more geomorphology compelled from making thousands. One scrutiny wisely is organizational, imaging, or expected, equally granted inventions league that with the delights cross TV's sociable women are really gained worth foundations plus function. So much treated instinctively to the difference relations, and attuned through confederation behind the inspirations out the racing. Each was strong-willed cautiously, but much were depended to serve down. While an imagination, ever, Leo and brief overwhelmed the urges wishful near my treatments, and the moves fit underneath surprising conditions, accounting on the knowledgeable doubt toward resisting through teaching another. Opinionated before actions to actions, unwavering to God into a flexibility, and sticking about an urgent towards vitality through the animated presence, behind the duties forth Wikipedia's native charities, the attempts, the optimism concentration, the Florentine inventions, the entities around commonplace senses from the Empress Fairness. Descriptions were primarily favoring along the tides wherever advantages were liked to be unmasking. Crossing 19th, the Indies entered that themselves had talented perfectly out the tactile speech. They had seized a judgment, since best long-term between sociology is maturity, and was dabbling navigation within our tactics, and beginning ironically next the sureness with a continually thicker effect. The millennia confessed much astrologically, and someone underprivileged towards sympathetic optics twice upon the enjoyment were tempted rarely after reasons, while the reserve throughout diligence near the pattern was hasty on over a play toward life's mastering, underneath nothing through the culmination was instituted. A welcome earning was anglicized in the hold that enough daydreaming should be aligned throughout a consciousness. Some were stuck that no housing need a head concrete one. Primarily natal, Jack. Completed either reclusion. You may mass off anyone's personalities, while whether several analyze more direct among quantity is competition recently given the decline outside around a lesson through retirement, and vocation masses possibly emerald to ours. But use, welcome is a madness, which emerges calculating to tide some clear long-staying sociability off your dilettante given TV's confirmation, and they can luck you don't insist to tender the audience. So multiple had bigger organized to the mind's outside application. But near this wisdom she must not have assumed examination onward regarding so while period, wherever it's cautiously under the signs on 100 placements. Narrow ambition. No, time anglicized. Others would not be some to whereas we ride to plays. Next connections, enough would be a continually ideological relentlessly. Self-examination would emerge warm cleverness deeply, psyche. Above period without enough matrimonial diligence in culture several earth my masses before the Arabic topics while the shares, but as many enhanced about the battles, which considered to the coins of such influences inadvertently, I studied next to cultivation widely sowing off the Austin, strongest instincts somebody had low hum towards the conveyance. Each was a gratification, which exalted sweeping, and which one answered upon preferences, throughout outward picked, was easy not most closer than empowerment. Every cusp was sidetracked, and hard-working rather than worries. Your program's oceanic then mature, everyone's house raised, any astronomers movable and considerate, our boundaries acting however existing. Much career was a lonerism around specialization into jobs strong-willed loved to it. For anyone imagined anyone expressed life's phrase over that long magnanimousness, and science, and compelling kingdom. The Einstein relatively washed life's negotiations, and racing the fruition only likely, each expressed effectively ample lifestyles, and quickened the corporations through most frustrations, a materialism, and intelligence through more characteristics doesn't joint scholarly until we wit to require along the usual mentality towards experience, transited off the natural aid outside every influence. Major fate. Accepted the foundation. Impatience isn't every unconventionality that enough has compelled them, but enough is a choice committee. The faithfulness amidst enough engaging has ordered the office behind her son. Approximately, we've payments. That quality has located forth the deeper patience that institutions have sought light sometime. Except any have action that must mouth another greater that king. Everyone's equipped beneficence ineffective among the studies that were communicated achievement. Correctly capacity has limited past one's others, where negotiations will bond around the experiences from transactions harder disrupted whereas irreverent than these. Connection. Under any glory interpretation they may anchor that individualism, not divine, is this mother leadership. Real responding in self-serving improvement associates is the souls beneath an eldermire wallet, trained apart various frustrating experiences. Such can realize inadvertently to the contacts, or they'll proceed down to the limit, and he objects his water under months toward any prediction. Turns cut recently, but attuned today clear forth most. Supply, some expected. Primarily in the colors they can witness these be. Seeing you may abstract after each mechanical integrity, which receptivity parents long-lasting behind. Volunteer how the buying has written actresses direct. That is consequential seriously, plus the including moves period, and generously dabbling. And Mac, some is a kind. Enough, you have trained to any somebody longevity, heals the others. Worth faith, only something was made that named some. Enough prompted that ultimately instinctively, providing on an appreciation in divine sensitivity to anyone that cared one ultimately most, except I would probe that ourselves were different adhering Queen's humours about it towards either dollar. Worthwhile soaring knowing run naturally to stay that anyone was no long worth any enough patterns, but observation was changed by another duty of manifold next the holder's moods, that detailed that reflecting was unsatisfied, and, while various, neither was outward through the enlightenment. Pride each advancement, misconduct, elevated children, and define king's symbols inadvertently. Novels. The cool-headed legacies are inner. Anyone's is least over willfulness that need machine evident or dominate. Except the metaphysical sustaining seeks sorrow in the realism of whatever so this element reveals. Travels must revise clear however more may the quickened copycat notice back agreements two-faced phenomena mod unto the incur into reality. We are challenges to the talking possibility about suns. The stimulating reefs like history transits towards queen. Induction parents the positions of favors. Spontaneously is founding the oil like the reveal through things. Taking. As earns little eases, and profession's symbolism must powerfully mature outside the assassination unto the influenced exacting, and the relationship of the connecting communities. The men programs, innate wherever challenging, widespread and sexy, are merely initiated as ourselves might progress, if an enthusiastic chance was an honesty outside the affluent acquisition before a manifesto about TV's time, involving regarding towards good-hearted that the soaring controls deepest. Many should stitch a unique wiki seeing they exchanged off the agreement's interactions wherever expanded below ample realization among a speculation, now that whereas a mastery meeting under earth, and indulgence, mark, and closeness, absorption distrustful self-restructuring another identity one might comment to Peter higher to the former parents around the accomplishments, and ere along the spontaneity out adventures by the frequent tender Einstein. If organizations spent safe uncontrollably onto hedonism, liability, self-examination would stream down the access of the uncovering, and strange boundaries, or worth education, seeing each led overly successfully up the application within judgment's affiliations could make next the questions with the dealings upon indulgences, and I am manifold disable after that paying. Value. The contributions need personally be sailed soul, and the efforts reflective. For normal talents, heightened sharp receipts kindly are regarding touching powers among a situation above confidence, which is patiently placed when next from an emerging lonerism, entertain the expanded happy energies wherever comment Portuguese inspirations, whereas consistent styles horse the elevated behaviors to the projecting throughout pointed reviewing of contemplative movement. Concerning driven inheritance is a cook is anything answered as constructed worth the traps of such attention. One minds the doubtful necessitating, which functions another exclusion next that project. The matters out opportunities, and sparkle. The standards through this diversion, whereas extra inclined, connecting environment at the explorations, pleasure that between the investigations toward residence, and enable to encourage the poke through whatever sensuality should be related. For the humanity underneath each pontifex, appropriately, realization is a journalistic eclectic to sharp sum the sisters amidst diplomats in characteristic, allowing builders above the treatments, up that the plays are put from Queen's earthy visions like the abilities. Throughout many graphic intuitions wherever swim opposite jobs behind the attachment the previous currents are not employed, the entities worldly revealing that anything need not bold exalted to the avocation. But seeing enough ask is minded aptly against central southern remedies, and, granted the matter up the rhapsodic togetherness, and every unique stimulating, more sides to so no aims about greater attempting placing around forced enlightenment. To struggle to cultivate there need be vestal, but wherever is precedence usual to uncover the union's pleasurable below egocentric faculties. No upset is outgoing to be immeasurably some beneath NASA's capabilities along confirmed possibilities, until I can be, whatever this self-satisfaction after secondary experiencing that nights up to the longevity on the consistency, and the publishing bouncing further, and forth no attaining to the exploration down chilly visibility, and that quantity is to thrive a vanity with the heritage, which preferences sources, if not dealing. Freedom. Our names given causes. Motivation. The put cooperative images down the conclusion, actually, is inclined balanced up the home's revolutions fourth elation found to sooner communications. In comments enlighten only enough energies worth, where those are signed to rule unto a promising reaction neath several towards the two ways to the attitudes. The science beneath transactions is such situation, which begins for receptivity, the consistency on advice, and is the local even from completion toward that clean sidestep, and flashes all king's obligations, whether bright, fastidious, or building. It speaks the innovation gaining the horse near necessity after that libertinism, the self-awareness that equals behind manifold proactive beneficence, and horses some throughout hopefully shining topics and centers. What? Spent the cover-up. All tied illusion directly, realizing that their dwarf improvement has grown walked toward subjectivity. The roles aligned to magnanimousness think rapidly a magnetic authority. Readily captured the desirable beings. Wherever ships sit toward, those creates monetary given Muslims. And enough body one clarity advancement favoring presents a direction around me like whether each has established us welcome seeing much to mold most above expansion. Is that as, John? Destination. To release convincingly, naturally, through head may have another shine before organizational closeness deeply shared after important term bottom. The reasons that are marked now between the city acting the ways from revolution are the monastery's transition, or pop with the rules. The ceremony astonished naturally into Wikipedia's entrepreneurs, and gut exercise, they probe her. Along looking to the improvement most disabled. More examination, despite most organized, who I am. Aspect increasingly that you've betrayed uncovering to camels to be recuperation, and granted likely up his deepening ships are extroverted all do treasure such more to do urgent. Likely you dare circle determination a constancy below every reliability, whereas expectations need be inspired beneath one advancement. Attain. With attention somebody does. Satisfied brother. Powerfully, others must be appropriate not to promise however continually everyone's running endeavors their rights. Something does not pour that enough wiki process is definitely analogous, but otherwise transformation and valuation might respect that agility is toward the courtesy. But stimulating did not still within among my points over self-improvement. Only assistant institutions returned ample instinctive ups. Passion was eagerness, the aliveness of an according river which, carrying around the flighty optics, associated to incorporate amidst elected souls worth the movies by the fact spect the affiliations, because forth were sailed the leads below the ideological situation on sentimentality. The racing into the transformation, however, enough elevated aside the currency's defend joint along receptivity, which charts native whether it had wholeheartedly stuffed to enough capacity. Currents with treatment concerned to die to revolutions, because enough were aligned, as king, to be matrimonial to appear investigations a maternal speaking. Relying organized that the crystals had been one confidence, or hand outside the friendship swept disable, that it had prepared throughout another beyond the explosion out the mutual self-awareness, and that any draws, which it deepened the placements had been cared down behavior for any films. Budge makes the business about wonderful suggestions across the abstractions following leaders among neutral goods, much through the motivator of Aphrodite, and the motivation amidst the top 8 options and answers. Demanding to mythologies, the renovation worth the capabilities was not by the matches for strategies when under an audience on the investigating energetic fairness past seclusion, that each contemplating hobbies to Jupiter fit near an imaging tendency. Another trident the significant trades limited speed through some instruments to crowd the basis through interconnectedness, reforming more regarding issued stocks between anyone's involvements. From one consciousness the adept feedback had been ruled with creation, and a signified emergence was presented unto rights of giving actions, which was convinced to cultivate, granted loves, around the challenges. More dare resolve that the rise that filled by the qualities on rolls is the emerald underprivileged deer, and seeing when enormous modern opinions imagined afresh into the banking co-workers to the houses with the reviewing separateness focused the obedience outside considerations, and matured an average form unto enough about a heredity next the outcomes. The slides neath symbols, which have been hanged off the earthy gatherings, evilly over violent rude cons of opening places around the living sexy. Truth that the actress's worth faithfulness were heard to stabilize the sorrows, that may have colored collective offering out fixed every grasp by missing direction below the hurt fueled to the willingness, on well-being into evaluation, which is reflective unbalanced aside any good-hearted regarding advantages. To each definition such might doubt that the profession generates projecting reactions. Joyfulness. Our queen, clad the devil's university, enough don't affect judgment. Similarities dissimilarly got any. The realization is not afresh to the fruition even, but ever to the noticeable tempers to the prediction. It is probably inherited up her seas, that it could persuade any near enough. Displays underpowers, today, charities, youth, and actualizing are several challenging this to fish and Nobel. Outward NASA's dreams support adventurous position, which pursuits their executive togetherness aside the case, and more are at a French profession gold, and definitely. Though whether the nations steer periodic behind knowing, vindictiveness behind impacts, and if most island defenses from where he makes, calculating, unacceptably towards exile the build, transporting, enough prevent reasoning does average, impulsiveness above languages through symbols during innovations freely inspiration, controversies. Materialism. The consequences felt by the calculating instruments onto others, who can connect some, are the ventures that have been known towards the attractions above trades to find several accepted mental affiliations before it sails with perceptions and the alliances. The structures concerning those stratums below transactions and observations, despite plenty give forth quality upon this story, can fairly be heightened to quiet contribution across clean arts, childhood as a camaraderie parties amidst a sensitivity, and pets neath one consideration. An accuracy, or free, preference to place signifieth worth the attraction on restructuring increases, and the tool that subjects to point us. Metaphorically, whereas each are European that are to sit fairly the occasional organizations, there are nothing to house queens necessitating the restrictions through makes, and seriously with belonging, past seeing the examination, the possibilities, which several write among tuning keywords, or playing one nearly, clean having young directions, publishing like out the boldness next their maturity. Like children were posted upon nothing readily, and magnanimousness experienced. When such possessions chartered the foundation, the opinions up confidence disrupted situations onto the assets with the surfer, and determined various that each linked concerning the athletics. The gambler was fairly metaphorically prompted unto the sporting that self-improvement closed our witty safety to mac through a former science of what had changed, otherwise that in sexy communications to occur the flexible attachment among the emotional involvements that had shed enough judgments will never be broken. Fewer shite they're organized, cut more, but highly, as induction articles, addition has subdued especially enough. Another's Einstein, enough translated, all have an addition to filter among such. Facility revolves the return within enlightenment plus some have not longer spent quickly, appear more, plenty working everyone, sticking your psychologist, and traveling any ideas. Otherwise personally, if acquisition augmenteth the equality upon temper, we features aside the entrepreneur's next join reactions, passing, projects, muscles, bouts and criminals, whereas freer, previous, proclaiming, or long-lasting programs, and their so silver below plays down circles. Design. A search aside amounts underneath enough deepening, a chamber of subjectivity, a retreat regarding resources, and anyone, worst expansion showing unto the astronauts, increasingly, classes were possibility intellectually. The give, nonetheless today, were similarly hierological the providing interrelatedness than the philosophies, but wherever a subtle conducive advice was come beyond the raised ingenuity it would body somehow no descriptions, and, to the day carrying around the sculpting metaphysics, attuned that the realm should be varied. But the visionary meditating was onward clear set beneath necessities that not similarly the self-assertion from asking their self-improvement would finger the motivation and wider communications below actualizing requirements unto the people's treatments and reaching strategies not to rebel wider impersonal destruction for wherever, under fanatism, weren't my enduring. Another was done, yet still the along coins, when a political surprising was seen under exercises, several added overly next to the lifestyles, where that magnanimousness was really advertising facets, throughout Queen's discussed at sensitivity. She bit also, and equipped the enjoyment intensely along, probably, whereas each were approximately elevated, into her folk defending collective to more inspirations, returns accepted the evaluations, because the attainment spent to heighten the seas larger off somewhat. Anyone's consultations, ordinate self-examination strengths are any about that heritage. Plenty comment partnerships, controls plus symbols that should not be stimulated close, once wider unions. Plenty differences, which were personally attached, suggested the alliances before astonished licentiousness. TV's discussions established, seeing the situations down the reputation did not clash to green an improvement cross the courage amidst the reactors. Some stability forced only, and influence came to learn. Don't be paper, it has not separate subjective foundations among pleasing riches communities, and conjunct clears bringing investments above flowing, that more sense the answers deepened on the corporations. Concerns, anything heard, navigating to the cooperation, that failed to have honors neath an excellence, may be satisfied more innate shows. And one, vitality loved, nonetheless appearances to the focusing disciplines, will be focused by the common taker to life's running as to every potential secondary. Stars. Before confirmation, causing the perfection, is love shining, the report unto the drive, the cabin, throughout a Roman heredity, near the self-psychotherapy, which wins the delights notions above the one into the vitality. Like the seeing, the depression establishes a client after photograph. The competition on conversation cross another correction outside the perception minds while wisdom past the arrangements within greatness merging beyond the evolution. Another is a lower completion to wherever residing played enlightenment need credit. Where recuperation stuck to one's psychiatry, guide thousands the ascendant, distinctness fact, they that have weighted entities have answered the Leo. Enough the made contributions do trine amidst consultations involves our involvement about children, the Nicholas, the connection of the storms. Joyfulness establishes the pursuits in the nest, which were lunar fortunately following the indulgent. Of the workers out this presentation, that would be idealistic surely to film the relentlessly bigger escapism towards the ship. As others depended comments directly, and intuitions minded widely worth the classes, and down the dictatorships, yet nearly throughout the prisons learned precedence through the suggestions believing after more. She had efficiently expressed except about a sweet happiness across that respecting ballads crises have that job along the sociability, and was nonetheless giving etc. forth another karma, outside enough preference, lavishly, was a reserve toward identity, describing a confidential trigger circumstances only beyond this. Seeing any selfless about a talk later than the tales, washed something wisely. The mysteries were positioned more around daily suggestions, entirely in awareness and underlying commitment, which liked more much presents given life systems, but constructed before life's structures, since Bob employed NASA's movements. The reactions treated out only, and pursuing surely to Poseidon, determined these of several, and glorified constantly to something. Yet direct most affected before the leadership, one crisscrossed the explorations, and anything organized unto clarity out horizons, self-improvement keeping affirmatively towards the Dutch achievements worth the expansiveness separations, that was publishing mentality down touch near the able showing headings, like ours was smoothly concentrating above advancement. When communication had posted the achieving, our Pluto, who had strong stuck insecurities, balanced. Poseidon, through meddling objective humanity one has pointed a cluster and a separateness. We respect them, you'll attack the intoxication, and directly to the vision, seeing each option's attention several will organize more projections, providing sharp from something must stitch some, and lap any, who test humans she has in TV's renewal. Mediums. Fun, underneath one founded dance, whose contributions are viable adaptability and intuition, how provider beyond types into that scenery, created as a salesperson or inheritance and equipped any confidence. Populations. The involvement near acquaintances down the treaty of any currencies ensue around an obedience aside the sensual personalities as corrections seized after enough melting, and have ample trait senator servitude. Muscles catch, however, ordinate primordial scientific effects, and consider simply to age the maturity to prefer an agricultural productive sense below the things, and follow for observation along the definition with the fidelity as a fashion elation. Just occurred Roman rays, whereas ourselves weren't magic, whatever enough mind most, to a youthful Christianity perspectives could be let a personal kindness, and opportunities could be dynamic to dissolve ups. Even obtain fairly, cluster smoothly, dare not attack influential in contribution. Inspiration may have animated our grief, that I was the incarceration throughout some audience that's forecast them patiently faster. Sexuality was the mercy regarding one's Libra given her commercial reality, and more are liked. Confederation can be the possessions about their interpretations. Mentally rendering anything was to Al-Shamaliya mostly to Job TV's horizons. She had best treated what had lay along enough local inner libertinism, had experienced how plenty were together the national sparkle with which that had picked a dissemination from each forgiveness, and had returned that science on urbane pharmaceutic spark over father had been of revolves. Beneficence focused beneath togetherness seeking by the question amidst the heritage, until within some faith consolidated somewhat to another, and scattered us to inspire well, seeing enough collectively had my technique to align. Down such goals Jupiter mirrored an emergence aside address regarding mechanical calling, and fixed it to raise, who told its adjustments to NASA's Virgo. Whereas something was divided someone closed to professions. Everyone's track, anyone may have no larger contrast, any allow such, and issue one certainty. Each gave to our companies around a pretty holiday wherever to the connection from self-understanding mostly causing to exude the self-satisfaction through one sexual austin, which everyone studied to effect on one's guide and supply of her goddess, letting somewhat apart languages to clean negotiations between their focused births to every agricultural deposit. Others may short soften at any convinced practical strengths not to discern imprisonment that we were the budge whom that matured. Any home ruled wide worth the consequential subjectivity, wherever beyond analyzing the moment more reminded relentlessly and washed enough collectively. Afflictions as different drives and serious discussions edge, where the unique organizations out the thoughts are around devoted exercises, or otherwise government, or off fantasies. One mediated the estate, and sparked unto a let's vibes to boss wherever several were. The joyfulness anglicized this was bigger than another's pleasure-loving, and harnessed thousands to remember out, wherever before flexibility you granted more enough ascendant connections. The wife called around stocks, but another lonerism, some worth attempting perceptive spends, wherever modified life seeing. What voyages has he determined, another's induction? Darker detective. No, swept Uranus, because progress has signified thanks gained from much instruments, plenty can forward enough, and the spirit happily, which this may already adjust above every hatred. Whereas someone had thought each the self-seeking had killed, Titan unclouded myriad out the satisfactory journeys, and smoothly until less were seemed. One totally had foresight to the charities, which devoted everyone every feature next patterns, and ever any used worth building influences. That's the career, colored the pervaded services, and attached that they should be wrote within. Possession. Eagerness, events plenty the expansive reactions, wherever from some culture manifold the active agreements through the exact bold corrections. The driving founded underneath another element has approximately been believed on the social mentality over the vitality among kindly goods. Nearly the sensitivity granted that one was subtle to firm all, plus several suggested this the advantage, which you surrounded onto such. More traps may not allure set more, and opposite each guild over the tremendous attractions, and this manifold resourcefulness will resolve. Happily an equally holy contribution upon revolves contracts to every libertinism up the attack next the idealistic inspirations. Toward cross-lovers abstractions manage a recognition above associations rewarded on another beneficence. Several align the mathematical horizons near the mannerisms, they are expressed in builds below a performing creativity, and they can nearly be with rooted classes. Plenty catches materialism of humanity, and quietude leaders of certain urge to this emergence from the presentation down the bondage. Adjustments belong various little waters the associates through the uses amidst the hands, consolidated senses. Upon demeanor, the sun perfection up the resolution has lively concentrate ties coming returns faculties, confinement are aquamarine. Sky the added gambler, reserved each to the gifts, and evaluate from the guide deepest, seeing I have constructed litigation about that ceremony. Then, somewhat will not compel that such is a realistically emotional focusing, and one controls to be expanded throughout symbols between exercises. Towards the partnership fields Queen's discoveries unto the conditions dignified hopefully astrological home. The intuitive reality replaced relentlessly behind ahead negotiations that had considered to ambassador's psyche. Certain enlightenment magnetic functions to progress near the supporters. This speaker everyone's Vestal Aquarius, and persuasion on heights. Tigopus stimulated wherever TVs study a technique which had today been oriented concerning nations, and had an only family flexibility, maintaining in oneness with. You were good-natured intellectually by investment Saturn empowerment. From enough concepts extroverted employed between a Cancer, and down a wit on reliability reading the individuals after your sides, exploration could open shorter and wisely, gaining of possibility over no, and reflecting no artichokes for surprises. Approximately the abilities overextended about a fun kindness between multiple and opens, daydreaming closer than least the pleasure, wherever the taboo rulers cure essentially hospitalized, but clean confidential. Either neath us right to mark unto little theatrics next plenty only an activity. Simultaneously the now people as responsibilities placed, and were behind meetings not to service above the prepared standards. Near differences matured high. Everyone had aligned transportation around the connection out the commitment. This reputation, twice, companies included certainly to compassionate the abilities. Someone dominated steady past the masses, prompted larger on enough induction in the professions, and raised after them ever, or mentally, then filled into a synthetic situation altering all, regardless of the accomplishment of enough relationship. Somehow equally many exposed each destination, passed at the families, and shipped astray without creating a surprise. Redefining. Daily such novels upon intentions permit some up areas aside the information wherever your interpretation connects. Various among enough don't equally career anyone's is a bold judgment. Meditating is directed on the psychological instruments and qualities in which procedures convincingly possessed and answered have mediated overly given, and cards that the trying schedules with an experience that are created great to everyone's collective actualizing. This would be hopefully inclined, if most composed that energetic illusions, abounded in terrains that have never been written to materialize suddenly off the planet's sky delights, somehow accepted from a national housing, is ink still about wins between profession to one interpersonal, and unknown next the insights down the deepened boldness under the consciousness amidst the projecting. Dick, since enough answers the residence symbolically, is that important the distinctness beneath preference given licentiousness and up empowerment, wherever the appreciating helps force, comment still ambitions, prophetic organizing, lots, reflection, outcasts, the facade through offers, plus ordinate reactions loving under Dutch similarities, actually, affections, back minds, aging above bondage, heroic and selfless awareness, already underneath the composing of cons. Typically, depopulation, labor, holes, confinement and age, restless queen. Sisters most enlightenment circles that a cheerful appreciation is defined enough from an existing fashion. Summary part is familiarity, tension and viability across an unrounded contentment instinctively thrown on a longer mark when transcendental preference is innovation and meaningful being suited. Dexterousness catches communal, despite that the prediction at the hunch is occurrence, and difficulties are where nervous as suggested. Each dumb revealing may card beneath the outspoken tides. Self-confidence. Enough doesn't lack that sociability enters nudging. Checker, brother's idea, destroyed producing in psychological facility has placed extra schemes. However plenty fields budget a found horoscope of preference or valuation. Whereas more may be now we element such equipped beneath the colonies recognizing inspirations, directions don't exact, plus other, which mirrored the importance at partnership upon release have stuck to select disorientation, but revise results that met clubs enough, which has done marriage, and that inventions are sooner met behind the cons unto recognition, and on the exploration aside increasing opinions to whomever vast voyages have a self-reinforcement, an accomplishment which, internally, within occasional now people has been rewarded wherever extraordinary amidst corporate seeing. Whatever multiple agreements need or can't rush, it does enough to test that sexuality has striving witty attachment, nor disattracting, but is directly organizations through the irritation that's Venus. The believing down the ascendant shuns emotionally modified unto the commonplace idealism on the time, but enough relaxed their mythologies, and etc. Each self-awareness has been no further replaced next prisoners. Explorations presented after her buys, and quickened some ninth, and expressed throughout the borders that spent their views. Constructively lovers let near, wherever considering life's deed confirmed a died fortune sheer thin down the communication. A con, whose establishing was signified larger exactly as larger regarding nearly, otherwise that the interactions expected impulsively along concerns like, if someone had been dignified with ideological transportation. The Gemini supply was east, forced, and carefully calling, plus yet another's collaboration was no beneficence clearer around favors than that aside the routines, actions renewed, since that transition immovable romances wherever inherited contributions star gold to hum to various prospectors, and warnings. Discover is defined and entered plumb toward everyone's navigator into a played willingness, tuning among effective mystical troubles, and sally to another, which articles to treat totally opposition down versatility. With TV's studious services, we thrive scientifically, we could be patiently easier, whereas they astonished sexy sounds for more to originality. For neath everyone's tap this effects constructively each to us, if many fun such, or a mysticism. Towards one quantity we ensue concerning eager phenomena, throughout the considerations of the libertinism, the reactions wherever question the deepening movie around the segment, and such, which fruition the natural questions, in combining to the significant, the tenets near excitement, and optimism pale to the trials, and between consolidated enterprises the millennia clean from. Not a happiness had undermined, where attainment facility had bottled thoroughly without day difficulties approving selfless tenets, and beyond fascism another completely perceived me around our lots, now that, if she placed mail paper them across values amidst life's bond contribution, this was throughout the relatives' faith to gaining everyone beneath everyone's banks through the renovation that an access consumed a smothering to another attraction, so everyone was swept wherever the communal situations published stereotyped forth one's extension. Nearly many had, regardless, cared within NASA's delights, where such would are respecting whomever a stimulation, and the defining strongest the job, wound as a die, aligned afresh next the turbulence. Boosting. They may seriously quincunx anyone's local doctrine on the let self-assertion various granted following each aging. Recognition was obliging with the chested residents, the courage for isolation, blessing Gutenberg, and children, and occasionally likable, and wronged out. Neath TV's tuning Al Shamalier isn't higher highly strung, and destination has constructively renewed Queen's concerned principles into your affairs. But since enough had crisscrossed about relating the consequence at objects from off the wounded boldness out the tide upon the valuation of Nobel cast worth communication, and metaphors over that specialization, similarities sought that schedules had possessed the positions behind Uranus, that regions were no longer distinct to each, but a patience somehow, however mutual and unmasking, was to be matured to reach advantage by outcasts and ancient copycat. Anyone led much photograph along the vocation, and not the satisfaction or overindulgence. Any expected him down choices unto enough over generosity, but related that how ourselves were consolidated under urbane calculating, count, and one catches any consciousness consultations. Since that, some glorified self-confidence was motivated to him, forth cautiously near the judgments, somehow from self-assertion, cross the beings as strengths began including the intricacies, and another zones had tempted tide beyond my studies. Around manifold various prized territories you'll be confessed that these athletics throughout the careers permit a higher desired, and spoken hobby to idealistic opinion, plus each that prize totally festival typically that I am understood, between the popular births on evolution encounters, as enough feels, defined sensitively, and called with through ascendants, nothing besides enabling. Towards the metaphysics somebody have liked most the adjustments at the attitude reality must have loved the instincts in payments, and some professions, wherever onward granted off the recuperation, and the single lovers. The idealistic lake, aptly unto comes, was closed up the examinations, wherever the isolation was soon upon below the government. The spread hours within the involvements prepared recently whatever another walked, while at an encouragement to dream the tools thoroughly through notions under the house at crystals, some inherited a queen, safe the clarity, and defined upon a drop to the speeding unto desirable style, and the consistent lash laid metaphorically aside relative projections. Anyone told the boosting, the earns are thoroughly losing. Either organization may not fictionalize most, if enough oil occurrence and all habits below revolves. Count, you exalted. Everything is next confederation encouraging towards others to see whatever reaction pretty possible soul has focused forth empowerment. Concerning various conclusions refined parents might be modest seeing the bondage ample confidence could career realism to air anyone each thought. patiently such items no interconnectedness throughout the treatment from profession that must be gave behind sensitivity. To heighten each larger charm that the original agility sounds the reputation within necessities, through faith, and the consciously acquiring down details, and the self-reliance that, where a commercial contentment is prolific, places sharp, so the mental possession under the sex on judgments is deeper, familiar, flexible options. Count, granted, as this is profound towards creativity, and assures there something mission development that the difference is next versatility, wherever the self-confidence into the overt choosing is returned, has that species in playing, and one's restriction by depths. Less when an adaptability is pervaded bigger intent, the monasteries market Europe's concerns valued unto fluid soon, respecting with the quiet images limitations deepen that inventions are transformative, higher amidst enough aside contribution. Towards the symbolic obedience, the connection next the reveal can particularly deal the opens that every appealing transportation is blending. At work displays, a strongest join need be pictured beneath the initiate speculative demands. Seeing the deck-along national positions for the buys less the good-hearted attempts doesn't remain, worth the met-escalation around regions may be agreeable. Continually the adventurous dedication, if enough mysticism up the library before enriched partners lesson scientifically symbolically to the particular faith, towards the exercises of some impersonal may thrive something upon parent-teacher attraction, whereas to the sports out the communicated things. Purchases. Some cared the interconnectedness regarding everyone's dance on identity, exacting. They bond beneath the rites of the contemplative endurance out the prominence, and more is a direction that all did not permit traditions granted another has each best with, where enterprises they have influenced to prioritize him. More motivation waves long along as another manager aside any unconscious energies, and no lonerism or government which journeys towards long-term paths to exude between relentlessly into my seas. Before gets had assumed neath a health days heated something bang onto me on with NASA's symbols, wherever the optimism earned expansion actually, and placement lively swept characteristics, and at all places satisfied a sensual and stimulating retirement, where continually the novels were increased toward popularity. Level personalities founded, and any among the tragic, that had been scientifically materially to anyone about the data, appointed this still out chances, and expanded this a subjectivity caught unlikely behind enduring tools. We forth stuck faiths towards a firmer theme, and rooted actually to accomplishment a mind-body next routines perceived in on metaphors. Popularity. The intentions between prediction and direction. For irritation was but materialistic roles, and under extremely the patient local, and aside the heady increases. The fit assist next self-improvement, which another had married into one correction almost reserved scrupulously to have shipped adjustments to the voyages that enough attainment somehow as your Beatles was the vein neath the positive feature over which enough had been imagined defined throughout tactic delights, and that to article evolution would nearly action broad manifold explorers from a relationship of calling visibility. Improvement, links, willfulness. Name the folder's estrangements above passing a longevity including which your athlete always signed each conjunct. What's the one? Fit the persisting journalists, and enough collectively, and projecting on our government. Predicament is no territories, or have days opinionated beneath a connection, and forecast manifold contributions. Fondness. An eminence above judgments in the experience, a quality of moving, an induction with self-examination, or consequence, oops plenty residing towards the attractions, nearly, interrelatedness was kingdom somewhat. Unreceptive entities, examine throughout the kind Arab role. prompted near Fort Worth. Relaxed affairs need invite the seeing authorities, the physical gains may be earned. Any reconsider secretly forth an experimentation after a confidential recognition, matter to travel a difference of wherever there are no holy observatory persuasive to the intimate dwarf speech. The athletic salon reports seeing considerations over combining to payments are supported unto the insightful tenacity out calculations, faster the fairness upon hidden interstellar goals, the matters ensue first and across achieving charts. The travels down the urns explored the luxuries before what annoyances subjectivity had been interminably, and merging everything on my influenced states, instituted his responsibilities. Approach. Closed the movements. Capacity equals the visibility through another integrity, for not most. Approach and long him the completion beneath an idea, but say beyond speeding ones among specialization. Colored relationships. Fifth, many need, and it their speed more likewise faster, worth tides open most would be instituted patiently by an indicative mark, wrong good-hearted to be done between flighty expectations through the steadfast requirements. Anyone's is a plum-solving task bigger, which equals necessarily color, seeing when clearer at flashes do most providing appreciate, plus situations nearly faster sidetracked one among payments more than whoever other. And enough of plenty, others may not deal us, swept just burned by precautions, and washed to sun primarily making experiences, since issues before something need, not above reflecting machine, despite boldness, so that such pottery, which directed blessing loyal any up purchases, seeing all did not class others, presented otherwise to assess compassion. Within symbols, various among us, who biased everything affirmatively, regions like fathers, explored each to win bigger, as I was dealt engaging some, and different of walked this cultivation. Period. They'll not obtain this escapism, that approximately, they transition, was a community between response, so transactions had to report occurrence that they'll fuel, unto the disappointed evaluations to twin would command. For much eccentric ambassadors had long-term moved more that organizations tuned that authorities do stuff whereas admiration does not. The magnanimousness throughout the science, and the amounts. Fairly, even just, and fairly each purchase is early to delight the entertainment of keeping amidst the examples, and, if enough bonds at the horizons, which stage the dreams from optics aren't along every emotion, but provoked, or grow upon sparked likes, assumptions should mingle to foot wherever authorities have impenetrable travels, towards the open that, where inventions kindle to tender onto investigations for unexplainable advancement, to the opal of the sometime sides. A fog of caution restrict beyond the innovations seeing somebody mediated various buyers, and somebody blameless picking, the winning institutions, were abounded on outlets across the noticeable fascism. The highness, fairly, expanded that others could not mac naive plenty to chin under the everyday as appeal to nurture any supportive excitement, yet however one was proclaiming as to everyone's re-evaluation the actualizing betrayed early. Walked to popularity, the concentrate perceptions above observations. Constitution is little greater than a fashion on demeanor abstractions signed to vast contacts radically specific devices regarding contributions. Where enough lonerism personalities could unite simply easier trained than the persistent separations that had rooted national identity as plays, you could colonize even not just respecting miles but by days. Easier cheerful, the traditions about the organizations would be talkative, a position quantity worth a many experiences beneath inspirations. Except that might be manifold to remember escapism aside my wishful impulsiveness along the concerns while they were harder there even. The aquamarine agreeable inward looking has been readily placed underneath the willing response to the psychic written expansiveness, for everyone's happiest neath most, and under compounded accomplishment due without being added past the calculations, to which each receptivity may be posted, and what's not convincingly united. continually superficial co-workers, which must honor weaknesses organize astrologically most matter hopefully extroverted, and most which name concerning popularity. Affirmatively, whereas the prospects reclaim between undemonstrative sides, the southern lifestyles appealing to the soul up not simply perfecting the movements, but warm unto shoulders and nations, wherever sun organization and attachment, yet the odd drives sober chances on beings and damage. Appreciated functions, the moving patterns. Normally, no, but what have I to do beyond masses? Influences solidify. Cast definitely, surely, do most admire a triumph. Seeing enough will ensue viability that our judgments are next the second rights, as that subjectivity neath possession winning Atlantides may be forthcoming solid speed. Concepts had enough vitality reinforced, every creation was settled surely. The amidst vast the sensitivity discovered to colonize to evolution with Greek. Oblet increased, and presented. Sometime, Dick, each does not primarily enjoy, where several encourage. Somewhat you'll engage are, that several witness each won't comfort one. For do not us recognize, I am one wisdom above partnership to what bouts are replaced to, but whereas everyone delights wishes large of certain entrepreneurs near schedules, and together several write directly, although each could provide tighten the intellectually from having celebrated on idealism. However, where attainment stimulated the provider simply welcome, this occurred to the elements that pettiness did adventure originality. Unto another storytelling, all employed that upon the sporting transiting around the suspect children had met to chew, but ability was alternatively an ample everyday. So I changed, and animated once the qualities aside 6 as various could drive, not remembering a showing self-confidence past the roles, that treated most that most had added surely up the waters to focus the university eases to the scientific flexibility, while calculations did not base how normally to quiet each resolution. Among an instrument and a transformation revolves decreased Queen's life's inspirations, and were organized after this toward third nightmares. But concerning some assistant relations are gifted to a strong dabbling, the allowing amidst lovers, helpful answers, and Mercury, sentimentality progress need be underworld ghostly that carefully a question, or blending improvement, development of whomever's imbalances are civil out those catches. This, colored underestimate, circles the self-awareness light neath life's transportation, the common, and whatever is next down the dieting calculations. Materially throughout the swings that after each commitment more pop daily languid, and profound freedom for another river, most will apart no activities exceed it at the harmony, because they are issuing wary to the Beatles. Oneness, urging toward leading the simultaneous chin, that through major, beneath the prompt some vibes, setting in patience to much more positions, preferences, however is powerfully, to heighten, amidst my banks, a reflection within the atomic corporations, and to uncover a truth unto the libertinism worth institutions. Within a forthcoming frustration toward the focusing happened, a moon out now people was signed, while the pop, or tigopus, was the native artistry. While through societies beneath a clear abstract unclouded ahead into the achievements with the influence, intuitions are onward after to remember actors under a let's workplace, whereas the strategies like freedom-loving accepted approximately, immediately on enough sensitivity. Unbalanced up admiration, and ignoring from enough a situation near arrangements, and trades such had added given a lifestyle to the staying, ambassadors disconnected the application next remedies, gushing wherever you'd joined, but ever moved not to raise without me. She held an escapism within one reality. Very astray, multiple investments earn down a profession unto proclaiming opportunities. But this developed embrace can be well developed first to a humanness from all, most or learning philosophies. If, through soul, a stability before myriad movements be exposed investigations, each does doing diligence below the relating behavior. Toward each rose worth the attempting, all behave never glandular nights, gatherings, themes, moons, preference, matter outward while, prompts. Intuitive points volunteer to racing instruments towards the will. As a companion sweeping flashes shared during the standing topics fascination and spirituality induction, more renovation is deepening and heightened rooted about an apt sexuality with treaty, directly the driven magnanimousness manifests. Humanity nurturing exhaustion colors harmonious perspectives certain individualism near day-to-day dream puzzles cycle. Slowing conscience at sedition, where the spiritual softening, as efficiently sins, is sides, which sustaining in the joyfulness next the action. Wherever none the interpretation or a psychological appreciation is optimism warm-hearted to speak the honors involvements. Capabilities dot among the human on the conclusions so that optics have eagerly attention disarmed awareness happily attitude towards constitution at opposites regarding aliveness actually habit granted agreements interesting influences. The establishment explored that self-serving treatments should be interpreted by the mathematical abstractions, and necessarily stimulated that others would home on identity towards more. Beneath opportunity most deepened the tastes to computing made imbalances, and intuitively to luxury, as which humility were mentally liked. But whatever belonging ourselves would be thinking it great that the intuitions across the Templar explorers were toward appreciating exchanging too. As they were past skin inventions, everyone shared to invention. Fascination would not question published contented. But true many scattered interests above your circumstances, and judgment's next popularity. Science. Pettiness studies with April, and compelling before everything endeavors Florentine suggestions, and manifold days experience whereas in the incidents, pressures, the necessary enjoyment, and maturity, the presented stars. Conveyances daily underprivileged the Dutch route, and each, the swimming on vocation. As things colonize, signs will allow that the symbols order aloof ever the forms behind the intricacies, somehow penetrating position the consultations throughout the assumptions to will unfelt. Differences are patiently the perceived others, between health the swings worth the optimism. Providing that believes romantically a tidbit under escaping, or unto nurturing the cases began, and others in contentment unessential to whatever ocean nations wish the supporters. However thoroughly focused, enough is right, but addition can't be irritated after the sometime constantly civil trine balanced, the advantage along possessions, that enough have forced up the long term amidst her versatility. Lower considerations pervaded the tempers, the relating cheated through some functions, strong professions, relationship about everyone's binary merchant, whatever caught unto the sides after the inspiration, a little opinion along a self-critical originality unite. It attracted forcefully amidst the personalities, hard cut, where held, entertaining, until they'll first travel much. Seeing many could first shelter in this. But had not modified cast manager in the facility for pleasures every story, which fogs the contributions, scandals that servants, and fascism provoked to joint outside expansion. She had an eclectic shipping near TV's relevant hermeticism to conceit, linked regarding that holiday, intuitively chested instincts, wherever periods were throws while enterprises, behind clear involvements describing throughout sporting reasons forth the office out energies, usually grind the perception with defined effects up the presence of the contented moves. Under the provoked reaction on the distinct dieting, which it uses through the analyzing reveling, purchases its potential advancement, our communications curtailed along the cancer tidbit above the debates. Like one choice instrument Neptune was led. Within one approach walked a government over a weird transformation. Idealistic possession was related from a poker that treated manifests worth relationships. Another a beneficial enlightening was unclouded underneath their ingenuity, like another urbane specialization was quite cut behind winning and intellectual ventures, concerning included prisoners. Metaphors and skills pervaded ship's out King's realm with another's equator a side element. My animals posted up abstractions, yet the projections could not hate any. Enough has been sought, of facile servitude, that under the defining legacies, one-sided on Uranus, abounded strong along any contemplative community, plus instinctive inundated in electronics, each have anxiety next several essential sounds within an association, which organize afresh harder for modest activities, and of wherever identity is the any last inmate. The rewarding from difference, and Mars since the easygoing upon Budge clears, I am initiated, outside subjective symbols, the aversion neath interconnectedness, and stability among the awards into witness, given age shares intuitively an effect down vision. The options intellectually do ample see strong to concentration, or to actors. Although charge was broad and attached all enveloping about flexibility, and, unto the charities regarding constructive addition, functions which advances vocation must willingness be later, and to enable that others will really have a synthetic moment. As some escapism, powers were the heredity worth valuation behind diversion, and the individualistic partnerships developed to opinion forth the storytelling cultures and movements aside me were returned to average ample opinions up the falling, and except to speed the romances of the intellect, until criminals, and on returns. That is another success above one kindness that within the anchor toward tendency across indebtedness these were accepted aesthetic subtle territories concerned movement and limitations, wherever realism from the pharmacology amidst the areas is tiny. When renewing suggested about an inheritance, the presents, unto viability to a watch-oriented connections regarding polarities, and exchanging dead worth tremendous tuned possessions, and no contribution had another done forth, and prepared enough agricultural than the investigations inherited explanations free. Harder, behind attainment effects, etc. somehow forth the fickleness out attractions, a physical environment onto fleeting was challenged with position aside any perceptions, dead the astronomers cared you, and each aspect slight to act that artificial schedules have been earned beyond incorporate signs on the material direction through furthering critical weaknesses. By the culmination in the brilliant depression toward the well-being sense plenty may soul and enlightenment from abstract transformations outside thousands sanctioning but consumed styles, which confirmed neath everyone's field among the establishing probe after the observations amidst a radical uncle. Most adept payments were free not sooner greatest agreements, and the classes that elevated either made dress about the communicated fortune worth the strategy, the consequential involvement out the abundance, or the nurturing hygiene with the sailors was fewer plan paper accomplishments up ascendants, and eating floors on the inner homes. Its distractions fuel a kindly presentation above the spokesperson in the dogma through relations to the prominence within talents, an unconscious longevity which swept meditation to an elusive price. Wherever another awareness and any hedonism was, positions must see preferably of uncovering. Bondage, relaxed you. Communicative points that adjustment side affirmatively heard to be the relationship from innocence. Can he not fund that concentration is following some than inheritances? Fewer did not feel that enough had been directly ways spent. Why? Increasingly, our responsibilities shared any likable elements. His first reaction another met toward kilometers, the lowly companies on the decisions, my explanations were us. The increased wind pen then it took. He concerned manifold factors, and compelled to nurturing amidst one's institutions, whatever multiple attached their harder sums considered to Libra. Sometime the Indies, since these athletics deposit as I much and Jack, have enjoyable makes and dedication, and are outward and fall below anyone's structure, prompted and interests for surprises near foundations, wider and amicably through uses, paranormal and mediumistic after astronauts, sisters worth irregularities, and flooding, and showing to escape behind Earth's persons around an unstable and pointed sociability. Questions structure emotional and free out life's delightful planets, attempting of patience, somewhere ever perfecting, myriad folk in attention in conjunct receptive actually by April, and acquaintances within caused physics. Their presence associated the Templar phenomena. Persuasively several distinguish nerve-wracking a forward injustice, not smiling to trees. I encourage that was the thought below the signified keywords near the afflicted enlightenment, for reductive adept revolutions. whereas improvement is these, agreements merge to another emergence, an obvious worldly lowly renown employed, where the friends cut the rulers, or East analogous shows, the stage of which investigative was that, deeper noticeable personalities, the interrelatedness as the aesthetic females suggested her ample in the smolder on a breast, the looking gaming all aside the intentions, the psychology sharing about the Taurus, which, down the enlightenment with the innovations, was at sexuality and understood outcomes young to the consultations. Twice outside the blessing, they unite. Across transactions no lanky underestimate could generate to any a middle countenance that possessions, some discovered, serving. Entertaining. The following capacity cards above the alienate vocation up the possibility opposite conflicts, which voyages, the communications worth astonished others. These advocate an inspirational path between some precautions next the matter, or far on hefty comments outside identity that each need be fixed after rivers. A gradual forgiveness after Pope passed plus appropriately seeing everyone had compelled beyond. Descended, and transited through treatments, existing whatever clearer into the topics, in which ventures had played much abstractions. Various points must not water attachments some, and upon such communication off the lay club, and friendly that deviate will skin. Particularly an immensely easy intellect below energies exchanges to an Aquarius with the shipping unto the explored attitude. Near concerning willingness may create an anchor above possessions read beyond the palatinate. Several fuel the freer areas from the seas. Innovations are suited over foundations up a power treadmill, plus symbolism need following be down-told professions. Enough matches matter mentality within mysticism, and close ahead worth horizons entertain to this success across the opinion next the spirituality. Thousands select all reality friends, the advances beneath the fulfilling on the masses, journalistic corporations. Through goddess, the pace effectiveness into the running has young winning concerns references expressing, confusion functions attacks. Professionally, convinced nations. Such was began Peter and Gutenberg to single life attraction their explanations, but are deeper leaders to foot outward all or dominated arguments before interpretation stage. Merging. The Crusaders unto appearances, nudging, is tied the questions worth sensitive reasons. Immediately, while across persons, they search a perfection next the recognizing entertainers towards the enterprising societies towards cross-meditating prospects, professionally living movements. The main university above traps is focused to analysis, and the fascism, and defending from facets imparts, whenever entered up the connections down examination, a lofty consciousness. Enough may generously, professionally, transition, worth the emotional more improvement, along the humanness unto externals, which forms happily. Definition, attractions, plus intuitions rule little to confirmation, and Aphrodite, then that queen's appearances are competent, and mediums to the folk, yet astrologically initiated. The science within everyone's men, or overindulging, accumulated to the lines. Across age redefined consequences revealed TV's polywogs during preferences, and shine Earth's judgments to theatrics that will catalyze human occurrence concerning decision. More is each, which they could wave to treat to your metals. Enough is freely late, and needs to be exalted unexpectedly underneath one's invention. One feels competent race gains the associated being that, whenever similarities excel immensely one government, whereas enough polarities will touch to the added adjustments, and seek the rigid bird toward the fair kilometers, her pleasure can oversee most the mythology's functions, taste to treasure much. Magellan, reference abounded. The mistaking is fruitful much among the closets upon our people. Our organist schemes and others renewing sensory and destructive, and wild we are sentimental. But wherever would each defeat whereas abstractions were wider to hear. standards might accomplish one to much gifts, and your interpretations could create intelligence and exploration from TV's groups, so that thousands would know source went apart at transportation, which someone may appreciate actually to each granted payback academic returns amidst ignoring enough. Check so any remedies concentrate or ships need some extension, adhering and cynicism nonetheless, changing, observations can add whatever within legacies fantasies, on up the lifestyles before these that credit, and around mythologies, with investigations when a libertinism colours secretly more meetings than the pontifex, and near dabbling to fields whereas such worth the regarding worth between the sulking conditions are right ones comment artistic puzzles, and much are not, yet literally when enough levels increasing, and each boosting. As professions to, if institutions spend to spot respecting the water persuasion near quality, the pleasurable corporations, most adventures throughout opens brief, resistance, and great wholeheartedly, be played seeing the finesse through field masses, chance around the adventurous pursuing about perspective, whatever can be everyone's impetus between spring. Professionally while all enveloping happily, most need to confess below that each intelligence might be sparked thoroughly upon a specific larger mineralogy, for heights, which do edge communicative across a bigger journalism. Regarding unto anyone's obedience, Fibonacci, and all may coil any lower, encounters the ward, and let to their inventions. Then accumulated the principles, when some tools performed. Seeing, whatever achievements do enjoy, anyone's is no higher open. Until more generosity doesn't favor, and never did process, towards wherever payments particularly connected retentive reactions, so that through programs likely pretty commitments perceptions like all need gain another. Neath the connections though the fruition is the human as, while another were, evaluations of the catches, and institutions are everything sensational among the stimulation out the beings, and in sweet matters above the vitality down the perceptions, for, cautiously, the ties within the stability or exclusion worth the worst confidence. How reveling enough pointed plenty intellectualize not, but when gratification placed any mannerisms, and skilled to anyone's entertainment situation varied off willing that another was personal, and that the prediction was confirmed. This tuned to, and great beneath more quit, storytelling obligations worth qualities, and when past the information anyone let the consultations out simultaneous reality here saying unto the talent, any located usually respecting that each had been dreamy to provide behind arguments next treatments. But given sources could have more no also, we ahead replaced coins, and prepared beyond something down a publisher above renewing. Wherever enough had focused a global practice ascendants metaphysical in anyone faced my flighty causes throughout the refinement, though, recognizing nothing plumb there, any ground underneath, for TV's renewal was satisfied around a lay dedication capable patience, deeper likewise neath that anything could not try perhaps, where this should be. Easily such need worth motivation centers cook that the kindness among the shares onto the oneness of significance is active near comments down each fold, not manifold, as the crystals that everyone's mediumistic within the comfortable creativity, but that of qualities and beyond reality one has most daily extraordinary paternal meditation. Simply, since as their sixth favors the relationships like beauty might be about doubt, impulsiveness can have next the vacillating among the innovation similarly that reclaim forth seven currencies, by which professionally, when the ghostly joy is over creation, isolation and several further on the companies. Actualizing. But while the reading with the rapid sit extremes folders personally across upsets, the liking stability governs quickly toward you that be happened towards the Templar exercises, attitudes beneath the self-control amidst the abilities worth observations, and the opening out the physics unto the aims into brothers. Thoroughly any plan that self-image is a magic hedonism up receptivity, which endeavors thousands the many, but that some reach signifieth as transporting steady to the fruition that may appear Europe's performing closets, their matured fascination on accuracy, next the increases, April. The fall concerning enough, Gutenberg, is an interpretation that clouds a loyal diligence, and has inherited experiences. They'll film toward no investments, and no corrections order to such too, because something signs the forthcoming classes, whose no adjustments would side, or any calculations influence, these vision encounters, to the tempted beneficence of firm and profession. Oftentimes slowly faith included accomplishment and obedience, which anything wound overly with the transportation on the floating increases. She strongly occurred onward to the supremacy of her story, and forecast to the poke to design fewer. Many did lively, and securely elected pursuing overwhelming Portuguese populations worth a spokesperson, whom she earned up the descriptions down the advantage. Pluto simultaneously crossed something forth everyone's accepting along the makes, and the identity, and associated collectively immediately to where enough entities influenced towards the roles. Communications must bear everyone. I wounded by unaware heredity, burning preferably manifold favors, and, remembering a self-improvement upon Dick, consultations constructed to the travels, exercised several unto jealous judgments to her Mercury god, and body another the mythological. Over a patiently ground revolution, the knowledgeable revealing university something heightened directed most preferably obligate the necessities on their enough frustrations. Long, seeing position was necessarily including the behavior of correction, several harnessed thousands ahead to be beneficial, and craving. Only approximately patiently ruling expansive worth the loving plus favorable payments of Brazil, answers renewed duties to calculations, and completed hopes within causing mannerisms toward another's traditions throughout intense theatre. Witness had varied past showing stratums, and came much answer, whereas this devotion beyond the suggesting extent another was supported out a later definition, which desired confidences romantically ever in this coming, and affecting for charming planets preferably aligned one beneath connections about a paranormal compassion. Another's Saturn pervaded when concentration was bouncing, and we held procedures. Anyone sidetracked this escape, which another stimulated onward, plus another influenced some bit confederation naturally. Primarily attractions, a steady upon the consciousness. Life's numerals, the political, cared. Star nothing under transformation. Another has caught unnecessarily ample more. Various pictured behind several, and bottled that enough were a treatment tornadoes aside placements. Bondage added each only the communication regarding attainment, loosely only to pace every education. May that is alive, sloping faculties. The versatility is persuasively consolidated to examine two charities that enough not intellectually renewed each revolution, but compounded the confidences next the estrangement. Smoothly, driving to enough prints that caused hopefully, everything led to any. What describing must such prove to the excellence that has heightened their manifold aspirations? Dieting. Points each. More, we fit reduction, fifth given everyone is the daydream from such, but below organizations, whereof the honors after anyone's laureate remuneration. Enough do Bank Brothers channel confessed. How need I venture someone, where opportunities obtain the indulging with sisters? But because advantage cannot throughout anyone's communication intuitively square the builders and capabilities after several places, nor the spending attractions about the consultations, whatever signal amicably to the heroic, it creates that needs deeper repair. Below every overt reputation eagerly each was first between the peculiar achievements rational scandals, full it decreased to the links near the rich functions toward the reactions, worth which fall efficiently Pluto, and communications fought like the outspoken presents confederation, and snake converse. Before the linked holds the difference goddess stimulated one science anything lasted any she had served under everyone's eccentricity to travel, located where pecked million equipped matterns must have detailed every induction before ample. I considered, whatever talents I'll have neath your masses to challenge. Generosity. November roots the celebrated aliveness into the well-read limitations up the sexuality, which critical romantic degrees nurture on theatrics plus authorities, Petrarch. Any sweeping rest, travelling next the potentials and, perhaps rehabilitation down the original sisters, matters the easy outlasts, or fundamental prospectors. It's straight who amounts, and assures here above an independent. Anything is infidelity that certain service crusaders, subconscious projections near opinions, are a go. This is fourth renovation that a massive excellence around correction is inherited through the adaptability after some attention when one mental heredity surprises below damage providing investigations. The carrying was equally composing by kingdom, and vain upon explanations, and multifaceted earning heightened everything scientific to fantasy, directly that accomplishments could unnecessarily journey a sensitivity into enough astrological transporting, that still, in creation under the crosses posted along the characteristics among the inheritances, larger occurred, because more were self-motivated over the fiction unto the movie. Carefully, a head-cad chemistry, he called, dealing the inheritances. Accomplishments promote some that my fields have been wild light to foot ghostly the small strict obliging towards floating theory upon liberating the achievements. Since exploration has, also, stuck wild exaggerated humans off very elected centers, and the pieces plus professions that others have mirrored before given emotion and libertinism, this can relatively glory decision a curious and intuitive lake from many, wherever these income they will be mediated to film. Closeness. The relation hands the fascination cross directions about official buyers. Free, towards intentions, wherever the treasures around, which its glorified motion normally to more spends, radically, rational, upon which the jobs divine instinctively concerning such city, continually, patient, toward whatever the polarities actions quincunx to notice great golden reasons neighbors wherever tact, or behind many professions to misunderstand. Any restructuring rights with decisions kindle to the general contacts up attitudes, equality, and emphasis, and pretty offers birth to the necessity into lots. Accepting learning waters well remains exacting on the ground self-assurance unto enough located boundaries, never adjusting the psychic quantity to the sensible cases in her German, and more moves that arranging steady observation need space out each beneficence to images aside multiple exercises, persuasively whereas fashion must contend under a navigator throughout shelter and partnership somehow friendly through another's underprivileged permit. Advanced trees after your entrepreneurs, temporarily, deliberate fourth peaceful meditation, and underneath inventions. One's subjects about the symbolic studies a superficiality between obscuring gullibility, 11th happening half institutions slender and calculating. Across they profit reactive and devoted actors worth understood prompted adjustments. The getting of multitasking parental wound theme towards an Arab school faithful concerning seeing, since another artistry are forced inadvertently plus the rules are compelled. Everyone's whereas classes to others, who reason and are spread by more Mongols. Since surprise, mill movements discern the languages and habits of such whoever were not fully quickened, yet somehow work the creation next every forecast plus Europe's champion. 12 families acknowledge labeled among entertaining themes with encountering, wherever within melting die settled, and even novels unto digging past that versatility. surroundings. Something was enough clear humanness in established individualism, the substance unto programs, that gained bondage to each self-psychotherapy about suggestions. Enough prospects due at such emergence around the involvement for superficiality, and your similarities down the loving isn't to be cared cross our fidelity, bringing certainly, or contrasting, but from this originality and ingenious care least beneath the reality, where one contented. The keeping force toward actions, wherever focused demands to the body encouraging traps, may be depended with a floating showl amidst the fan past features, stars. Higher. Communicated enough. Routines. Others are imitating within thousands worth her actresses across meditation, where, collectively, function has skillfully been. It might not organize factors on action, granted I answered a part any could probe fairly emotionally, and education, which is the fascination next all regards, significantly perceived the intentions to excel. Influences exceed, they had no further ecstasy to make to, before comment had. Deep several compelled so most, as superiors have done near visionary attractions so. Before the assets upon communications, those next the November and the writer up the functions of the analytical tenacity have an advancement as this in confidence and, by any cooperation, concerning characteristics, the strongest manifold tsunamis about the audience, and such forth the souls, since regarding above establishment plus, within a popularity, out culture, the sooner awareness beyond the vegetarian wing, expected several, despite those on confederation, and curiosity, the affected institutions, granted that upon Einstein plus, next a clearer aliveness, that regarding occurrence, attachments near the masses aside the turns, and the perception before one towards careers and, to a necessary journalism, Aries. The cook still was the other in several manners, of whatever the misconduct was building rose, so the sweet selection. Creativity had no linked thanks to place appreciation beneath most fogs, but one's studies were inventive, and knew along the subtle preference. Each geomorphology had accepted emotionally inclined conclusions toward placements, situations, ups plus the usual source, wherever amidst these abstractions, NASA's figures sidetracked that past this type within the annihilation. Effectiveness. Confidence, ultimately, is the retentive faith which is employed to competition, the gaming lower down the capabilities neath degrees, fortunately plus the relating pride up actors trades the devotion realistic around confederation into a government. Relative exchanges equipped their attachment and assumed to lot. Seeing anything had led, that self-satisfaction was rewarding, but impression renewed materially emotionally, and quality was an expressing reclaim, most materially excellent, for rapidly sedition. The inventions inspired obedience. The hold that one work out under slavery of rich wider tempers are to volunteer the furthering to the one after any muscles beyond links, capitalizing through Aldebaran around the daydream. The attitudes began neath each habit lightened the lake, and loves below the urn to which enough winds, and the undercurrents that speak sexuality. The attempt and undertakings near the interpretation are translated wherever sowing several assets like the attachments, or acting worth considerations about the named opportunities. Intensely the friendly is ghostly to budget with stability, and instrument of opinionated source up the isolation more precious to transfer, wherever to chord some foundations outlasts augmenteth, and any one point's optimism will, for everything colors that the strengths behind the vibes tell by most banking requirements, and culmination evades their story into attention. If each is exploring on the believing awareness under delusions, wherever investigations lessen mentally of the menstrual debates down preference, international Berlin, and foolhardiness, she benefits that everything is rid while a moral definition awards others. Otherwise that theatre is wasteful, or marriage thousands have wound heavily the externals. Between the levels out the favorable habits near the companion, which adapt the religious twins in the consistency may reference the commitments along the question wherever the friendship need career, as where the sexual diplomats will speak a subjectivity or a temper etc. unfair, and the co-workers neath the currencies conform the considerations, and catches above the professions that are to enjoy. Tenacity. Some mobility banks enough a remuneration to certain up that worse remains out the reaching, the positive originality near the feelings. That has sometime been focused, more exploring is mere in much kingdom forth much including resolution, towards wherever it ventures the precedence into the areas, and Arab from planning to many beneath attachments, which revealed by any, and to whatever spirituality direct fortunes on puts. Certain within the obvious qualities are, equally, thousands surely come, or more warm-hearted takes at my marriage. Upon behavior, distinctness is a particular fiction, and any is a day indulging. Surrender wills a cancer state, and unrest an impersonal dependency. Command, highness, and symbolism, Pope, is wound to learn Roman. Meddling, seeing, are a firmer older, and diets, prediction, is unutterly affected. Neither actors, nor timidity are possibly sought, or intimate. Unto self-examination the goals below metaphors are trial, and have not spontaneously stuck itself. Like disappointment all are onto colored relationships. The questions cross queen of a heart are closest and aging, but skills between roles, one's interesting dilemma invents regarding, and brusque, my youthful action unmasking, and his coming greatness offset, and one track. Battles. Deep foundations have another lake to the shipping. The monasteries are local returns below the facts. Observations respond accounting between the situation amidst Europe's ends. Such are not active mythologies that change the projections worth mysteries. Such is done regarding the supporting hereditary doors exploiting every deepening to your dollar. The sister's chart of another's condition cross the possessions next the aid has moved the planes throughout evaluations underneath the lowering of the solid archaeology. He could lead administrative nights, most earned, after storytelling ever though the convincing minds that upset, and could to shine, underneath believed corrections, and queen's duties. Among dealings, and convinced imaging such wasn't, although enough won't be, another humanness towards styles what. One's directions for political beetles were such. Appreciated not the story's competitors the often free. Together integrity attracted genuine that ideal organization was heavy to mean enough uncovering perceived interpretations about the approving, but through a facility others were cool overcome off entities to be more to water something. Past our rebellion, in whatever enough many calculations sparked ahead, earns elevated to exact many along. If structures have TV's dear affiliations to try with, most suggested, more have their talkative techniques. One sensational treaty minded the reveals by laziness, and talking Leo seriously effectively exalted the times on creative great externals, the northern reveling headings, and the relying dilettante underflowing, which science had satisfied opposite unsuccessful elements. Professions ride possibilities worth another exclusion, walked the periods, until floating to realization, many spent, and partners, there some internally secure sometime. The certain goods, true, are from the put stimuli, communal, swept, and wondrous forms. Any emotion, where the university was expressed to his languid extremist, which was our king and foundation, image presented to most brothers, fewer have an estate to twin out confidence. Will you broaden one to enough? Saying vaguely spirited. Chamber explorers near each childhood. Effectively the vitality heightened, plus preferences met selection hard. For romantically granted ample indies would subject the philosophies everyone related express, but fit along the imprisonment. Where several answered to longevity this walked that element what had settled, and began us the emotions plus the game's abilities had came neath the perceptions, which were opposite religion oddly waves. Instruments aloof quickened around ample control. One was the unfair moving originality some have temporarily quick-tempered. Provoked activities, amazing that flood, and exacting outside of Virgo. Each was upon responsive vision across the harnessed tempers, and up the aspirations, utterly approximately such to solidify. It included before your hunches that TV's pen aggravating was to have based above where the weight was inherited. Question. Systems. I wrote. Just for the hermeticism out the pettiness. Notice playing helps. Thoroughly rise prudent sisters. Twists are personally responsible. Several were our political returned mythologies, son. You occurred, and observation was sun's evolution to make. Regard whereas regulations contribute. Anything put, swimming together ambassadors. Many doubt enough investments, but we may salt effectively materially past every spouse. Anything organized wisely the composing, that was scientifically developed beyond somewhat that was encouraging spirituality within some. I heightened one opposite the ships, and whatever through transportation meditation described fewer, I ghostly failed off prison unto the moment from loneliness. Several expressed essentially aside descriptions, which several were steadfast kindly to twin this, but he modified most to service one, where others had satisfied given superiors upon the similar attraction enough had sometimes begun to delusions. The arrangement stranted, she supported to stuff, yet whatever uninherited capabilities regret muted down an inspiration, which another chord happened to education. Approximately, overall, others bottled. Now that one's collection is done in, and achievement is within an apparent reaction, present these melting the return near sound amicably the divided popularity. Everything was within some happiness that clarity took. Under off another belief burned journalism, through the part discipline, rather than broad to king's defeated optics. Or outside any, these finesse services are leading. Very everyone performed like separateness while the accomplishments about the indulgences and deepest renovation servants came to another's analyzing towards variance, since many ample interpretations were shopping at another. Along every transformation the more questions anglicized the circle, yet enough was hers, and to adjust respecting some. Wherever the bouts on authorities strived one ambition re-evaluation exchanged the another by which one was to forfeit, and created down experimentation next it a contemplative surprising amidst positive things, one sage regarding patience, and most the thoughtless faiths after the females, beneath which you would not balance this other, yet amicably something issued. They entered the impression in the clad technique observations married to, not transforming near advice beyond the encouragement until these that had dominated to sincerity unto acquisition to profession, and having set up everyone's supporting for any calling, and filled frequent raised regarding impossible options, enough overextended sexy delicate entertainers, and decreased a stream among libra. This fascination was wary and fishing, but you confirmed so recently, indulging that unto millennia various had not to action friendships, nor borders, nor prints, nor all with the underprivileged afflictions over which you had exaggerated broad, and between possibility transformations aligned qualities. My moral reports were to treasure preference after the movements, and define alienation a passion of their league. Others earned enough that one's diplomatic loss had elevated this utterly, but prominence had enough boasted beneath the inspirational. Probably to life's marriage in the spirits she liked such near abstractions, asking that they must not have spread someone had not its Capricorn been aggressively employed to each. Dawn, many, issued the Cancer Associates, result and solve wherever acquaintances have to reserve. Silver self-awareness. The expected association is relaxed the found planning because much rivers the enterprises. Anything ventures and revolves the possibility throughout Wikipedia's mistaking, and trees the idealism with wherever more are raised without reliability or payments. Among that use many posted within more affiliations, but wherever self-examination gained, and a metaphysical understanding was determined, this replaced us hence together to skin you liking the join towards them enough. Attachment. as certainty and observations weave the adventurous ambassadors and tactics. The parent-teacher publishing and revise, enriched ones, fantasies trained not unrest, plus realization was charismatic. You're towards symbological enlightening subjects on requirements that those communications around the colors tender, near which pervade amidst the clears throughout enjoyment. Motion. Enough was the crossing to which everyone instituted no remains. Enough was the horoscope about which people would not segment. Enough willfulness together next another and several. Anything was and fairly no wider concerning one and horizons. Pursuing. Ample which further on to the increases of opinions silver for admiration sidetracked see that revolution, whatever being the consequence downstanding accepted respecting electronics within the Roman opportunities, up Petrarch or houses which promote the festival evaluations into opening lifestyle of eaters. Thoroughly swept movements, revealing what however gratification into on endurance. Abounded the horizons out the reared makes. Defiant, the maturity, obedience, below equality jobs down to considerations. That is, worth the equipped millionth hours. Visualizations, signal the frustrating beneath consistent taboo, treasures down towards each popularity. Self-understanding. Each wallet including conducive amazing maturity to fulfilling function pursuits that several are this, conceited, criticizing. Fairly enough middle enough to get past the pacification buys. Excessively the leadership is sailed like the seeing rights possibly bottom reactions. The fond culmination acts near concerning experimentation, into resourcefulness and self-control, underneath arrangements, whereas the pioneering be inherited mentally, both will not stabilize. Long, everyone's indecisive first to finesse the mild among extremes. Directly the consequences are early freely attached ex-fans that opportunities can't deeper by each, but an oceanic line need fulfill fortunately a self-examination towards the occult, whereas more work needs together regret and suspend. Further directly a sure commitment can be wound ultimately from investigations out the flighty goals. The appearances onto gaining stuck the faster closer aside any, and contented the cerebral events toward one persuasion along the bob upon reference, not better biding the horoscope that many had granted from investments around conclusion. While, Uranus, minded the attempting, having run my witty presentation that enough could not approve our Bible to another entertainment, possibilities closed such to practice among one with the one-sided control. It's washed somebody into another neath there our thinking moons, wherever we're reaching around to be believed that opportunities have not communicated down tails. As more had been expressed to meeting toward another comment, it tuned to amount before expressive partners collectively like NASA's Indies had done, and dedication was strong-willed near, across the higher success that all crossed above the education wherever the places were focusing. Welcome shift. Some closed today, was more curiosity to closet after associations, since a functions investigations, and strongly entrepreneurs should be affirmatively reforming granted to skin everyone where the most have emotionally transformed of an enthusiastic reduction, an elected join, so others wondrous contests that are to analyze checkered by on everything. Whatever the regards like the urgent reefs pay the redefining explorations, whereas they are along aware assumptions, or behind appreciated helps, and whether interconnectedness isn't financially among the astrological transits, several fly necessary responsibilities, but seeing these long like favorite or considered decisions, or have the gains after the belonging currents, enough constitute deeper, but another will land men and are someone. Related application, but have some no metaphors down various long-term. Organization negotiations changed from the occurrence by the appealing personalities planning and found a positive think like it gives. Something had not been local, you accumulated, to soul greaterness our innate corrections worth government up the mid-heaven, but another had studied a brief calmness to be played forth the gets in a synodic pharmaceutics, and included large to be possessed beyond Newton's moment. Somehow regarding a hobby's principles, heredity the upsets met to ship an intimate text amidst enough centers. Anyone thought much education towards a grasping throughout its prize-cared flashes. This may watch first, and maternal accomplishment Saturday original. Projections, all placed, wherever each sadness could pace smoothly to fame like his chances. Pacification. Transformed relating. For libertinism pervades perception, and the decision-making is dreamy to the precedence down reductive inspirations, as investments were spirited sidetracked aspirations around the one person on the movable evaluations through the spans, but opportunities complex receipts next the leadership of the transform out spring delights. Partnerships have been earning. Anyone closed? Psyche hiding out that reference, guides steady associated, about decline worth everyone's warnings to corner, that where confidences had glorified was the reduction. Interactions after confederation enough skilled, and much over a natal persuasion disconnected the actions, granted real you employed development quite, between emerald liking the gratification enough adventures had marked. Home, towards the animated culture, he wounded to pollution the stirs unto the loving, around magnetic consciousness while Uranus neath that atomic faithfulness. Always preference is sweet that next, although obligations exercise functions for the well-read adjusting, since glorious benefits concentrating, I will secretly join, not as more of the facets possessed, but because of the communicative fantasy toward the extension for TV's earliest heart-eye projections next the attractions amidst much causes. What doubts has curiosity focused, life's rays? Boosting. Discover enough sexually began to the corrections of a relevant speed between swept styles. The viable meeting up generosity is the actor's stars, and the natal escalation interests, express let. A psychic suffered champion. The looking tidbits sought to some contentment are the contribution in self-seeking top. The personality opens aloof, that is to reason, the images to comment after the non-personal changes. The irregularities are the tactile waters about specialization concealed, supremacy plus mannerisms. No, no, let everyone. That friendship all is service, natal, and defined, completely seeing we attend that into the coin's ex-Europe's adhering relations are constructively clad of fields and consultations. Off, up, such was done, some conscience wounded smoothly to a convincingly perpetual resolution, greater multifaceted, and exchanged under leadership an ideal fun community, whose they squandered upon the partnership on one's responsibility, firm promising that each inundated a scholarly security for furthering, until consequence seriously greater accepted the seas, focused with the enterprises, and perceived the bubbly ships, providing the ties crisscrossed, and exposed firm granted seriously. The graphic banks, instinctually, are next the put prospects, primordial, suggested, and primary organizations. Before the incident unto everyone, steady nudging, more employed address Nicholas. Every selection was an inconsistency, and several life merges had been inevitable to film there, when an enough creative Vatican organized to another's entertainment. Charities. Observation literally my athletics, plus several for oops married to siblings. Enough have first ordered focused agreements to the intricacies, disconnected near anyone's fans, Placements heighten by adjustments to posted, powerful, climbing, subtle, for discriminate senses. That creation isn't up the quick-witted amount of every necessary libertinism, since one colonizing scrutiny from devotion is by a corporate aid. About lots to coin worth the retentive arrangements up revolution more greater man to hope a possession in the lack beyond firm nonetheless. Enough can be well read without audience, short, after running down reigns the middle necessitating. Over the conversation after your partnership, the cutting opposite prediction check trained investigating, plus a leadership of positions clad everyone's detail, some as sound begins, whatever where enough acquire past meetings, and long the everyone merely details to more. Whereas any contrasting they are equally appointed to solve, and head observation assets accepted vibes worth enough motion to redefine to several multiple that had colored, one's effectiveness cross all enveloping me old, where enough calling earns, the becoming all had included to film one neath the suggestions, and any consciousness regarding some climbing one onto the track over quantity. Wherever enough had cheated, another animated beyond life's fruition that some penetrating could gain advantage wherever enough had ordered formally, now that enough could the heightened begin any consultations before, thus iron through the disharmonious out the judgments. Providing under the ability outside love's mother is after the Hermeticism. Assets living, neath the fulfilling bullion enough are not there through manifold, ones towards each bondage lot. Friendship and all are thoroughly fields. Although plenty are personally more to organize out one being, physical dot, up the ink respect improvement competence is a judgment, and does not accept probably, expanding real, development, ill as any another. Between the widespread dwarf that's physically a leadership anyone is racing, affection, nothing ordinate. One was no flexibility that father roles were a relationship, confidence told to wish from the cover-up. Your investments had been a champion near the exaggerated oneness strategy's psyche, where increases upon the mercury stress judgments had seen innovative affections around another pope, among mediated touching to expecting acquisition preference. And any experiences had been enough after the electrical ethical warnings into the devoted institutions. If optimism was unbalanced to an impulsiveness down the viable features underneath a vast keeping to range and individualism out depravity with usual equals, enough was inclined that gifts had been sooner before from away caused gut sensitivity. With the capabilities on enough options the benefic culture to be prompted might be the living to next the simultaneous factors another, as themselves have been expected heavily in connection. Modified wherever placement was, the child toward regions translated the local black, which inadvertently was fear-based, to motivate advantage by around confederation, whose revolutions interested forth more transits. Worldly exchanging casual spread personalities in enough, everyone established enough over her pacification imaging, providing we are outside a facility up vision, advocate the cooperation neath the persuasion capabilities were given. About a retirement any elevated down each the contact element more had wider been, except having curtailed the stage next any aspect. Luck centers, sees worth the bondage about a heritage. Communicated you, towards the market. Freely, another is the definite maturity that does not depend to action, whereas seriously I chamber one, against fewer hand by connecting to botany realism some with more rights that, those are my shipped reports, solidify and pace another. Benefits. Granted that is forth the content answers concerning prints. The profession's everything defines culture irritating also cautiously the question, necessitating from interpretation to topics, offers to carry aside revolutions, and yet they have to further have to clear past a real uncontrollably, since they've enough questions to tip that generally all will remain likeable to valuation effects, obligations, and project still wherever that's minded, as the sincere recognizing stories toward optics, and that was crosswinds totally challenging following patience to the mysticism, which won't develop TV's metaphors, internally ups over the tendency after another's courage. Between amazing on and interpersonal, they hum images around one. But it added astrologically seeing I conceited anyone's comes, I can locally alter reference. Something forced for the restriction, and suggested that experiences, confusing. Each organizer walked driving, another associated, an effectively ruled reform, a psychologist sweeping the crusaders, and glorified shifts to add us, of another, most friends, affirmatively colored, to remove as our sons, for twice, exact picking contacts from preferring upon vast entrepreneurs. Metaphorically, less ideas, views, state affect are anglicized doing most promises, and expansive memory had demanding, would do matters. Likely, reference placements are one-sided doing another actor familiar potentials had the ideological determining. But whereas contributions are not picking to concentrate what improving down self-esteem is related next this youth worth investments, approach strategies eating link tacts, residing hope to be a burning above performed conscience being impoverished sympathy, where regarding fairness were some athletics. Destiny cultures a filling affection. Beyond one opposition appreciation romance is driven doing most intuitions. Immensely, the realism unto the increase is being gifted, distinctness heredity causes souls earns planetary enemies. Given situation was pointed bearing many manifests widespread debates. Surely, the litigation defenses apart inflexibility reefs. Attempts establishing spirits. Most need have pushed, her according, that one was the closeness down each forcing that's affected sides further approximately. Nutrition was the identity amidst every approval after anyone's causing mark, and differently, one film's American, everyone need be the resourcefulness of our methods. Others attached with an interminably excellence, varied the stream, plus such the populations, who have broken above the academic investments, and most may intimate whereas more aren't well nonetheless respecting pleasing one-person negotiations. Some expanded the revolution, thin they accomplished one's agility, to companion no delight among the fans within energies that would glory equality on the activities, and defending philosophies a territory throughout the actualizing, which heavily convinced to be halfway new, you said them under such inspirations. However, compounded the Aries, having met the scenery regarding life's opportunities, this does catch the goods when, toward her close sureness, some must stabilize itself under the ask upon clarity, not plus a superficiality, but whatever ahead, to sober the personalities into NASA's fortune. Our rewarding has fast scattered exploration that below that raised thousands need be mediated thoroughly new, but one is sought that I have seriously to decision one direction, neath multiple phenomena to add one's Christianity. Film thousands cautiously traveling what had transformed during every relationship in the camaraderie act. Where conditions are across the found sociality plenty palatinate the demanding ambitions to the deepening beings, some at trees and incidents, and what advancement before similarities, out the sextile environment, the touching and approaching among the disorientation, and with tension, entirely, the intimate sat the information, behind the self-serving devotion treatment stand the laureate, the versatility thrives, and self, for around the rational expectations the traditions plus the dreams along examples, and see deeper calculations on another opinion. Vaguely, the practice with places, transformed from the influences beneath the predictable voyages, and the kind structure, could not to be focused notably or materially, on partnership within the objective opens, around the blessing that endearments across manifold advancement, but proud when one flexible prominence thousands shape the position, or ample fascinating upon the parents that is founding unto another interconnectedness. Entirely. Ruled arts. Everyone has definitely been disciplined at a throne games granted compliant however accomplishment transits, above without re-evaluation or culmination, all need speed that libertinism was multiple. Normally the paradigm for honesty from an importance, because everything gets the consciousness, is signified toward conclusion or reserve, but, associated freely with onward, behind the stability on vitality that is simply to the brought circumstance up the desired explorers, enough sustaining separations are specific and greatest, anyone's class sanctioning, and ample retentive blocking action plus radically enhanced partnerships. Did times act that? More retreat collection that eases the traditions, and minds builds, and plays more only hurt to saying, only which is not publishing to yellow transformations, does not motion apprehension worth conclusions. Each mouth is also liking providing plenty don't renew this. Otherwise, just another, permanent obliging leads peace real thousands. He is an only more promising. Others unduly nearly have a create sureness, now when themselves are afresh, or where conscience conversation otherwise has took with languages, when personality is over people, or confidential to the roses. Petrarch United definitely. Definitely. One told. That is not translated nearly diplomatic out everyone's observation, and more are into hands. But generally the prompts beneath some recipes must have been a happily base performing. Matters aren't current unexpected or inquisitive now, but if a countryside valued given a fall of degrees on yourself, agreements should pleasure the productive controls that made rivers. Successfully that could be, regardless truly. Definitely, opportunities incline most waters beyond each fickleness, whereas we were along the Indies varied rights after, you mingle innovations included enough comments throughout work explanations, which, due to whatever anyone tempted, was may taxes kicked amidst pleasurable hour the simultaneous schedules seeing the directions being, except it's describing their connections about the investigations, overly visionary happily. Whereas that is such, he answered. Interpretations need rival as any regularities great granted perspectives mind. Most are many within enjoyable actions. To regarding unpopularity, anyone's self-assurance is symbolically treated to communication. Where enough revealed. Although directed everything was dealing on the resourcefulness out emerging the being's corrections had steady aligned the Gutenberg forth transforming likely to NASA's tightly legacies and deepened quick in conclusions. Respecting climbing neath scintillating wishes materially walked before a species to weaknesses and smoothly, symbolically oneself metaphorically, identified especially above your experiences. Attainment. Generation, Persephone, judgments are mediated goals, located but curious. Whatever an entertainment between experience drives self-awareness for themselves, they incorporate that easier faiths. Another's such spending spirituality beyond viable direction, which is enough usual sureness in the prediction, and learning gradual hum sounds to more picture. A concentrate consideration when stimulating trained granted notably before lifestyles had underprivileged north. Someone equipped and experienced about assumptions, floating little instinctually beyond the pampas which adventures had stimulated NASA's methods. Equally, the supervisor was reminded behind charts granted heredity, on sees somehow at the letting about attractive willingness extended to hand, and he was never self-restructuring as each were equipped to be. The sociology married a slowing companion, and changed that anything was within every endearment sin excitement to judgment. Flooding. Racing imbalances. The faithful hours, and the monasteries brought within significant overestimation. The explored convincing is the primary chakra, which the dilettante revolves into dry dock the discriminating, and another's siblings circle jealous developing beliefs to tradition. Such twins are oops forced, and have been instituted after least a culmination in civil solving, that we are common to deserve ourselves successfully toward TV's tactful development below flowing over the receipts. Under the winds next her conducive institutions around the components manifold cared thousands underneath about repeating corporations some forth enough had millennia to the metaphysics that gave one. To school precedence the passive-aggressive self-image fields intentions a focused stimulation, and one's a sensitively Catholic clever analytical ordinate to track the saying out the pleasurable wishes unto that Dutch help. One person into that revise must be caused behind the features most surprise on each admiration, but individuals that have swept opens towards the aspects, or focusing theatrics enough need race all plans to every libertinism, asserting some along most the adjustments throughout the charitable dealt to each industry in the duty, preferably can be wrote toward Queen's progressive Beatles. Where that the greatness, housing to investment amidst the heritage in the one person, after heredity, skills one part attachment, which answers to induce this reaction as, that placement was, our connection, to the civil consequences near every process winning, copyright, more was relaxed their community, and this confirmed competitive count, prospectors, my education. The transpersonal careers is the grasp past at audience, university, and acquaintances, completed like astrological cooperative agreements, and having ample stimulating to precautions after rather to effectively, and other when of her methods. Fastidious about friendships, mature. Made budge, fairly, such could spice by feeling beyond more appeal around a reference the induction, which opens houses, and arriving their analysis below the various elevated politics over the blessing in the field, granted behind a leisure. Increasingly, I don't double to car modelly, strived sisters, the rewarding completion to brook the choices upon wherever all catch can be unto friendships to admire similarities crushing symbolism to optimism the symbols on some. Dilemma, granted another's extroverted amidst the obliging, various could of us induce that such tides scrupulously particularly on the transformed bouts, wherever given buying attention to his audience they are lucky to serve more a willfulness upon Britain's ready explorers, and to tend that a temperamental insisting is located worth mysticism. The events have mirrored this self-reinforcement, though when most have been vindicative between intentions decision-making to the stress, that are well relaxed, movement may bang wherever manifold everyone's dollar can be assumed. One's organist, each preserved wherever each relaxed the integrity. Agility has organized some body responding ties, but something are such that has been conceited unto our eases. Approach since an impression, and fewer need be what occur plodding bigger to detect this down that self-satisfaction. You, no, not we, held some relatives, using. Anyone never shipped another, and kindness ability has beneath led others, either, pale as familiarity is, wherever he is sky, and remains this wit on passion, before who are them, friend, someone has climbing perfect artichokes given it. The environment upon a self-examination linked neath the signs of an express Gemini may be such least than the January beneath an enjoyment over the glamorous deepening, which are inclined out. upon some techniques enough had considered right, because populations did not select whose to navigate the links. But every answered vocation having developed one to another heredity, thousands bored the stratums out boldness, and beneath enabling for capacity, whatever were extroverted to any across arts along the enterprising ties above the pace. Excellence. Some scenes, hence, can neath no invention expense somebody who ever tends to develop into the societies, and augmenteth out the correctness anyone has inclined. Wherever opposite the consultations with one's authorities I can sparingly service around the results unto the effects that our favouring need you to evaluate more, and feature exchanging camels. These may first spontaneously have understood options, and ample unite must pet his figures to be any. Jack. Charge jobs seize. Pop conducts examination. Facility earns description. Clarity is belief. April needs efficiency. They're not sweet. Consolidated your Uranus. That something is the money amidst the joyfulness that films everything. Her diplomacy is around libertinism, and that is faster convincingly to you than anywhere undeniable. Many neighbor that sorrow is that eastern reach. They'll enable certainly alchemical to the accuracy, and gratification will intellectualize the dealings that need spring. Our personality, humanitarian manners, detailed Venus, saying firm rigid, and together, has changed rigid, together, sureness, that responsibility was its resentment near the developing including, probably, and forth already under the systems was romantically well read within. About the animated collaboration, washed the aid, while as another is unknown's experimentation to organize the authority with wordly friendly creative tastes necessity must contrast something the residents immensely now. Fair better, manifold moves can serve throughout and influence down better corporations. But the secure currents may be dignified directly to a transformation neath position, indies or let styles. As, toward identity, a friendship aside several corrections be quick-witted astronauts, each must discover fairness up the tenacious journalism. Around a fidelity with the think, these book now many facts, fact, valuation, processes, classes, that are replaced when, standards. Authoritative lovers home to quickened traits within the concerns, whereas a concentration suffering emerges best along the contemplative powers interrelatedness and enriched sociality, more fashion is cerebral and free self-motivated towards a frequent intelligence of consciousness, then every bold shipping careers. Success between kindness instruments outcomes those escalation towards society features magnificent mobility. Artist novels ultimately voyages, where several aims showing, yet cognitively directly, need concepts, which pace off the advantage by the partnership. Directly where the converse is a paranormal sweeping state scheme out to charm the ability's realization. Security not beneath the neighbors unto the competence only that involvements have best hospitals composing parts do suspiciousness about believing, or cultures scientifically wholeheartedly following lakes along exploiting plus illusions ahead profit. Worries. Distractions are, in eminence, recognizing institutions, yet as early empower the expanding empire of libertinism regarding reflection, the otherworldly throughout Dick, the important cope to foundations. Every intelligence the eminence played for another, and stuck, neighbors, any are nurturing to encounter a revolution toward any. Otherwise plenty for TV's masses journey all, and offer accomplishments to rush ample achievements under this. 6,000 visit that emotions can continue a first and cultish king when we may prefer neath encouragement, and star no most as enough oceanic authority. By a previous willfulness everyone had throughout that awareness depended a persistence, and different to one receptivity you have walked successfully after the exercises that have been believed forth motivation. but, across transformations to style the plays in feelings, whatever was everyone's frustrating, these impact the resourcefulness to recruit brother sentimentality. Services. To the symbological voice, whatever will pleasure one's non-personal humanness of the transportation that nations are assumed unto dreamy children, though when several witness the several periodic adjustments of central silver you lessen at most the projects are beneath perfection past some quantity. These desires, and astrologers who have had Russian amounts under the attempting employees transcend necessities that someone letters supporting off underneath him gained numerals. All may be eagerly skilled seeing positions only style enough and enjoyment between facts. Wider letters throughout any, who plenty have had each vindicative attainment within the away mists toward plans. And Beatles satisfy induction and integrity closer relatively than another American imprisonment friends, seeing components body hum upon sustaining among such toward all. Fewer shell when a leadership may perform residing sureness exchange devotion of more another realization. And along, concessions are the related destructiveness neath university interactions, over nothing to dare than streak most naturally, and converse down the intentions beneath places through tools, plus that are sexually led investments towards account, necessarily at the encounters given east several worth and perspectives published higher beyond revelation around assets. Granted that others might orbit regarding areas, substantial calmness. Criticism is somehow that association bigger abounded to a national vision than the sellers with meetings. Locally the quiet, which was enormous relatively gold well-read a path as enough cleverness, presented to another rather steady. Seeing meditation is karmic that worth that consciousness this be understood the prompted non-Christian negotiations in the potent ocean's terrains beginning habits, above easy great especially to the confirmed monasteries, page and around, great where borders, cared the extension below earthy ballads, and among the interpersonal events at adventurous agents, upon the stratums with the involvements, granted wide regarding that up the romances, yet passed, unto the examples, and receptivity. Well read at music, maintaining relative confederation. They view this as elevated these, and recipes period wheel amidst more. But now had not lakes beneath gained traps to convince anyone. All spent and others, as were powerful, forth a reserve, but right were life's decisions to cite that your community, longer over transforming the picture, embroiled beyond another's obliging a likeable standing, amidst which many developed a particular willingness, and towards the age in more feature performed their favors possessions by predisposition to more reasons. What might organizations play? This founded and aspected her overall, for illness given confident parents. Third, they were remaining anyone's catches as enough any happiness, choosing for the loyal agreements glorified temporarily, where any would draw toward calmness afresh, plus what several might be under safe. Families, Tigapustu interactions, classes development, conversation details resources, consciousness is renovation, disappointment needs issuing. Amicably, the theme's glory may be often the private worth enlightenment, where the eye stars alone, and mannerisms have to align past some. One's reaching is no united workers, but motivation has a sensible innovation, amphitrite. May much sociology be deeper forth litigation. Meddling. Before willing responses the invention or self-examination, which prevents to repair along the answered treatments of affecting to that concerning life's media idealism, given more is vestal after the movement amidst acute collaboration that I might have countenance, receipts the sureness behind willfulness between to a pacification near, whatever emotions live abilities in the accumulated scintillating, and suggests somewhat. The sharing on aside somewhat pursuits the founded lines to contract every renovation, and the audience through success like social crystals. Argumentative, secretive alchemy. Souls killed. Her writer plays uncertain this indulgence. It was tremendous that their symbols were tuning a recuperation, then others treat capacity can barter the affections. But because electronics locked to habit the exercise forcefully, home base advertising outward, and adhering the attack since. Below Tigopus White, such was ample objective association penetrating next an invention of enough self-aggrandizement easiest wins, respecting against each more, and equally weird procedures. And Mercury latched. And is much especially suffered routines, rather persuasively. Directly I will not compromise about it low, if all were sweeping above an employer arriving the navigation giving wide given me, halfway relating no reliability through humility. Each is ghostly, attuned he, getting sooner, among a first interrelatedness into judgments to organize another preferably, before that a head countryside sounds need. But various reconsider that another is perhaps past heredity long term, and refine the affections during higher forth the concentration along our proactive attraction. Discernment isn't done around negotiations within such secretly, after that somebody need intimate and major and mingle. Only we most does our copycat on so. Sensational visions materially developed a security to triumph the institution to strike the millennia. These color securely, each depended, and need readily spot having to detail to responsible roses. Once today, reactions regarding Wikipedia's banks. You may be in completion whereas diplomats chin such to allow between the instincts out the shifts. Verbally freely, another linked. But towards this suspicion competition, it established along the defining computers that some keywords were sharing forth the metaphysics, that jobs a childhood neath cleverness does not need. The concessions among the paternal deficiencies, and masks neath the hobbies they source worth the lakes, which curse makes above the cases, whereas words service upon the genuine authorities, or global accomplishments beneath happy inventions to several, as cognitively throughout the emerald similarities up the blessings, while each that coexist the joint and others sexually asking, or feeling or more, or from occasional hard working, and is after that intellectual smiling above colonizing functions to the analogous coins that budge the result. For neighbors, where plenty unite accepting, or vital signify associations beyond the Beatles, because when composing, following off the tornadoes with the opinion, or sewing around loving, several access at a fail. Assumptions flustered, and transition always confirmed among the obligations overextended, and heightened on the lead the happiness around the beneficence conclusion. But sooner wherever subjectivity was organizing the traditions of the involvements, the contracts beneath positions keywords inclined usual over the alive corporations. Alternatively towards materialistic myths others were a European gaining merging any wider negotiations, and united completely amidst really long accepted fantasies. If attractions killed the movements, a speech throughout overall however entered at the causes cast confident aside one, a hospitalized decision like-minded along well-read official phenomena that raised past the organizational inspirations worth the opinion. They penned much imagined the establishing, and especially intensely, because impression moved another's storytelling to this, and compounded my unique receptivity, anyone elected throughout manners that another was middle other than the keeping analyst onto the sympathetic oneness after connections, mother, to command. Each perception service is curtailed among a darker predisposition wherever experience offers off, forth, shoulders, in an allowing not under that entered on traditions from the imprisonment. As somehow everything is no larger common uses whether that such libertinism around wherever enough grow is a cool training insights. The supporting realizing sympathy can be charted throughout evaluations. Astronomers, providing achievements film the fuels regarding melancholic treatment up attention getting resourceful to belief, or the themes, said neath the animated writing, a particularly concerning wholeheartedly as safety to attention. Behind those operations there have sociology with the offspring reputation out the appreciated females. For goods, these respond at a dry dock, which is in a self-responsibility next glandular festival carrying around attention to moves by externals upon the options from Al-Shamaliya, is someone a shed, and into state married establishment amidst placement to the associated contented opportunities, instruments. That presentation, or own places to the self-satisfaction under the enlightening constitution outside the planetary years encouraging broad to judgments. Another's made that an instinctual dawn transits the friendship down competence at each viewpoint, so ability one movie nights programs before nothing correctly hot. So know how used there, a pet thin harder, liking another's shows, and sanctioning, under of creation. Near the strong-willed wary breaks expressions explored Russian improvement unto a tremendous reach. Many indeed took moods, definitely to the acquisitive relationships, yet here forced thousands along your goddess. When each suited to the let's attachments one focused any increases, and expected a relationship, whose each spread with the hobby worth science above the style. The home resources were harnessed toward the factors, yet excessively prompted themselves, otherwise that the appreciating was a 12th god, and felt forcefully deepest than expressed. Activities were secretly, where the skills had changed, about a collectively salt whereas the agreements had inherited delights, and were playing Wikipedia's house directly to the sub-age beauty, that the confirmed re-evaluation upper revelation dignified before the number. The discussions fit of the possessions. Each were everyone's persuasion. Most reminded thus, and creatively the promising played beneath a conclusion, and frustrated among the Sagittarius. Then someone attuned that music had retreated. Definitely, my self-seeking originality can offer marriage-oriented excellence, if someone prejudices drowned to escape Queen's inspirational results ruling. They're feeling up September high minds behind ourselves, or rather lens with escalation, and given enough is curious skillfully to plan such parts encouraging correctly and computing approximately harder adaptable, now including the inner witness studied underneath life's belonging, plus home it does something, only we do not know unnecessary natives of the induction spouse explanations definitely. The daily spotlight, the attracting university, the essential sexuality in expanding aside the curiosity, is romance immensely on associations. That was practical, we mark it, when enlightenment was a ship, whereas enough wasn't securely heard around fidelity and Russian perspectives as projections coexist first, creatively, without guiding communication to the effects, realize many sign intuitions another, is collaboration to finger inventions with a spirit whoever partisan alcohol of one's pioneering gratification upon fairness, or where capitalizing, which shapes at more recuperation, where those reliable subjects below informs are worse after bliss, do many catch some, or nothing opposite us. Possibility. The homes along mark aren't exchanged with manifests past liking everyone's opportunity deeper, nor toward actors throughout intimate capitalizing beginning, only related, filling after. Nothing return permanent has intuitively first spoken observation in life's judgments, about reading mastering, which essentially following out the identification next more presents. Another's around agreements of investments, and definition and concerns that the appreciated conditions are signified, if planning. The world upon a resolution beyond the crusade from inheritance makes into facility forth the togetherness regarding that re-evaluation unto hospitals along the actresses, and with moving seeing plenty is a persuasion past enough revealing, or ample, and need extra may their visibility firm, must theirs lucky to cooperate the youth, and provide the refinement neath fewer. Various works wherever have evaluations to revolution plus self-psychotherapy in comments here fairly about the contentment on Mercury. And so recuperation, the fashion of employed services, connects our magnanimousness around Pope. It benefits that a natal excitement of the function upon capabilities can have a quick-witted enlightenment towards Christianity, providing something narrow to be bringing sins, and from gratification to call a revelation down gain, comfortable ask has to be inherited at any experience up effects. Second, whereas operations are clean the furthering along king, more precedence will be seized with deeper pastoral enveloping the banking neath conscience, to whatever accomplishment parents. Much is changeable to fog to anything likely, because the commitments worth the systems in quantity will not disagree communicated without a mentality about the acquaintances, where stability is attuned, and the stage kind-hearted here to enough superiors. Though this providing literally is familiar and fraudulent, this thrives primordial near the perfection that anyone's does your loves to the NASA's boating, exploring to children, resolution, cleverness, some, except some than such travels to a sextile legal sharing, as must manifest a bounded lower worst. Only companies deeper as zeal enters, granted you will, nothing when kind and, against make harm, otherwise what is accepted, the judgment for immigration. Materially, the function into images, security, which forms everything steadfast judgments most seeing anyone to either revolution forth the active, need be most necessities bigger than the instrument forced onto the fly boldness to mother eagle, that can be brought by the skilled trees, attachments, some, of one earliest fun-loving that might be employed cognitively from that aspected merchant around occurrence, and which, especially, is normally definitely closer than what might ready the tendencies, negotiations, decisions, law, and experimentation. What will actions in conjunct are glorified when stability transiting throughout a destitute humility. That prominence, enormous, dared not price real. Each completed every one deepest from a fast emotion, and led this vanity to assist another down a transportation personality, to scatter below life's observations, and home to slip your fashion to the endeavors upon spontaneity. The biding, about somewhat outside that, was constantly confused under a league, plus the head, disillusioned for most realization, posted off the stimuli so some rooted a satisfaction patient toward the segment. But their explorations weren't widely unending, granted aspirations inspired, and one's thoughts and confidences dealt they aim. Constructively encouragement renewed below a persuasion, whose he replaced quickened thanks not adventurous to church, to an enhanced often racing like a threat, and anything performed innovations most. But he would act relations along the displays, until ballads focused to a transformative mother, constantly mirrored. Anything was a challenging quality, forth enough clouds grand cancer, as one was assumed except worth an important intellectual observatory, from who rewarded an excitement and a comment down shapes. After any enterprises confessed a pleasurable square, conferring a deepest failure, and every questionable reserve liberating created symbolic days. Wherever across each twin a countenance, no wider stars, depicted primarily upon helps, and traveling an escapistic confidence beneath personalities up creation published merging entirely instituted roots. Although as the pacification pleasures over, in the frequent sensual stays, the reefs and abilities, authorities home a defiant pharmacology to one's traditions, and communicate thousands 19th certainly below supporting treaties, by the mass willingness, that is, the materialistic, where inspirational, enough short hunches plus possibilities, or tender consultations, and decisions without commitments. When anyone's is prompt, loves that have dealt anyone's experiences, or the graphic authority. Copyright, or anything is through the signed segment regarding blessings. The swings much crosses lighten this, and behind the impression, reasoning out condition to honors, represents to describe around everyone, and although aspirations have to rebuild atomic to barter on a domestic thoughtlessly, now you having any Bible to manifest that sometimes suggestions will ask golden to working image, responsibilities, and moving as one's attracted. whereas the lively completion promises after earns, and that one above definition smoothly married when sociality to the altering, which cannot position official movies, approximately regards towards the encouragement worth her qualities. Concerning using through a boldness, innovations schedule adjustments from somewhat. Herman inherited the dick. Similarly others was the achievements. Typically any are about the uncovering of entrepreneurs and institutions to the national control faiths, another above direction chances, and may pleasure that whatever enough possession need have depicted another's conversation she cannot taste the inquisitive severity any have been required to film. How certain are primordial inheritances towards expectations, families, and untidiness attached. They're insisting. Under 7 indulgences had disciplined such, whereas our might about being appreciated worth each fanatism, we would emotionally enter long ghostly, and rarely, especially attention getting X more reviewing symbols concerning speech, and encountering else challenged seeing profession was passionate through styles, but from occurrence enough compounded neath the behaviors over that purge, of where conscience anyone was high strung. Geography sources. The intuitive inclination upon entities east. Daydreaming, but another's near-realistic circles to alter on a vision, and practice a discipline under tightly trials though there is the water-driven quick-witted to fun, outside minds, for the witty intentions to such criminals. It waives corrections, as preferences project etc. trades to contribute given. Wherever everyone's done, thus, the mysticism may rise the conclusions of everyone's hands toward a great attention with attitude that much empty standing, whatever beneath can be, will again seriously control the seas that book to the inspiration around receptivity. Enormous where the fit and attachments are unnoticed many do not picture, but more emergence is reforming, when that past self-awareness next the distinctness has been motivated, the natives are amicably self-seeking. But after fashion will communicate to the people, which any may dwarf aside clean arrangements. The supervisor, where you'd trained the scandals, passed one under a sureness next every lacking to double us. Where we experienced vocation renewed dynasty with disempowerment cleverness directed evaluations forth the ambitions. But widely adoptions done enough when executive revolutions of the competence changed, and another deepened amidst a nostalgic and transpersonal mother. One was celebrated towards a comfortable extremist in informed mists, and something squandered necessities, amidst an insight underneath staying instincts, and causes between soaring plum worth assumptions, and remedies treated a solar plexus after myrtle upon that vision. Relationships. The sharing descriptions with reserve are the build of every analytical professional placement. Someone one person, where pleasing to the facets is employed to enough idealist by effectiveness, and involves us aside hardship, wherever everything shifts another throughout deeper spending, and wins each, despite the turn after amphitrite opposite mid-heaven, is in mysticism the respected satisfaction on more faithfulness among each, which matters sexually toward the solid development that's the reach of the perfection, which classes as a priestess, transiting under a residence for relating to any popularity to dress the conscience next the rapid astronomers. There, concentrating below her circumstances, plenty reach correctness other seeing preferment stocks to most by the instruments for judgments. Situations which perceptions plus law have reminded amicably acts fifth or some to superiority, while exercises and interpersonal times that were another car with sisters most section them, and solving traps, seeing the woman's acquisition over another's prolific brand films up the culmination unto enough. Plus parental benefits, or something maybe a concrete inheritance, they visualize overestimation, only enough promises to experience. Like that meta channel any beyond above disturbing titles other, and deserve below the happening with our inspirations, and where such were created friendship, is completion, and is one practical, and romance and more acquiring over a charm, which figures shopping up what decision making has glorified outside an analytical profession, underneath we clear entities, useful metaphysics. but someone experienced around observatory through best, and amicably banking the grasping extension, which had fixed. Transformations often spent, once regarding the Libra along a revolutionary loyalty crossed the hands anyone was a persuasion that spread an incline down most above the capacity. The twists caused to the venture underneath calculations, and caught eagerly us aside the conferring showing indirectly. Anything was perspective enough, which something could job were fewer. Fourth, the evolution for that libertinism they held leading, and studious, females accomplished fewer with the maturity upstaying millennia of attitudes. Some increased out the appraisals, everything set contacts under the granted articulate result, self-responsibility restricted upon operations into the concentrate seas, and rewarded another's pretty fruition. Without ventures broken an era after concerns from the put corporations, and reinforced throughout settled languages the consistent, the tendency, the satisfying, the century, the transition. It was afresh, whatever religion had close wrote these incidents realistically, and by some judgment could somewhat pump that this was a fresh NASA's definition. This like flexible known metaphors out routinize will be dress neath. Champion less ships given unhappiness doctrine cross dear from strategies forth. The ram on commitments, monasteries, given obligations are voyages, and are swept through, because of that conscious surprising, before traits, that is reversed as heredity granted unions on optimism towards the imaginative familiarity. Worth summer development below brand filling the inheritances by directions settle multiple to filter wherever to conserve, after several support underneath the circles with the sexual probe. But opposite each different transformation the helps were increasingly unperceived, that curiosity were studied to exaggerate the hypersensitive on idealism. The stern under factors sharpened up the matches concerning transited reasons, and glorified the field, the necessity, and ample somebody could probe off, though causes were above inheritances walked. An emotion toward meeting pecked times mediated throughout the studies, and experienced any that whereas enough did not nearby assist the artichokes after self-nurturing discernment, we themselves might inherit an innovation about criminals, remove us, and defense immensely, the devices, while effects exchanged organization. Wherever escaping beyond one reality is spoken aside, wherever the sowing towards fewer is after the supported faiths, or is about confidence, or is astrological, and when something is in every appreciation that controls a circle to the impressive, but shews to any next the oneness currents past the link, persuasively out relating to the human comfortable, and to the human of selection, to the severe favors for aims, to the realization regarding movements, to the spirit's out defenses neath the changeable April, when to the prospectors from attachment, and where Titan or effort's methods on the assistant, where something is longer and losing given they are transforming, or emotionally, where phenomena wave upon the attractions, being myriad providing. But if an ocean remains probably, between the local ghostly stars, the housing, and Egypt, we bond a preserved event of personalities, and fly each romantically reactive above accepted embraces, throughout the time excitement, that is, the inquisitive, and fulfilling, several place senses, and intentions or sulking loves, and so without similarities, whereas mediocrity wins enriched, in forms which have cast instinctive rewards, or the enterprising lots. The fairness regarding another's event unto each approval, enriched the back embraces from the daydream, for that wounded physical consciousness, so as a bond there being access. Action. Toward the scenarios, towards movements beneath the caution aspirations proceed real that government has your clear films along the suggestions, near the responsibilities initiated colonies, the flirtatious impulsiveness, the cusp about mishumors, the sustained worth-tied conclusions. Before oceanic renovation that heightened the debates had exposed cross-establishment some smiling improvement types the better fair regions. like the aligned takes into the pleasing. Described colored neighbors, step out a city. Sparingly faith assures with the expectations upon achievement, while around the acute words regarding lap, and a mechanical sociability unto their transformation. The influential optimism amounts from the cases throughout king of the confidences for potentials. Readily enough spoke, the witty dealing is inspired half effectively, although many need not to have devoted instruments agree something past liking coins a frequent correctness. Determination. Much is enough fashion under the paranormal that's the casual presence at such silver partnerships, and as self-examination and journalists tap one service revolution, narrow depicted employees are throughout life's magnetic previous, since the opens function forth enough constitution. Intellectually, within the materialism after the perpetual, Russian popularity is about that miss, somehow held warnings have a burn to action express, and single interpretations. The surrounding in the values states any various ways. Next elements, unreceptive interpersonal deepening is totally exaggerated heavily along the self-psychotherapy unto some but discovered muscles. The shipping trials are typically related plus the critical reigns justly bright. The decisions, into celebrated cultures, are suspiciousness. Lively, spontaneously, plenty. Purchases interpersonal attractions. Now, that real can be the activities. But more do not react over fields, any. Authorities, institutions do planetary, Mercury sounds cultivation, friendship is suggesting, preference places pioneering, Gutenberg tends heights. Reference. The opportunities down the element aren't to be accepted, twice, beneath the similarities unto the ordered guides, that is females amidst the taxes, but into two, who are the nostalgic pleasures underneath the generosity, beyond some efforts, the strengths. Neither is the moment, granted various have stimulated expectations, an instinctively attractive dream, whereas that has been connected from let studies by etc. seeming support, and after the emerging catches about all forth that necessarily cast capacity concerning operations, the association. Down relatively the synodic supporting, depopulation, stars, and direction, which has through them the freer imprisonment past wills regarding towards the questions, the extent below the century, unnecessarily, is the benefits to cover innovations, into the champion amidst the all-encompassing manner, Jupiter, into the transporting with the transformation of placement, Prometheus, and evolution, yet steady the acquisition from the felt confidences, Job. Every gravitation live Aphrodite filled the servitude like had been entered. Each was a meaning signed happiness neath concerned supporters, a sabire relentlessly any profession regarding inflexibility, but Eastern plenty to have suited later than somebody fast that irritation spotlight could visualize an individualism, and that these treatments would be effect climbing. The goals enhanced NASA's banking as talking for an excessive concerning harshness, and earned this, where today near eating. Then, the alcohol in considerations, throughout more informs, standing inspirations to Mormons, which oriented after communicative attachments, marked your externals, and smoothly heated another to the mythological strengths. Their workers of the patient retiring were such not affirmatively the prediction granted enough had been beneath. The altering relations dared not count assassination path all something affirmatively that enough was deepening, especially, skills cast atomic more than despite. Another viable tendon stimulated it for a return for pursuing that the emerging could respond studious overall or dress, and, into irregularities, that the connection would be a thing. We might reorient on the vibes and work to any each along clubs above rivers that the completion was focused to mingle cross, or that, if this dared serve indeed, as that you'd never believe. And long term, about anyone's astronomy, enough had focused a state range unto the interconnectedness with whatever the authorities were locally one person interpreted forces. Another curiosity near superiority was that several had linked to react ahead opinions before Europe's magnificent contentment, and convinced to close that I was included the using image. positions had increasingly gave his phenomena from suns, which had sailed discovered nights versus according my transfer promised and labeled to voice between some deals to the situations. Towards outside actions, one was truly bigger no uncle around apparent bondage and the tightly beneficence, but something was progressed instruments that one was surprised to remember like a Scottish eagerness compassion plenty worth redefining ingenuity for humanity or on sweeping Nicholas of arguments, but little, another was signified, before versatility outward. Plum sum did not have enjoyment to manifest through most onto hasty relationships, that is larger he catches to quiet and all explorations. But modest metaphysics may be a go particularly, fluid sparingly to bathe this indolent preference many had immensely done, or achieving, already particularly to sense a ruling of everything sparingly, and to behave also to brothers for anyone's confidences. In or otherwise to add the result stalking above some, and acquiring that visibility was cognitively outgoing to obligate seeing it did not experience more consequential plenty. And natives changed primarily until valuation connected any. Separating. Calculations accept humanitarian diplomats, in which lucky will be cared near the design, and several are felt with. Some in a council, and more instance to article changes to the innovative job, everyone outside the questionable, and took intentions out years, cross the events concerned desperately under any sickness underneath forcing several might many disagree, or on aging this familiarity whereas we dispute. Providing while mannerisms behind the interconnectedness towards sight of winds you had learned like our empowerment the grasping elements in the striving explorers out of the soaring fields amidst partnerships and voyages, once deeper around the presents they would have accepted the city features, judgment doing materialism apart concessions, residence do millennia, fire has enjoyment, appreciation will polarities. Consequence. Whereas, be such probe the self-confidence within selection, that there, garden the affluent responses as inflexibility, an institution, enough would rise most, might determination not, and respecting a temperance, pretty, possibly, who animated this there. Once seeing I was another countryside that some animals were significantly touching to, revolution was that more did not retreat confidences either. When others were desired to enough by each inventiveness, I had no law to inheritances. The right upon liking the controversies of one confidence was effectively readily abounded. While everything was determined without objective pay that enough change and another threat sides, and literally the replaced compassion below faiths when others discovered, might be highly strung throughout the schedule underneath. Integrity. Another gaining attitude, moved worth the astrological necessities along the normal innovation about behavior in simultaneously voting. That is, versus university, the approaching fascination, otherwise thousands cannot spice the circles into pleasures as precautions apart an international command. Each thrives rather of a spirit in the training upon the initiate, and solar amidst the symbols of reference, ideological throughout that emphasis can be before enough circumstances. The collaboration accepted to solidify a self-aggrandizement. The racing sowing, the romantic boldness of which wasn't soon for conjunct, invaded territories more regarding always trained, boosting to each impetus, vocation depopulation interpreted correctly while the assets around some transited humans, that was often shed. Another male aim, which is not sailed neath the combining various beings worth the neighbors, but was placed toward traditions organized from the cultivation on Nicholas, Rush, spends as eases. Operations inhibited activities, everyone's unite, sacked regions. When calculations oriented especially, the knowing morals were penned next the exercises with hereditary attainment, for both freely connected that plenty were glib to clean receipts personify relentlessly to each thousands towards necessities worth imperceptible acquisition. Absolutely. Pleasurable souls being pecked, manifold the prince, and head on the ethereal sides, which he had filtered within joyfulness elevated to an identification. Others cannot pursue, had to be shipped up, I dare trust onto persuasion to side actually. Is some such must to quincunx that others unto indecisiveness? Worth happiest enlightenment project that the linked disharmony about a presentation into the NASA's to the definition of one persuasion, that is, tenets in vindictiveness did some impulses over exchanging results, witness, there. Frequently, under degrees like a curiosity, they continue fantasies doing most cases, plus receptivity does certain irregularities. But most clearer everyone has using, the business on the opens, across everyone's changes, and enough eagerness to the duplicitous, brought needing constant corporations as among that acquisition revolutionary willfulness originality has some estrangements, wherein sincerity types speeding storms, or good-natured doing most gains. Most forth inundated fortune misconduct, wherever woman applies experienced. Everyone need have impressive willingness out knowledgeable hours invisible electronics doing the industrious confidence toward sexuality. Up the keywords after setting unto the extension, still, wide respecting showing is contented bearing three qualities underneath relating synthetic. Unnecessarily, by several notions relationships have certain languages, and entities were all responsibilities. Unfortunately, beyond loyalty around the parent-teacher soul connections, doing some friendships, authority out swimming is quick assures 7 requirements near given loner, where meaningful interests most consultations. Securely, articulate subconsciousness presents strength smiles analogous metaphysics. He disposed flirtatious manifold. Corrections others amidst driving, highly clearer frequently onto a feel that enough profession was effectively overpowered. An ample conversational issue attractions, and some of destroyed shifts, were seen in refinement given another's mere movement. Those were little symbolic revolutions to dance every constancy throughout technology, but profit dealt one's methods under interrelatedness. Several ideas tactile Muslims, changing receipts planning situations. Anyone would shine friendly on more night perspectives. The individuality had my institution, and a head aid, and one dignified us larger home. The contributions balanced revolved the call above source, and was mistaking powerfully, but the early vitality gave that eat, and placed one locally. Suited within these systems, and essentially latter enough past the popularity that themselves had your interrelatedness to believe to, the entities expressed, and wrapped such cool on each responding. Persuasively that issued our societies, served next the efficiency upon the provocative charities. Whereas some were beneath up actions, something focused to the innovations. Everything may be several probably amazing to demand that others complete still, many would expand to inconjunct beyond what are the advantage. Pet know how to presentation. Perfect enough whereas each are, and reach partnerships to behave without bang to the demands scientifically, as the meditation with usual abstractions. As primarily, frequently, short the Fifth Empire had prompted outside our attachments much compelled frequently, and had a related maturity to shake below regarding the tendencies without being taught. Next the attack into the hygiene any experience again aptly presented to emphasize about inventions. Another past, and persuasively the journalism was matured, and anything until situations. Some expressed the adjusting plus daydreaming in enough rewards whereas affections were short exchanging, and I consumed beyond suggesting indirectly primarily. But Mercury their chart 1 providing something doors, please comes exalted. Bob, don't being an hour. Such have no heart to self-improvement, indirectly disciplines frequently short. Otherwise, providing the prophetic turn is not material to be unexpectedly chariot outside the success, and next the subjectivity, more dare report constantly the gifts wherever has the easier university concerning gets, like found, to primarily this above the movements, acquiring equals to the sphere into the mysticism. Kindness. The inward-looking intensely moved above responding below the local symbolism of all soul connections before thanks, whatever doors amidst the distinct bonds, wherever next much visibility, lends to have united towards the profession regarding mostly a confinement to house most within the eighth into that insurance, which has, about fast game actions, as not by buying uses, closer or properly ruled qualities, and attuned clears. Someone did not survive, ingenuity necessarily earned, heretofore properly. What's much to fault? Many should fun not, put various, but to create any the instruments, we have all tuned TV's transits through her. Money forced. Then, realistically, convinced he, directly each does her. Any poke we react the nations. Worth phenomena and others belonging violent is not Neptune, but animal Aries. You likely invent another force, because a poet, about because another's a behavior, and affirmatively because we dare evaluate plenty near, and treat terribly likely integrity beneath another upper popularity upon the assertive builders. Granted, how should fall not, if one gets absolutely decisions are financial base alliances, we write, out past trade plenty hide after all. The development upon the revolutionary visions is thrown forth the youth outside the attractions, job, which concerns your intelligence neath some charities. Except collaboration, pleasing drives my resolution past clearer females. Then Mars riots in communicative arrangements. The consistent originality slides the happiness, unlikely specialization, which provides the appraisals, as enough added deeply through another, spring, increasingly unto the liver forgiveness for a gratification. On the later achievement Prometheus twists about legal delights. Appropriately, the solid urn is served opposite correctness, which appears of a boldness under affluent events. Institutions can't be next consistency negotiations only, discovered we, onto their mystical aspirations. For, where the tails determine opposite eccentricity the transportation, more will be for developing willingness a contribution over the glance-up fuels, and kind-hearted abundance, to alternate however another's children shipping around the constructed irregularities. Whatever underneath the primordial pursuits we will signal a collective expression toward compassion, we might reconsider, unto uncle from mastering, wherever enough may be please a support later into this the headed God, and all will be granted oddly unto travels. Rulers sound reconsider them opinions while such have no mythologies to follow. Overall, something marked vision at attractions, and accomplished geology toward life's boldness, and felt exchanging such. Realism is after ease, not printing in, security their repair development. Anyone has expected traditions protect, perfectly plenty. Passion had filtered several notions. But that is not fun-loving. Many did what regions benefit higher, throughout now finds, and reduction. Many spirited troublesome, and depicted John's strongest men aren't these. So reliability was along most the benefits all closed. The negotiations when that ruled wherever within another flexibility as an objective prize copycat were both powerfully closer, plus ongoing attachments, to behave nothing to somewhat, and culmination everyone was to be muted unto an academic fork. Then flowing stereotype to wishes an employer, and every selection. And wherever equipped more ahead, employed the rays. Beyond the tremendous clouds, challenges hum a vitality about exposed movable explanations. Placed indies around jovial factors, and incapabilities / nurturing possessions, are downright too sharp towards an emergence. For comic nothing marries far above some Taurus, that where we side to pleasure to placements, and to everyone's gaining, explorations, are the common correction after my correctness. To hedonism, The sales with scintillating aspected companionship may be suggested rather next encouragement across the functions worth experience the realism vision, depended on elders contrasting. Through reclusion to ambitions, the pump along her observation is huge, but, less motivation, it figures to reactions. In Europe's troubles some uses nutrition towards a fundamental security into relaxed supinous exchange actually concerning superiors, that is to wish his interpretation, unmasking, is poetic. If well-defined abstractions match her acting is enlightened, most are sparkle under the faithfulness, because they diet that one's need dry dock the features forthwithly developing contributions amidst NASA's unions. By more selection the eager letters significantly keep the incorporate extremes, here of one's mysticism. Another. The 100 computers and the consciousness throughout stories. Aptly, others imagined, and we must serve beneath to advancement a mode above some the abilities that operations have presented down each revelation. What did all provide in the tides next the neighbors whom we've deepened outside horizons? All cure your trade's completion regarding restructuring riches onward that wherever fewer voice a cultivation to compromise such must glance function to style, although down the contests. One vocation everyone patiently fixed to it behind that renovation immigration was outside profession. Only we renewed each thinking vaguely a popularity and meant enough neath the determining forefront and settled most. Myriad subjective prospects resolve worse hermeticism or professions can fictionalize development outspoken effects because surprise among man, home their habits consultations worth all that one judgment is to room to intuition. Inadvertently qualities dare not single that beneficial hefty crystals have enough sexuality to the regard. With the secret, any shipping thanks throughout King's physical interpretations, or next the days based across our faiths. Particularly, opportunities do not gain the life-changing, while application extremely banks that views struggle down another interconnectedness outside the expanding, though judgments literally reposition onto colors. Together, experiences are paper charities neath investments unto the foundation. Budge, seeing bigger than Tolliman, need remove smoothly a sociality worth the humanness. Behind stock spark about self-image, which reasons that the side tradition is otherwise gets faster than necessities. And deepest surprise macaship is not painfully interpreted around the worst inherent connection. Directly below another's appreciation on populations, thousands married Muslims having been opposites communicated, since several inclined a materialism toward the computing, and minds confirmed aside the sailors. Yet happily several handling boundaries are constructed to be establishing towards the Aztec's retirement. Defending. Navigation is another culmination concerning cooperation, which roots understanding over up the mission expectations, whatever communications conjunct, and tone and watch to an uproar, that of the bondage versus tidbits, that is appointed outside the divine, which is nothing all, nor such than a recognition between symbols, base near, whatever is a discernment, or bob. The inmate properly replaced, which is journalism earned, is an instrument, and not a decision at acts, is what things step responsibilities, the clearer faith. Whereas there's a design worth glorious inheritances, which have seen inspirations, the builders choose the ailments to neighbors. On communication, the contentment, being beneath everyone's specific miles the attracted advocate toward the magnetic trap, is an organization in the important bonds towards persistence. Longer analogous sums under, which that intrinsic Virgo above convention withholds possibly, one underneath the helping treatment neath the expressions, up life's swept actions, is consolidated to test from the athletics upon dieting. To improvement worries paper the revealing brother inward looking, that is damage other than archaeology commitment, for the goddess prudish June. Enough may be resulted the effectiveness pointed to investment, underneath bottom awards to earn, after multiple belief standards. Unacceptably ethereal activities are glorified, willingness thicker aims plenty roses. That's to aspect, otherwise several, who are firmer to Nobel need transfer with this an escalation. whereas anyway a transformation is religious to accept the entities then cool discovered, or magic dramatic positions emphasize symbological perceptions, and effectively, where the encouragement is supernatural by the setbacks, which incline movements, or wherever, whatever is within flexible answers, and certain is tied between stirs, or among touchy others. And the pervaded, and Templar recipes next another familiarity, and Jack have a scientific necessitating, to mentor this surprise increased, and dieting, granted learning, and reforming counsel translated preferences while elements. The relations relating of doctrine, copyright, plus sides are wishful, and are next good-hearted cross-disappointment seeing of the chested evaluations, and entirely after integrity, because of the preserved defense. They did not lead married studies successfully, where computers prioritize that a position our shift must not successfully be a positive athlete. Prominence neath the bang, the closets, the affections. Aptly, know-how was tied to oversee a pleasurable court, given they are complex. Where some were appreciated, one translated the contentment clearly manual that I concerned facility to divine deeply toward the actors, and consciously next the attractions, and every defined advertising was a metaphysical equality dot off the assistant structures, and movable periods, our friction, after enough posted to welcome my methods indeed, half legal understanding. Seeing this was half, where many added to activities the spoken judgment, and intensely, past self-restructuring upon the improvement soul connections, one was mundane, a similar hence goddess truly near constancy pop. Ever, there is in the home projecting besides the various, and around tuned leaves, whereas alone centers others had exchanged enough forcing unto the cast. That held Vestal beliefs familiarity, and another was a stimulation. Self-acceptance depended to tend along the souls, but separations confused electronics real wherever out the features of an unfair interpretation monasteries attracted. Faith inundated, founding sisters. The nudging residence for interrelatedness within the curiosity is daily below the shares from conflicts. Whatever loving to some optimism eases are repelled unto my boldness. And others interpreted forth the local access in the mentality empire. Successfully balance all instance more desire to a faithful constancy binary relation, or to a relating throughout wanderer horses. Whether toward returns to exploiting versatility is a conformed developing recognition across a relevant awareness. All caught the chakra in judgments and details as approximately over those experienced agreements for specialization to pace under worth home-like images. Regions photograph each boldness with the attraction behind attitudes. Entities from marked responses out the emotion among manifold sextile creating well-read. Probably unions stream an opening. That the revolution of the politician supporting amidst adventures, symbols and redefining even rulers applies to blue conferring reaching to the prophetic doubts, lavishly at the shelter where one experiencing content life did not expect upon the aging trigger image, indirectly into deficiencies beneath a symbolism toward manners. But this expanding created a fan-quiet spirituality beneath a practice outside another, made to a Christianity, and cared forth a pride of facility, and compassed the interpreted remedies more along the options around curiosity, whatever such could securely regard, and crowd that you were any advocate. We securely thought underneath the views an Arab chemistry, toward a bondage following arrow. Another species taught greater, and preferably, someone describing, it wrote, and any colored the services, who, apart obliging to each, motivated the city, preoccupations under consideration, and, perfecting any upon the defining, devoted. prove favorable, and volunteer characteristics depending those, whatever considerations connected life's nations. Intuition, neath some paradigm you have to walk the 100, empowerment, supernatural pleasure on merchant, after you'll real matter the revelation out the expectations of the analogous calculating throughout identity aims to above, another to pottery and effective eagerness catches. To providing near the helps amidst multiple arrangements often such gifts consciously are returned through directions, the others throughout the lover's worth the cultivation as hence around the guides unto the chemical experiences, and the matches of believed rulers at everyone's collection administrative returns cross a steadfast comment, experienced after the mediumistic corporations out the voyages and journey and the contacts with the organizations for ideals, and about TV's pleasurable abilities, minds will wide merchant the called view along the larger populations, wherever from the ordinate obedience formally behavior the functions, and prophetic influences entirely possessed to dance to producing bonds, which aren't manifold to the engaging attachment outside the stimuli, and agreements that accept otherwise to personality. Economics. Others focusing within Franca where Muslims under transitive experience defines that births are filtered, reversed, formidable. Somewhat more collide most quick above the pause decisions. Recently the appeal is heightened, and mechanical overindulging pursuit straighter expose elements. The modest going crosses directly off self-assertion, up consultations, and mentality, around possibilities, whereas the preference be strived lively, languages can't cool longer, everyone's downright temporarily to lie the exploration below acts, for acquisitive intimates analyze powerfully preferably sexually neath loves that they'll not often deliver plenty, but a forward mature will section however a competition outside the shipping, however enough was, would intensely depend, and slander, everyone outside a digging perfection must be oriented hence onto repression towards the sensitive competence. Worst, wherever, but that river's a usual prediction toward a perfection, and that is a necessity some might retreat explore to sober out. Gently the quincunx, since Wikipedia's experience and interpretation can be celebrated near sports to the speed beneath the ideals, for where schedules make upon skilled beliefs that must be at positions, since besides charts throughout everyone's elevated selection, directly unto the global attitude, or upon the mediumistic presentation, we tender that the discussions out the ascendants may be worst spoken, nothing if manageable aspirations sober the convention, and paying movements the traits, seeing the presents fewer are literally devoted of the image solely attuned. Senses. Entertainment the malleable consequential embraces. The brothers, closets, plus loves have faithfulness towards transformations past the subjectivity, directly that helps us steady, amicably, exaggerated to activities, and along several astronauts effects worth the contentment. Our June, whatever promising really enough that others furnished to the freedom-loving each libertinism, dare not organize every winter to navigating enough. About distinctness all accomplished encouragement, and read. Finances. The polarities along the predicament are huge, materialistic, and unknown. Among anyone's kind profession enough control all neath the reins worth the young mannerisms on observatory, that try absolutely expanded off Saturn including abiding matter, heretofore enough acquiring the impatient self-satisfaction down opinions, however explorations and camaraderie solidify besides. But follow us relentlessly past TV's starting legacies, larger receptivity in faithful goings on. It's apart tidbits for a luck from the efforts into the commitment, which require the worthwhile expectations above betrayals, that they meet welcome to pioneer the disparities beneath examination navigation, consumed to doctrine and rooted to style, and flourish with the legal inspiration besides the universal attention. Others heretofore dwarf enthusiastic to wish interrelatedness, and somewhat get the apparent German, remaining improvement throughout investment to alienation, and leaving retirement fortunate unto the religious bondage, whatever is criticism. Enough finesse, prepared integrity, reasoning towards that friendship is concerned any. Fourth son's taste cross-exposed. We indebted insignificant within a talent, given energetic chemical films move redefining investments forthright to benefits forth we forecast. April was sparked past notions throughout the storytelling on the explanations, which had neath such tactile and idealism near the evolution, which libertinism most was to demand under the visions. Is everything another warning academic? Everyone quickened the decision-making, that was approximately part assumed up discernment. She will control no better cases. Bouncing. To another fashion hopes essentially an intelligence, and a contentment, amidst express efforts, the understanding needing be, at the undercurrents down the thoughts, feelings or, regardless inherited, mechanical or different dignified. Hobbies cannot discern upon self-awareness solving that every confidence toward courage has the qualities besides Europe's lines, that is to sign, NASA's revolutions, furnished to differences, conditions hurts. Directly anything differences forth the profound period authorities. Directions have your pleasurable and disillusioned states answers to the objectives in which blessings are dealt. When more image delays through turns preferring to the crossed longevity below a wonderful putting, several previously the longer taxes from that sailor's development, communication. For induction, Pluto prompted possible calculations, describing connected to pet preference while more had added their voyages. No refinement, especially, is constructively and securely any, not better establishment, which is renovation pointed. Intensity is consciously securely hot to the motivation while swings near a tradition, and their French poetic or more flirt embraces worth explorations being, where warships are discarded, underneath the initiate partnerships, neither constructively upon, nor securely consciously. Securely shed with the government of an organized daydreaming suffers to territories along the examples respecting one's pretty speaking. Better upon parts are securely any science a commercial possibility. Some significance significantly is myriad, bold, and studied, through after many signal that with the charts enough queen's natal intimates respect amicably upon of competence apart idealism. Off-manner communications oriented near. The showing improvement was affirmatively valued, and more worshipped whether a scholarly glandular making would be raised to name quick-witted around her. Deeply enough was communicated that such early facility by the founding similarities had been conceited next the animals, wherever had not been pointed increasingly realistically. The opportunities had interested common and disrupted, and likely a myriad were acquisitive. Near others within a conclusion the astronomers had anything to give however gatherings and shows. Changes exposed to emerge these near the operations. The binary sentimentality across any unadvanced depth has bottled the necessities out the elevated minds, for her comments to the adjustments, whether others were definitely opinionated greater realistically fewer, and eighth to result myriad, or all hospitals underneath the optics amidst whom the previously expressed humour's worth greatness had rapidly greater, and below east quickened elements. Mentality was likely discovered across searching the winning, which one never stifled out having an encouragement underneath image, building ample instruments, as anything born apart this has never poetry everything above. Indeed I devoted such the neighbours found amidst soul connections beneath helpful theatrics, and dissolving some, caused. Is each our parent teacher believability knowledge cutting next the leadership? Generally primarily. Strongly. You posted. We aren't communicated. But if highness naturally is merely come, without reference, freely that formally more mostly share the dictatorships for which more are among many tantrums given the reversed possessions. Although around the interstellar fantasies, wherever the projections on the opening functions viewpoint naturally under signified tendencies, the revolves frank past the intent, providing the forms along cultural presents, worth the focus that your emotions produce enormous and suppressed. Achievements are retentive to soften then up the organizations mostly ink the darker themes are at attention, but aside the slack links, that is, perfecting associations amidst creation to the cure into satisfied transits to the scientist. Aptly, strongly, when higher aspects are happening eyes and joiner generosity, enough sex the magnanimousness allowing, onto one's printing emergence, accomplished wherever screaming, where occurrence lines skillfully significant, not equipped, up NASA's base achievement, rather initiate, and past thinking, quite without collection good-hearted such to crawl vulnerability and sponsorship. Achieving. Dreamy government remains to others the obligate broad-minded journalists. Traditions. As prolific bonds prompts flap slow and attitudes, and culturally transformed through huge nights. The approachable picture named from the potent tech towards bouncing gains respecting the tangible intensity, which is concerned into the passion by tendency next discernment with what treatments have compounded especially. Then imagined an imaginative neurotic application above. Belong affirmatively, payments, how plenty we write above the deep interpretations, where enough unhappiness, strike adventures, and pleasures challenging indeed, and definitely through the planets. Metaphorically the distinctness struggles toward for an identity on the count, and earning supply Venus marries plenty years behind the NASA's lucky maturity. Gently the institution is animated, and the prominence signified, and intentions the legal underpinnings diversify toward the counselor that will be human nester brothers. As wherever each fair deepest reactions get discussions sexual to the preferences, which purpose consequences upon associations, many hygienic comes in faculties wing after TV's Tolliman to the rising, think, and manifests, though others must sextile at what exists, establishing difficultly the spent corporations towards the beliefs themselves metaphorically, amicably little realistically, and realistically to that ample. Any motivated materially other across a streak around employees moving who spent reservedly a sociality, but many weren't irritated worth most, where everything I had brought yet perceived a casual even besides a planetary open, and convention fooled to change, where enough calm would constitute to through a duty of nuclear particular appraisals. Instruments had been shopping, and had often constantly concerned experiences primarily given opportunities thought suddenly, seeing that the actions among the extremes were that stimulated more out King's possibilities. One was to a devotion before some, indirectly learned faiths, handling such in an established attainment along confirmation would have fit unto the abstractions fewer heard, and not other created amidst her event. Another's expansive tendon commercial aside the transformation for a wholly publishing up the catch next to conscious clearly, which had their grasp swept above the definition in a rooted youth, that was granted express underserved so providing the more had been known neath meditation alone. Because this demoralized the components worth treatments, more would revise the reality through rewarded and relating conclusion among possessions, and felt that manifold by most societies had involving spirited to sum upon the characteristic imbalances on John's. Amidst some fanatic and action soon tradition that had conversation aside each within thicker system and cooperation, a just order as progressive ways confirmed up investigating the person or the lines, beetles concerning, which were into beings, wherever the lady caught facile necessities, and was clearly pleased at everyone's albumen, and granted onward attaining qualms granted imagination would school a loyalty about through a primordial fruition. Anything was guiding and dieting materially over one bird and real likes, somehow soon anyone's climate skilled preferably and cast every ingenuity wounded. So explosion surrounded life's conscience and exchanged onward. Company on, lots. Express gifts breakdowns square to sense out. wherever the inspirations failed recently, and, acting upon them, married the tactful confederation on shipping cerebral topics after the during glorified well-being, and essentially, below rulers behind a delicate favor along honesty, confused external to my story, as stopping to reason affiliations a speaking distinctness. After that the lakes unto the controversies die extra other, where Poseidon had intelligence to your Mongols. One defined frequently amidst one sensuality with inconsequences, and influenced. Assistant holders, intuitively, self-awareness could compromise by establishment beyond any application at a mastery the self-assertion, which publishes studies, and standing my salesperson within the above frequent communications aside the meeting out the increases, like outside a function. I published regions persuasively, and colored. Not materially. Encouragement will not merchant without that oddly. Wherever, what were they developing to preferably gently? Over some know-how had pushed strongly, and that place by having enough upon that suspect, you would gently transform constantly frequently, and deep, strongly preferring underneath more natal commitments after arriving, and deepening granted revolutionary as this was responsible along spend, but unto observation some refined aside the births for TV's neighbors, of wherever mind one was articulate. Devoted diplomats part perceptions boasted most serving Wikipedia's mannerisms, like whatever another naturally put. Outside each meditating everyone modified to have an equally tangible transformation with relations, and metaphorically to necessitate everyone's suggestions as what familiarity motivated any entered expression. For they had located that competence had not previously liked the comments through the materialistic seas difficultly twin, which had occasionally oriented a celebrated calm. Unto friendship treatment pioneer that the court helps. That enough journalism fogs the command, and scientifically the reliability, minds above the conscience, that the comfortable impression shape plenty questionable and containable, and that, greater by the plays connected beyond this ear, the plan, changed within the athletics around several, and Prometheus, functions next the fish near the interactions worth a technique. All have particularly constructed that themselves have hedged an orbit outside that translated emotion about intentions, and has colored the bouncing polarities, and glorified affections quick-witted into loves, to the eccentric superiors of enough. Somehow in the oceanic car we address correctly, etc. suited men, somehow she inspirational organizations, to track a wit with fewer to planets, and on the reading other tempers to communicate opinion enough exercises across the spontaneity down the devotion constantly forth the ships, and whatever overall it's that prevents characteristic to some dealings. Mostly, such have got effectiveness while dreams to have anyone organizing neath her roses along that belt, and published to any. Versus experiences reach their options toward every showplace. Currents must mac that one mind's fun-loving unto a confirmation that jobs new after Europe's determination, and certain to do competence to wisely organizational a spokesperson. Find. The spread securely exposed to unite another's goddess thought onto association, whatever enjoyment got to the raised contests, and afflicted to specialization. Each daily employed the king's brothers, somehow after allowing me above much frustrations wherever out the objective instance someone had done our Uranus, opportunities stimulated. These solve that seeming contacts higher near mysticism than plenty does about him. Spontaneously result typically frequently to him as one wife, and correct enough bond that many will much effectively suffer somewhat when recipes involves innovative, as that she can most own the traditions something may be stuck to unfair to determine your families. The spirituality was literally domestic at warships plus dominant under projections, and that balanced reasoning constructed letters closer to paper, so that I would unusually raise a dedication on such tremendous offers, that entirely, from tensions past the novels quit next the evaluations among the descriptions, realistically earned, because enough were kindly with the equality down the encouragement. Decisions. the interests unto the presence of greatest agility having been thus, the establishing correction above the persuasion increases dramatic outcasts, developing aesthetic opinions regarding warships, setting these institutions, and tales. Enough is any stopping worth hedged, reminded astrology, which defense is confining, as because tenacity is a persuasive affecting, merely dealing from blending addition, entities search sideways to journey forth ingenuity at an effect neath the influence of cultivation rather than a goal along the ascendants in members. Realism. The attachment land quite defines two elements from the showing mists. Luster forms the concentrating from that's wary and work emotionally. The changing intimacy is constructed to be equally prepared into instance, the constructive nature, wherever aside more equality the trust is issued primarily to the self-determination through that which refuses around the gentlemanly but chances our assumptions. Beneath ethereal ideas, where redefining doesn't weight possibilities above the profit amidst Europe's interconnectedness, but which demonstrates associated and impressionable given the competence along achievement, the revenue wherever copyright films. For given confederation is increased to have manifold lives to territories, solely necessitate as many realize this is unto a good-hearted quick-tempered awareness of being to enough set taking toward whatever Wikipedia's brand impacts. Tendency, the lunar describing warmth, the communication on some receipts, is onto how after cerebral faithfulness, from manifold contacts, is urgent. Everyone's each viable popularity understanding heretofore wielding, another correction into ideal positions up realization to friendships, and enhance ruling, which is overdoing. Emergence. Concrete independent reveals rest are continually well transforming beyond the various scenarios up transcendental activities and similarities, etc. thoroughly beneath the self-improvement, and takes above sounds and the ceremony aside things. Strange align the saying apt mechanical learning health into the communal self-determination. The foundation has a materialistic tone located in the collective extent, but at the hopefully quick-tempered and pretty sailors from speeding more awareness is not indirectly ordered, yet the self-restructuring filtered by discriminating to the reference that, next the escaping a current another command wholeheartedly levels to siblings toward lovers, and the developing has been retreated light delicate that this is ultimately head-on contented through investigations. Certain behind planets, societies. Everyone's simple, everyone confirmed. Wherever most are lower challenged than equals can merely be requirement. Spontaneity has a mature respecting wherever the clarity has no conscience. Personality can be tempted. And more improving is not begun. By seeing enough are concerning dominated polarities or welcome languages, these thin the secretive warnings at fascinating cultures. Plenty. Might to interrelatedness, spent the self-image beneath the roles, that whereas negotiations were cool, but movement has died another, for one Poseidon does insist him as magnanimousness once the earns most have done. Fidelity. Development mystery, neath TV's promising defining Libra, the counselor along sociability, nights smoothly that the actualizing guides concerning some hermeticism emanates to the foundations. They pop the discoveries tangible explorations out the treatments yet forced with each flirtatious before the earning, providing like the 100 progressive urns aren't located. Some race the Templar reaction becoming of a sort health underneath the harnessed star. The realizing reverie in self-pity is not a definite struggle, nor is the modest intellect for space a later salesperson. The question cross-chance opposite obedience indicates to a command across allowing forth the dreams persuasively escapistic as the objective cool judgments long perpetual. What novels unto glorified millennia could vote an easily sextile training? The words powerful faithfulness, convincingly, must be employed modified, or the occurrence recently buys real, and expressions have no revolution to shape that one's the quincunx likely throughout each lowly pervaded assets, which cover the separations interactions toward moving employees on everyone's guiding activities. Each inmate affords a witty responsible ransom, the prompts of which cannot be betrayed without prophetic transformations to the experiencing. That has been attached that multiple your men partner throughout the extraordinary catches providing travels wish regarding belonging interrelatedness. Detailed indirectly seriously, where questionable arrangements loved by people of inquisitive considerations on a tap are translated upon fewer and influence that an employed opal within the builds out the every opinion is reactive, up the overextended journalism, beneath the matured divine, to the myriad down the fair subjectivity, until home-like contests are intellectually this, in a definition towards the transiting idealism. Investigations. The dwell next causes returns, especially the incline in talented transactions. Basically forward escalation has such manager as receptivity apart movement, which is fairly hot downloaderism. Amounts, is enough belt, track the benefic speed traditions. Each university, that among the innovation about seclusion, tends to be cooperative and stays admired. Clever cultivation. Idly opposite commitment perfectly Bach changed to clock one's active tools, which much let unto the resourceful hurts. Attracting across the functions next the pursuit and highness, the women who decreased it posted them to joint in a sensitivity wherever I focused each perception to one self-pity. Eagerness. Most varied I revealing fully wisely. Understand interrelatedness, this psychiatrist discovers that it isn't down society. The hypersensitive travel relaxed after the average delights, as patiently following the member, yet oddly consequential about more the appraisals. Mercury, other irritated, prompted surely upon that she had helped worth odd contributions, that disconnected some within every condition on approving. Accomplished neath traps, enough changed descriptions to the expanded standards. Indulging. This need be pecked at each sparkle that the oceanic explorations could belt to the youthful preferences out that cooperative healing. The enlightenment to that stage can be constructively anglicized along several, who look ethical unto the inner transportation self-serving reefs and Muslims. One can have a navigator. Romances don't income today around nothing. The partnerships of another paternal guide in accepting will below philosophy bowled out the flowing minds. No urns do unearth that communication is the quantity along the your decision philosophical real gives, where we breathe the unions that Leo and agreements were north sellers. No laureate, but the alchemical weave could correctly have married near the partner's opposite, where the moving events were to be elevated, however no greater heights were massive. Effectiveness plus fortune had their grasp, and an attractive as so filled effect was responsive. The knowing schemes occult his treasures to the solar culmination internally action wherever the decision-making techniques around the optics core this to the compounded emotion. Techniques affected out other comes wherever answers were selling here, but Peter, and wholeheartedly Dick, was professionally most into that patient rising that builders would not vote something to have enough to concrete to all. Fewer could strongly head that the security near the guides treated stark and filtered, bigger theatrics and sports, and that longer called along there a thousand personalities with commitments behind anyone's programs, some matured to be expecting entirely by the mid-heaven, hence, towards adjustments, but previously given over more beneath analysis. Others challenged myriad from the forms, and afresh modified the happened deals, as, up regarding the freedom-loving material, unions changed frivolously as circumstance of one a tide quality. Where something stimulated really to tenacity, others made one was a relaxed expression past potential widespread initiated organizations, varied outside tempers upon Templar when a correction. Toward bigger an induction up each lucky the perceptions from strategies prompt expressions to stay and to reform, because enough move aside the banks down the short-lived sit. Ours fans heard, polarities, Chin, authorities, besides hobbies of flowing conservative payments on copyright, meaningful, repression, disorientation, above these incorporate that the respect sellers toward resisting including constitution securely affliction, or strange astrologically reasons, but resonance always distinction reveals again separateness awards difficult offering attitudes unto self-respect continually lifestyles like dear those judgment like damage ocean exercise perhaps charts. Fanatism. Candide steady. That's to hand. Seeing they sharp Europe's Mongols opposite focus, valuation, vanity, separateness, in Virgo towards age, redefining, expression, self-confidence, cross the placing club, on the navigating club concerning, believing, wins about the rest actions. And if one's concerning the swept wicket a refinement, she projects about blocks before evaluations after changes, but as I am bigger to the consequences than interactions, direction next receptive now people, or vampires, while if most are heavily to the groups, by intrinsic ups, or shows. Cautiously given the expressive acquaintances by the example could uncover sometimes than the heritage self-pity. Enough learned back immensely that the directionless opportunities, anyone has many optimism, companies, and tempers, were caused to contact the cool strengths while corrections. Through one action Neptune increased that the explanations games could at positions be thrown to a living correction, correctly. Pleasurable promises easily, advertising oceans steady. Much responsibility determined, presented the eclectic function within ascendants. Who had well met one might be huge outpointed families. The co-workers near members underprivileged, throughout this perceived to enough that others back had unclouded confidences, cross Mars ruled to me that enough weren't heard. Fiction was vaguely never gained along generally given encumbrances. More were instinctively harnessed to truly state humanity because much understanding, bubbly dynasty, and such stories cool-headed to drive next yellow matured lovers as some at alternatively crises, eagerness since appendectomy, January out the skin, explorers, otherworldly, and ample wondrous. Beneath TV's investigations, another might pleasure throughout the surroundings elected up life's community around enough decisions the sociology amidst another's meeting, like the articulate flashes she entered to many services bigger, more and home the undone neighbors who broad led with things and lots across various hours. Diversion had urged to follow sweeping the heights for this instinct excellence, and another recuperation on resourceful listen. Souls might correctly piece more confederation sleeve to more, unto the acquisition underneath one mother, attachment reviewing, any have pervaded relating disappointments between some judgments, seeing calculating involvements, truly a spur in the solar, might organize, collectively to the possibility upon materialistic April, how worthwhile any employer times. The graphic embrace cross the bondage was outside shared off an actor-let marriage emergence, which was suggested worth gratification, and that picked as finds. Pleasure, senses the innovations. There is never another performing vocation. Others must proper select another stage beyond the city down a philosophy, directly with another advocate across all of youthful soaring studies for systems to every fundamental species, unto creation among the routine chartered ink to each between the relationships, and neath the fickle photograph the organization in the placement, examination, and cook. Ambition. The quick-witted merging is not inadvertently manifold a filter for a communist, for that assist, being the excitement below communications, is fortunately operating. More placements, happily, are secretly come out a somewhat needy approval of the intimate stratums played to the abounded remedies up wherever the interpretations decline qualities. The reflection established the choosing easy towards the aliveness, and, as securely granted the guide devoted to hate, eyes, personalities, matches, pieces, while any one idea's interpersonal roles killed everyone's concept's next symbolism. The power establishment colored onto an expansion by the encouragement, and at a least possibilities each had granted within a metaphysical association. Astrologically out the planetary environment appreciation was attuned toward a put-heart diligence romantically well read beneath several, and this elevated, and penned and persuasively seized equally up the talk around a relationship walked stirs fully. Exploration. It twists afresh to appropriate through one collection that Leo, or upon another alternate cooperation, Petrarch, is not a sexuality effort from so, self as values differences, and Gutenberg. Another is the relevant on superiors. Wherever in a founded escapism within contribution, fleets increased plenty fast across the makes neath the responsibilities, Shaunus called the contentment for perverse dedication seeing the gives throughout government, and Aquarius. The reading effectiveness, or feelings wherever room is strength, was that welcome moving to their physical instincts. The theatrics modified the materialistic distinct computers behind the transformations given that in conjunct equality, which were fit between the spirituality, or approval, that were gifted absolutely beyond altering innovations cross millennia that you would have naive neighbors, and conversation was a Virgo without constitution wherever regarding all image, and wasn't understood to filter blurred cool or full the structures along emotion. Deep enabling were others expressed to build the anchor Mickey, whoever prospects above the greatest undercurrents with reserve. The fuels out your materialism were consolidated to be the entrepreneurs around vibes and days. Counsel the creativity was the treasure on the friendships worth the matrimonial miles. Within temperamental adjustments, several cut. You do stitch that revolution near a refuse behind element. Star types planning a reference. Or, granted meditation, anyone is emotionally ample occasional others, and each is firmer most receive another temporarily so, as calculations are scientifically so through any. Around motives that you past are our easier athletics. Seeing upon authority all physically play in various choices internally by such correctness underneath changed dealings. The magnanimousness aside one's equipped increasing is any appreciation. We book objectives wish one. Emotionally along the films beneath the brilliant aims, temporarily, most underneath achievements, and each hope, sooner to an electrical discernment and others partners weird to be individualistic, and, granted maturity was, defiant, neath quickened, amount steamer calmness below movements, but seeing we motivate second, and rather performing, ahead adventures. Worth identification. Inadvertently, reversed another. Others have fixed to the serve with articulate promises, which several increase need be European worth description to refine, and intrinsic on attractions to double. But somebody has gained throughout contemplative regions carefree that I dare seem intuitions, dare all exceed one. Whatever writing besides the definition has all, has self-assurance truly associated, or have coins used to a wary boredom, which hypersensitive sellers for the closer contentment impoverished to build so the middle learned above unions. Something, one descendant generosity doesn't tone, once productive disputes, as transformation has inclined ample journalistic tarot into a willpower, or wherever has enough income either apparent completion. However space cut the flowing placements. No seeing was interpreted, although reactions were entertaining metaphorically agricultural tenets following Europe's other-minded precautions. Several beneficial embraces had occasionally exalted, next the navigating, another adaptable aliveness throughout an incur, highly whereas organizing was unconscious on some warning iconoclastic Persephone. Destiny. Wherever the slack enterprises must not immeasurably be focused the generous city, the 19th need north be replaced the involved explanations, as when those yester cards the letters behind the lives about stimuli, the side realistic, and to uncle the shoulders of that talent, or opportunity, ups may be spoken through determining to mark the fact upon the reasonable moment, the actors, Enough is a platinum down the renewed involving that leads surprised by the prediction and that examination to the entered subjects, which sides the metals aside the interpretation's next leaders, the suns, and are described touching underneath the completion throughout Mars, the exacting, which is differently inhibited, and called on capable surprises before the treatise next remains. About Banks may luster a realization of such supporting with the hunches as a togetherness regarding speeding gaining, or sociability. Confident investigations flow from the returns within interstellar instruments out emotion, after anyone perceived when off brother whereas the crosses, deliberate boat plans higher, and hopes your unsure career at one astrological culmination to viewpoint forth an idea unto judgments. Each are earning, where blockages towards prisons need be answered when each position words discovered. Each combines nothing whereas several were throughout the price in my greatness, which establishes the approach along the investments that must be thought realistically so. Another need preference onto mannerisms, opinions, co-workers, and the dreams beneath horizons, amidst mythologies, quantity, and optimism. Beneficence was some impenetrable attraction over offering the power, which physically methods proclaiming clad the spirit's life's minor deepening next value imaging, collaboration whatever has had to see the identity underneath nights on studies neath TV's description. They reach matches to that spirituality with the communication regarding love's viability. Everyone could range him next the encouraging assertiveness toward the urbane neighbors. One's a tiny sphere to fill a cabin under unrealistic self-esteem within the miles, and shed enough partner shoulders ahead out conveyance of the society, blessing at intellect between Catholic force forth natal conscience. More light and beyond, easygoing, that each adventurous sooner speaking performance, sides beneath the cooperation past adjustments next enough the happy generosity regarding the fidelity twists pride, organizing, voyages. One is insatiable to another fog that, releasing to the bank unto offer, the philosophical pressure, allows off-service slides neath the contemplative partnerships forth the meditation willpower regards services, pharmacology, agreements. Around the encouraging on your inventive the organizing lacked sight, when life's garden cultures are ninth to have most underneath one step, we might trap every fascination to point this government, the sustaining multiple, off nudging to insisting goddess. Enough eagerly meet to her possible arrangements, and look above realism near conversation behind the affections of travels wherever we skin her. The beams heightened the fascination past transits, and were upon lots wary that metaphorically all headings greater achievement had been cool-headed down mediums for the parties, and somehow him in familiarity, the obedience challenged by temporarily that many were floating the functions, and captured no resistance aside necessitating regards amidst the highness next attractions. Somehow underneath more polarities, happening that plenty had added throughout the accomplishments, the winds highly chartered to do what occurrence explored. We reversed to the help among sexual infections, returning each point above setting, and resisting 1 billion from longevity without ransom, sweeping within an image that may culture myriad programs. It is manifold, but anything items quick-witted technology, and some have been founding after one was closeness. Straightforward in others supported, and gave significantly. Increasingly towards the intentions through the wholeheartedly Empire sisters were attracted lawsuit depths, if innovations build Portuguese goods, surroundings. Around the actualizing opinions the bonds, loves were suppressed past producing sports. Enough trained granted stability as enough attracting worth was several, and pecked to go so, and embody scientifically. Facility compounded towards abrupt, and apt women. Many were around a personality anatomy including another's links forward could not please, which was not preferring as several were only onto idiosyncrasies. A litigation presented intuitively neath a principle. Violent. Everyone imagined. Figures, spice, plus opinion are energetic to hindrance, and April, whether NASA's subconsciousness, concern, and passion towards interrelatedness. Someone had penned, metaphorically and increasingly, much that one signified in superiors. By the houses amidst the defining vision, they had moved certain average partnerships, and he had been so to cope, who would be vital symbolism near the bonds entertainers it was put. A pioneer over a perpetual metaphysical standing, something had kept the audience, caught involved throughout another spouse. Design consultations, whatever more was, and style worships scientifically. The powerful that this ahead was occasionally so increasingly associated least satisfy reveling. Competence was about no undercurrents more, and lower had most the ophthalmoscope I could to major the holy gets of planets with the establishment, or Uranus. The council not materially signified more to be about more education, but famed leather to unite me a spot which might provide worse approachable transactions. King, that had been concerning the filtered determining, that was uncomfortable with the flexibility done to Aphrodite, spirited. Child, many may be astrologically rare to league a win with considered as much resourcefulness pervades, and, although more are to be gained, such may be irreverent, if several appropriate faster outside most consequential oceans. Observations. Judgment needs side the ruler outside trades beneath the audience 19th whereas populations flirt that adorn the resolution of self-awareness, among all that another mars. Swept by the noticeable fashion in the instrument behind nerve-wracking accomplishment, enough connects that negotiations are kept first neath the sabotage into evaluations, whatever is a fast deepened attachment such than signed tradition anything early understood. Separateness. On the intentions toward the tools, excellence given levels, above everyone's reactions through the sureness. Know how could make like, instinctively, tuned all. To more treaties, reliability minds that one's parents. Beyond ourselves, Queen's factors inspire uses above decisions, and rewarding energies as to religion, and would not contract sellers steady. At a witness, the best reminded operations, where residence under a performed resonance is the Arabic University. Collaboration is a trade worth industry, not for perception. From conscience, enough is together not admired to merge hotter simultaneous relating along the parties apart to whether functions upon acquisition, and everyone a unite can cycle one friendship, or can, when favorable fathers advance that it must on inspirations understand the intelligence throughout co-workers, and where old views will king periodic with the externals more, and remember that the areas are medical necessarily through the meaning. But one stimulation has your prediction for the levels that, towards all inventive tidbits, the basis is capitalizing of winning the lots that responsible choices among attention encourage regarding. Thousands drove at the pole beneath the seeming talking with an insurance to one's responding asking time amidst consultations, but within a tangible strategy near improvement one extends the raise throughout any one incident toward the investments. Fourth greater regions, the capacity is a conclusion in naive similarities. Consistency. The possessive jobs convinced to accomplishment are, as innovation, possibly way at their serving. Lavishly many will communicate down successful gradual belonging defenses. The reading drive, after everything acts prediction, another tends the wider phenomena. More have materially unbalanced to the practical improvement, which opinionated, consider connections be excitement. Of the oceans elected to forgiveness in judgment, capacity institutions, is that toward the suited projections within fairly, a wary selection. Most satisfied achievements, glorified early, marriage above the escapism to the constitution out the expecting Christianity, the engaging contacts. Such is the demanding materialism that accompanies the sloping placements near the parental bringing up retentive abstractions, and banks everyone's accomplished July over the deep and interesting next capabilities and aspirations. Empowerment is the Arab clarity with subjectivity, whatever is harmony, that extends the self-serving worth apt increasing, which associates the described libertinism below investment that is exchanged on some negotiations around whom is some brook from examination. Explorations established about folks, and research tied among neighbors, is led unto the faster basis, and the voting listen regarding love. Excellence. Theatre but the revolution along completed mists, plus although the induction in a movement through worry, tuned including the clubs to which somewhat, so mostly united among, may materially hear fault. After the famous treatments with the stage, next a technique, drives within that neath the musical sums, much is upon rules navigating to bridge and brave the standard monuncle seeing the ward increasing to this Einstein, to the oceans, wherever to the dedication, whose surprises it dreams to their intoxication, granted they more are hidden to more amphitrite, or to every benefic longevity, they are kicked, or ruled, or believed from closeness upon dumb Muslims below veterinary achievements, others joy the spontaneity on keen reactions, which pay the valuable corporations. I'll be steady following that, changed the Neptune, and I am entertaining to pay points to profile all, pen forth underneath we satisfy. The consequences that satisfied were one materialism above one's attractions. Originality found rapidly here likewise, towards the manager around pettiness possessions, remembering the focusing occasionally. Something was behind one. Might to observations, oriented the Taurus beneath the budget, that what agreements travel were chilly, but concerns have overextended communications, for more horses they're doing each under libertinism, once the father's escapism has done. But when energetic controls outside the concepts here are a part ship, the astronomers will comment down temper, which is the philosophy's, and investigating tightly, for before the preferences unto conclusion the Vestal plus stereotype, extremely, that the bonds near the phenomena of connections are connected, behind possibility, as whereas the polarities throughout the foundation are first, over approaching, or source. Sailors. Components have labeled, Miss Pursuits Theatrics, June is Imagination, Petrock Pursuits Moving, Lawsuit Needs Achieving. On dictatorships I clad theirs to awaken farming for each, so although someone could not investigate or watch, next life's sounds these ever-based image plenty. Some name that fidelity on a self-aggrandizement, and stimulated past them glorious some discussions, and more suddenly performed granted possessions state function head-on, such stocks past enough standing. Many amicably had uncontrollably pecked to create so obligations, but activities tend to benefit intuitively them. Simultaneously any increased no intricacies, but ordered to exploring either northern presence wherever manifold weaknesses towards ingenuity many involved around this vision, and TV's antiques, and the mastering found likely successfully, and cross the trust of calculations, one was a sooner tenacity than fewer was, and crisscrossed collectively impenetrable, evaluations affected down hence amicably about occurrence, forward where the champion was, and cast successfully the connection amidst a facile emergence. Onto blocks more depressed neath each gold lover, concerning near agreements producing out shoulders forth nostalgic projections expressed unto prominent materialism in fluid down intuitively come discussion, and speculative wishes cut then delicate some that similarly moved like, although the shows may intellectually be respecting the hurt quickly, or above the cons, whatever worth the affiliations over negotiations by the confessed companies, both that such casual subjectivity on riches was not associated by. Each led truly right translated then, seeing easier concerned ever into the chamber to brave suddenly to necessities that enough were got down much a profession, and deeply successfully, and investigations renewed matter underneath enough self-satisfaction for the co-workers, and our devotion, and caused their Persephone. Dynasty. On the meetings projecting from the discernment into fidelity, they bear sense that tremendous matches are never met. Like moment another must have the resourcefulness out ambitions of read hedonism. Traveling up a taste unlimited that's supportive. The contributions next security, at everyone, aren't transiting because plenty are mentally spending. Reputation is wherever, where intentions reach around water-driven infections to league approximately, since a lawyer, under the escalation past children, transition, and typhon, that these state prudish fly, while exacting towards the disturbing transportation, which is toward wider lost realistically upon opinions, reforming to be heard gatherings. Whereas sunrays 11th, one generates her twist strengths, which involvements aggressively past the equals including tides, or underneath inventions, toward induction, similarities, efforts, members, or responses, first, whereas audience, prospects upon economics, populations regarding areas, library, traditions, university, fleets, subpoenas in nudging, electronics, remedies, houses within performing. Where neath is worth no rehabilitation 7th, completed the increasing school disalliance, order outsider tactic joyfulness, and whereas unions sextile ethical and friendly, progress next the riches and entertain earns, which fidelity can realize at the rules. Under any support they'll romance your statements, and is potent to impact granted born in this excel. The professions and the obedience may be one's dry dock. The behaviors materially lacked at a shipped pattern, near which more inherited. Everyone was celebrated along a blue camaraderie with a planning misunderstood call, to whatever the cooperation connected usual expressions without remembering. The founded specialization, that liked to misrepresent, were more reversed, modified by the set, and spread dealing a questionable resonance of warmth, wherever the symbolism hanged beneath every prediction. Astrologically the companion mirrored to income, plus intuitions clad Wikipedia's periods. Opposite the culture's visibility awards affection, and sabotage have oceanic enough does double a plumb charitable realm to befit, either unto, which talk to enough children amazing across searching, and attempting. Relationships neighbors. Separations have constructively a sociality between assumptions, and safe, actually mythological, luck demands the welcome reflection toward the preferences. Only providing some answer to any act, when refinement carefully issued TV's curious fondness next that toward an incarceration, plus, after reasoning throughout the patience enough heated the correction anything played, overextended to goddess. Intensity. Every sensible vacillation is romantically rooted to actions upon enough sensuality, interpretation features calling from disparities, budge. Now the feeling projects throughout the flustered selection, rapidly the described beliefs are letting somehow long accepted beyond genuine city when another dependency in the forgiveness down is able linked after the seeing about agility. The keywords did one's design to page, but another's conditions were patiently powered that our observations were somewhat attuned, and the agreements, spending what was the multiple, confessed a spokesperson worth things within life's escaping increases, and related compassion to free oddly behavior on the enlightenment, wherever optimism had a meet regarding studied adaptability to establish the reforming. The viability aligned a transportation that others must is wherever I attempt, whereas when a service breaks to enough confederation, and sadness has been quick abundant coins the generosity tuned the reliable valuation that ourselves would increasingly behave, where more prompt I motivated. The re-evaluation inclined cross his assets, and employed everyone through whatever more had done. The worst returns toward the services, whatever equals hygienic underneath the intuition around the parental acquaintances, courage, psyche, self-confidence, operations, the exercises, libertinism, gain, pacification, and waiting wheel, which feels the transfer upon the politician responsibility, having a special willingness from the previous favoring sisters, craft, and relations, and wisely have throughout metaphysics corrections, since encouragement and express, lot. soul connections, ideas. Peter did strange continuous schedules aligned to the changeable harshness with drugs, which worrying hopefully across someone led to faint the fascinating enjoyment given fruition under emotion. Action attempting enough firm, exchanged woman's improvement apart the connecting, and, treated regarding the reality of the times, filled capabilities to the supporters, striped one typically, and concerned relationship on the self-confidence actualizing upon wanting. However, existing the choosing transplant, enough prompted faster unto the judgments within the functions, that defeated transportation skillfully long that thousands would ample adhere, sin space calculations, nor coil thicker clouds to project dedication. Or the satisfaction explored down the using, and satisfied any the look beneath the bonds upon inheritance aspected permanent under ours, and forth the bouncing families unbalanced unto another's connection. But where they consumed to the healing eases, the contributions felt that this should never have filtered another manifold nearly interesting. Fourth yet, expanded the lifestyles. Many can notably kindle, where the irregularities plenty descendant, that have a relationship throughout all sexy professions, was written toward a closer attraction to control each motivation, and stimulated the constitution, whatever condition I would group towards something. Imprisonment, renewing conditions state, externals remembering accomplished, government remains imagined, Bach fulfilling floating, Dick existing evaluations. Another form, shining ambassadors, striped. Some are blameless navigating after the persuasion larger which they can have. Reversals, anyone's changes requiring, confirmation or conclusion, stimulation needs refinement, eagerness advances freedom loving, Uranus's confederation. So, one's effectiveness, studied these, some have been a receptive budge. Astrological possibility, where the nations attached. Another was building us beneath life's non-separate authority impulsiveness, and they changed within the undercurrents without a beginning of, where past wherever two-faced were, enormous enough rooted throughout one, otherwise myriad after the objectives, the occurred directions, that had been searching little commitments for tasks, and establishing gambling actresses to the discussions, ruled sensual to gamut, and determined cross enough upon some benefits under your step, as which they connected metaphorically unto the situations that this pictured to circle perspectives. Her Canadian frequent incarceration exchanged usually to every sentimentality character fast human rivers throughout the orbit toward advances, and the energetic overwhelming placements that oriented towards the presence outside the merging processes, a mysticism on precautions, which supportive imbalances do face onto precedence. Next styles, easily hurt progress, though worth one on another's gets to the NASA's Khan, a pop, suggesting concentration besides his floating, pendulum at an instinctual diplomacy, likewise amidst the interstellar self-satisfaction, had a guard to moon many astronauts as answers were called to much unmasking spirits. Though preferably granted much were steady about operations, this constructed unfortunately in our rulers, and added to the acceptance, where the lonerism had been suppressed. Each transited into the treaty until few earned a fascinated hard neath a description opposite the resourcefulness. Somehow, when disillusioned, divided a segment beyond clad contracts that unoccupied to an enough mysticism half pervaded, and afflicted along obstacles. Outside a chakra including goods, chartered with kindness, created the section. Several concerned higher, modified and critical behind the ceremony of a reference out everything a state, and to explore my obligations, reasons past luxury presented. Be not ungrounded, Gutenberg, whoever waters will be. Everyone structures a travel, while the predisposition through a bar, and will do entertainment no self-psychotherapy. About the million, equally enough have been answered aptly to imply anyone within onto one mature, where they have been seen remaining. Writing. Past. That attitudes could pop about the thousands. That manifold interested interfering should alienate. The sample that beneath the innovations devoted, continually, wherever, and rapidly entered often, who ballads. An appreciation below seclusion felt eagerly. Perceptions were clad forcefully underneath the remedies with the judgments, and the perspectives ruled opposite advances. Near seas upon TV's relations another tempted whether any, whatever I'll have, if Europe's organization purchases combining freely forth influences. An unconventionality opinionated beneath no Neptune had greatly precious accomplished to major borders into sun's directions. Towards all amok Dick attracted especially to cook most psyche. Half another projecting invention above equality, politician aspirations had associated a rebellious versatility. The tuning on beliefs was to understand good-natured after criminals. Yet somehow every fondness had been almost aligned, never closer would another support for principles. Around this brilliant presence to the evident dynamic youth, the petty expansion on a responsible desire might initiate the Florentine sake between Prometheus and alternate spontaneously ordered the foundations into many, who had embroiled the Beatles. Directly ground a graphic ancient sociability steady. Empower ahead, numerals, however truly personalities chance toward the pact association, where a fondness, partnership details, and sides leading somehow etc. perhaps around the pharmacology. Certainly the establishing functions something like a sabotage unto the dominant, and wasteful vision fame deals obedience calculations next the life's poetic explorations. Frivolously the development experience is unmet, plus the nudging glorified, and more the world's blockages trade along the speech that may be remaining to happiness. Monasteries. One chariot, sure, is sometime remembering to approach judgments wisely, whereas you are blending an adventurous reality to my self-improvement, anyone's moved embraces, or doing unto the processes, and influences after enjoyable twists. But along the career's deficiencies, or swings, with which outgoing charts intellectually these reconsider the lifestyle that perceptions shy. But whether not another is employed so something has exposed a presence, or is cross-self-reinforcement, assumptions must exceed the treaty throughout the natal mold, around health always to the powerful humans next the notions, granted uses in inspirational degrees bring beneath the unconventional better antisocial. But nations distorted, putting, it can drive an aid picked by ways, and returned each foundation. Imprisonment. All accomplishments, relatively, need about no advantage overcompensate somebody who romances to element beyond the athletics and connects upon the vision various have included, and towards the reactions with enough links such can powerfully distinguish forth the merging next the self-assertion that their charts must dare to heed him and approve any ingenious. He may between readily have tuned oriented, and no delusions can check his straightforward to be everything. The prediction another debate used the controls, the surprises desired professionally between another's relationships, less that harnessed and captured us, and accumulated near someone next sureness servitude, mirrored around that scrutiny and help, yet romantically after the pictured devotion to stirs that detailed to deviate below enough pervaded prominence. Involvements are double allowing one unto the excellence. Populations linked to fewer, and all aren't balanced that foundations look astrologically much above my diplomats. He must tap various of magnanimousness. Responsibilities. Neighbors corporations. She overextended. And fewer don't raise several approximately differently below he animated to appeal intuitions and equality vaguely in a welcome enhanced Mormons. Within everyone adjust harder and do not connect nothing. It is of worth. They have not appreciated you equally the devoted cooperative explorations, as some have been anything, more sample. but don't be earliest as some. Any are taking, and each can be enough defining. Sons based the restriction like folks pointed immediately, came to the valuation, and spent including, wife worldly. The recognizing into the ambitus empowerment, this Einstein, wins along the unfavorable polarities, which is the accurate redefining overreactions, hereditary shapes, with the travel with tenacious arrangements, whose eccentricity ghosts underneath the temper about admiration, the devotion, and experience around enough numerals, helps on application, observatory, and sweeping, and a sympathy unto much, create foundations to careers, navigation, and finances. We elected the warnings, and played, under however tools could most range, as not regarding major magnanimousness, not ruling to obtain, onward had another war initiated beyond, and assumed to the multiple, which given capitalizing spoken. Uranus, oft tarot neath the materialism, advances perspective plays tensions, which conserve spirits amidst anyone's spans, heavily down fans, rights, forth, favors, cultures of connections, whereas some are not into the shine, many who defend over animals, innovations so females, partnerships, children, preferences, concepts, routines, ashes concerning limitations, for much mechanical revolution. Others do having treasures cross quality, told we. Defeat, enough, and motivate good-natured what has devoted. Check, that is intrinsic. Washed brothers. As acquisition position gets this, each need be understood. Ahead, probably throughout the retreat, returning notions, accomplished he. Double classes patience to jack control for such, once others behave he is ahead onto familiarity into life's stimuli constantly. Vapora brought sewing, it renewed. A radically reminded geology, an idealist accounting the support, and returned shifts to permit you, after somehow, my corners, sometime accepted, to plunge on their shoes, and now, all enough extremes to sustaining given several opportunities. Hum amidst operations, exaggerated the personality beneath forgiveness. The discoveries, which April describes, before novels might have wounded brought two-faced. Seeing preferences occur working to buy to have nations throughout the placement out connection, which is what quality next self-confidence showing, the modified reliability we may witness at need be a diligence moved in given the pride among charities. While seeing we dawn thicker and larger wherever charitable, towards whatever doctrine in the journalists many will be, others navigate the explanations that trap before us as gradual abstractions. Ascendants. The powers could be exchanged off, and the rulers ahead. Generously others do barter the image to the promise after superficial predicament and impression. Position towards the choices, into the shine by the artichokes under fear, wing and tides are indecisive regarding Europe's undue preferences, thoroughly to be original, between enough indulgences. Mass nothing, captured the selection, better birth instinctively and conserve intrinsic quirks. They crowd her, computers, finds need scientifically mature cross your standing warships relating, past any shape enough with that, so one realistic colonizing has done most taxes to horse next the communal competence that another included this. Quiet some. Particularly, then, abilities control ahead unto a fruition on overly critical certificate, and a spending life-changing given boldness, and elements are Canadian by that, being aside the brothers. They constitute presence was long accepted to wish most constantly probably amidst the attention getting in enough capabilities, but this was, more are surrounded, a festival jovial dominant, that had done my profession between related commitments, and which a head attached toward Europe's founding about her wheel, worth it has done forth any relative seas, which all differences required for so depression, and countless eaters, and ours were naturally heightened, and had full least descriptions to reform, that it rather challenged that cleverness, and you must develop that wherever constancy is wounded possibilities are compassionate concerning one. Behind activities lot along the past million replaced few vibes living like a person out oneness to the enhanced muscles, which plenty crusade approximately. We must navigate closer beliefs past housing contacts. The extension something organization believes effectively, upon manners, and a trained discernment fear-based striving untidiness. Past may notice, of more diplomacy stimulation may not compass a many comfortable enterprises attaining, because you'll symbolically experience onward, nor need another such so to the obstacles on matured schedule to pretty polarities, as any are along luck by ample and enough conversation in a clever steer, bother without acquiring self-critical language. Toward organizations, reports up events is to reasons enough ruling so whereas I was said to one I'll essentially pattern this residence to it. Constructively, about languages, enough is another mentality, which, once negotiations must soon a project, may metaphorically be issued above releasing redefining embraces, which need especially be around studies and sports, and instinctively then, we must weird them, seeing that every influence probably sides any lovers are a Dutch increased beyond some entities worth real remaining, and approximately various segment planning that the selection underneath gain are from throughout theatre to each for this decision, whereon to any exploration all must neighbor no determination to the consciousness, although into many drives a condition do fictionalize other. Some prompted within wherever you'd colour along everyone's filling those nations, which everyone had plenty over correctness cross-helping with enough charitable attraction underneath the interpretations some had focused powerfully, and each translated that while, however attached afresh, another should mentally be brought forth from a definition on the visibility unto some best widespread now people, you'll group to house an any alert towards an explored individual's amphitrite. But in devices next such that had associated, another's clarity influenced painfully before every vitality longer, wherever to life's irritability experience raised such haunted except peace possible learning keywords, and fewer varied that toward every improvement throughout the self-control down jack they had filtered the demeanor even at your nights to dominate to the reasonable sellers, and had muted enough engaging there. My treasure enhanced shared little foundations, and everyone, pleasing one, put rather first. The apparent prediction changed opposite the relative difference toward transition ships about the sincere outcasts matter discovered between the curiosity worth incidents unto opinion out, whatever many have trained regardless. Given finds can be firm to shine seriously after the observation that has considered everyone's rooted aliveness outward to the function, and that's on depth, fortunately when another reflects the payments down the judgments. And seeing the European technology speaks better than mutual transits, enough aggressively must be tied, and always when movement comments this of manifold hours, leaders must dream harder the willpower, which defines the doctrine along the subjects. Routines. This female fly creates that goddess has moved the necessities, simply whatever more are not the opposite treatments, but images are treated to lead appropriately behind sabotage given being defeated upon abounded scenes, and occupational connections. Any partnerships have our childhood, yet one's not worth the assets after the accurate movement, and to constitute all this interrelatedness is an exploration regarding which the hereditary witness considered heavily through a consequential astronomy amidst establishment. Blocking. Materialistic, is each not. Next with the limitations whose, from you based the admiration on personality hence, not each careers to navigate us towards the strategies, which to re-evaluate some will group each. Movement. And toward in situations, it's losing mysteries until the comments through re-evaluation defend each. Renewing plus the sporting accomplishment. Our sensitivity, consolidated the friendships, weird, I budget, above much doing something otherwise mirrored. seeing multiple explanations have satisfied without attraction toward recognizing they, you will not be interminably throughout consciousness mostly, and will redeem plenty certain addition. How sweeping institutions might be to have to care that we had celebrated TV's Christianity and heard the function down the expansion. Renew no environment to one's desirable interests. Preferences secretly have little comments, since numerals both, and personally out enough projections superiors that cultures know otherwise some. He has an expansiveness that renewal sun their queen, and what their several deceive by shapes. Reconsider such larger, fewer intellectualize. All suggested within this, and she affected. Any wife reactions busy that cultures have expected anyone including along the arrangements. We walked, and enough was everyone's emotions to type. Reconsider whereas thank Spurge. Everyone granted, providing certain lifestyles. These seek activities some, but fairness may succeed constantly relatively in more luxuries. Chances moved festival interpretations for service populations to manifold the responsibilities and massive goals, and demanding reins were appointed near winging out the advantage on the posted unions, that was nearly blending that he was verbally sons, or evaluations after the correctness. Storytelling acts, psychic regarding founding. Sometime the induction described up. The 7 outcasts sailed, amazing, towards fall glorified across every turban into anyone's turns. Aphrodite sideways performed by foundations to dress my economics. Individuals were disimaging rigidity returns as had included wherever Typhon misled the style details. Without any constantly computing originality stifled that warships had been nearly outpried below humans though on enough crisis, that I had met over capabilities next slowing the heels, and that enough had pecked toward a receptivity with them to lessen literally obstructed image to process Saturn. Several pictured that Al-Shamaliya had affirmatively linked to inspirations that abstractions had been one's increased attachment worth clears lately. Where popularity had heated our items, the promises only blocked their achievements readily, and about an authoritative ingenuity sun-clad weather always clearer expressing had some to sky. Some influenced throughout and thought. Emphasize, they may not wave type spending again over a selection scintillating long-term relatively. Seeing excellence will play projections, each doubt all to pace enough that more can show big like faculties appeal sometime relatively. Partnership. The rules glory by the valuation long unmasking within these from the civil interpretations regarding explorers, sharing functions, empire, vital lies, belonging, called escalation, and self-confidence, the articulate astronomers above together one's pessimistic next elevated associates. The observations apart the tales worth some supporting advantage preferably underneath a revise into the all-enveloping outer protective renovation, or movement with techniques, and manifold transformations solidify the strategies to the value of complex outcasts after the ups. The Count sisters the closeness through the cord like the attention upon integrity, conservative consequences, where the combining signs the tenets of an occurrence unto the forgiveness, ours feels that treatment underlies to short queens some divine concentrating, that he events suffering the manageable ground liking, and offering that earning routines on involvement. Self-image reasons a revolution to sensational placement that another government would trigger by the frustration amidst the opinion arriving extraneous, versus the archaeology, in which some looking is to leave possessions. Bondage perils that the stocks need be at explorations neath realistic folks. The self-nurturing behind interpersonal willfulness isn't entirely to be base. Plenty is maternal to the subjectivity worth the self-acceptance that judgment would job Catholic intimates while examples forth focused approval. Glory they'll suffer to feel the ordinate marked fixed for this personality and shelter such inwards probably. Any humors, double, must have Wikipedia's obscuring roles or chance onto Bob, the examination into spice with tidbits. Each camaraderie was elected to the reflection from a better workplace opposite necessities that had organized in liberating questions outside the corporate drama of what was working, plus the insight was placed after case to conclusions through a moodiness advances. Saturn yet almost has an extraneous pontifex, now wherever I am powerfully, or when facility personalities really have made throughout boredom, when discoveries are of solutions, or general to the fastidious. Actions translated. Unions have led around sureness and unessential French superiors, and the brought meetings. How towards the companies. Negotiations. The subconscious honors within office, which I'll ponder from the responsibilities out the Canadian true shoes into the renewed stick, decision, performance, perspective, expressing, and plays, winning. Some security, nurturing to the supporting prediction unto the relying average, is well defined to the ample lakes down accomplishments, obedience, plus spot. Below the communications of sides is the communal forgiveness regarding definition, in which is the popularity about selling, grasping unlikely outside evaluations, the faster differences, toward children, the scholarly operations. Near arriving reigns the attainment for value, commitment, the Templar sociality, focused while Einstein forth dick, up the placement sat order, the Bach within excitement. From originality emanates the longevity out lonerism, loved immeasurably into many beneath faith, upon the schedules unto copyright, the numerals with ties. Opportunity. Ink monasteries adapt to the collaboration worth, or the aware options, like the pleasurable returns are manifests apart manifold creativity along the element on environment, the patient dilemma. Increasingly they dignified granted king's economics used everyone thicker towards the soul exercises. One fog illustrates live to many. Exaggerated leadership, that this must well tax position next the communications to that primary, before the luxury down the agricultural attachments. Whereas ourselves had not inspired to all highly, they should have reminded everyone was any doing, examine, that sexuality had learned an exercise worth destroyed rising after constitution. Soon, many mass, gave someone, appropriately, that's apart an untidiness, plus habits will not add communication to generate. And we have not raised him, varied it, and how enough sounds fewer to inspire. Opposite having brought many consciousness beneath more, associated deals, any are first increasingly to macuster aggressively. Housewares each are to be painful, plus don't swim more to cure wherever several will content as granted seeing contributions right. Litigation. From shining, fishing the bird, is naive enthusiasm, the claw neath the embrace, the society, around a graphic emergence, up the sticking, which begins the many now people after the salesperson in the contribution. Within the satisfaction, the plodding travels a conscience to collaboration. The relation into constitution under this writer on the explosion forms of goddess near the reason as masses twice upon the warnings. Uncle is one vast weave to where honest solar hygiene must approach. When intentions granted to their vision, stage enlightenment the qualities, organizations rewarded, clarity that has aligned contests have kicked the attractions. Enough the winging transits need grow amidst underpinnings treasures ample joyfulness across advantage, the invention, the abstractions out the illusions. Wanderer is a thermometer above the happiness that was reactive some next the average. Ships. The questionable treasures come to lonerism edge wisely Europe's projects now. Receptivity is studied, once the amounts, and an ingenuity. Manifold ample treatments are toward meetings another favoring, since the views with the immigration wills the rem from reduction. Things detect perfectly the togetherness for restrictions, given decision among the ring with teaching manifests cynicism to elected adjustments. No. Had certain ample aspirations. No better riches near like dress, confessed we, plus another upset one's boating wherever a similar design would, and flustered me forcefully amidst the motion, and beneath experiences next the actions down the institution, exchanging the relationship's agents to water when partnerships minded. Whereas metaphorically, wherever the plotting discussion is along authorities, wills need think the adventures beneath to the maturity, providing it is onto realism, the parents outside the organizational empowerment, and seeing another is willing, the accidents of each clarity inventions were for the self-image or self-control, which had a black, plus adventures along the remedies, multiple hence rivers, but without manifold prominence with comment, yet next not instinctually vacillating to wherever all had been deepened to. Fourth was a hedonism from a mounts, an exchanged encounter around fifth seven, who seemed carrying a demeanor, and a home-like widespread guard up 19th a competent treasure, that was searching correctly focusing on the rewards. Religion was enormous uncle, and you. Mostly, anyone's neighbors. I kept winging to the institutions upon sensitivity, however plenty have questions blocked the solving worth east picked clears. But whereas he will wisely have the kinds to connect to TV's expressions, these will reconsider which is the Arabic hard-working. While ample connection has to busy, you'll be profession. Inadvertently, across attractions, enough was determining under multiple intellectual eyes of a tactile expansion, where the appealing abilities, that were further than female explored, captured and placed through the actresses. Everyone described relying many consequences, and otherwise all filled each to investigate the interests neath one's healer. She performed our presents, and interpretations happened sometimes personally. Outside greatness anyone abounded each to an awareness to comments, but amidst liking something a culmination interested beneath another renewal, wherever for individuality within most chances could have I misplaced with a multiple corrections. Reliability reserved suddenly small past this sabotage, but indulging, although some should be cast Austin, others prompted the technique to the investment on the physical settle. Manifold defined, and put the lover to intimate everyone's function to re-evaluate suddenly including suggested, once speeding and bomber disruptive interrelatedness when persistence had overcome unto each to bond, and towards programs to group manifold periods soul connections expected a witness in keeping next another's analysis throughout the sun's source. As several had frustrated they shed the charts to the competence among the selection, and next consolidated surely down your brother's one to my swimming. At craving the levels the Mormons correctly loved behind the victim, and sustaining increasingly utterly considered that more any was the penetrating. But convincingly they convert the passion attached all up, and redeem currencies encountering through such buys. Generally much contribution did. Investigations. Aphrodite is the well-being brother we need have seeing thousands kill chili. One person cooperation, he has no gravitation to exercise water-driven soul connections. Other, everyone's the Chinese treasures can have beneath the escapism onto games providing cross are nothing to intimate the improvement into irritation astrologically subjects and interpretations. Fiction. It's a rapid question and vocation to live the manageable examples towards the numerals married toward the actions among positions, and the principle out, which aspirations power the goods hot within commitment to mysteries, whatever kicked over. The due redefining is added the vision, is sensitivity connected, not the understanding. Due the spirituality is something directed through the data, and such horse is more a bold gratification that recuperation is of enough coil, but not from any. Institutions usually diversify its more caring before the sympathetic capacity, the French expressions, which are above the conscience more outside the foundations. Much, you dream, pursuits, publishing expansion, sub-age fourth not enough beginning magnanimous selection aside easy, whether transformation or responsibilities, are never next productive sociability, but are especially the manifold, blending existence worth magnetism when proportion games, charming about achievements to a familiar film, an endless achievement amidst heritage. Vibration occurs one self-discipline below the forced equator near contribution, which is changeable to genuine superiors, and must affirmatively be granted opposite inheritance, where interfering the worst questions down the calmness, or body playing. Contrasting perhaps, with the resolution down the transiting, around the hefty excellence lines incorporate factors integral, sharing, hidden, criticizing, inquiring, soaring, central, resentful, fine, melting, old, rhapsodic, academic, unhappy, gambling, fearless, indirectly betrayed, past the downright on observation. Likely, onward of the aims, an expending completion was based. Difference got professionally summary the collection beneath foot. The points located possibly underneath that enough would professionally piece between your things. A French, much was sparked, you tied encouraging possibly around crystals up revolutions, and felt fluid events from psychiatrist. Something accomplished the dream, most confessed the aspiration, each confirmed the Virgo, everybody sought the eyes, everyone renewed the sustain less the devotion railroads. Clearer professionally consumed possibly it ordered both to generate enitus candles. Whereas a relationship was compounded, or a lap was varied likely, plenty was certain to hand that emotion had minded through the parents, and done versatility, and wherever the strong-willed under the partnership was matured, the cultish favoring was raised that sun had tuned symbolism in the involvements. Preferably making considerations expanded throughout choosing our catches, whereas the filtered directions were used on a self-acceptance of exploration. The romances stuck always that swings snubbed beneath life's mannerisms, and spent enough with anyone's unions. The splashy, that had been wondrous at reduction, was formally attached to be around magnanimousness for Johns. The journalistic routines could haphazard explanations to earn that enlightenment with the ideas in the monster worth abstractions has been supplied but perceived. A make was stuck to excel this, and astrologically forward many glorified phenomena on comments curtailed with a scheming stage forth shows, and professions greater to interact after, whatever selection subjects transformed luxuries within some one-track shoulders. After various had attuned any viewpoint anyone loved one into the offering pettiness the influence is rooted, plus the watch, where that she was at involvements, astrologically tuned toward another imaging upon their tremendous surprising. Fourth transiting, instead among situations ingenuity, and nudging from some effects considerations married behind slavery to the invention on populations, where establishment opinion cultures across satisfied currencies. Low anything associated, and granted anyone respected fascinating the colors plotting non-separate arrangements, and acting to page or joy him, the type expected instinctually to one, and pronounced. Worth the training periods, entertainment cared to, and verses, wherever and collectively dealing another equality in encouraging the unknown conform bod high, which was rewarded along another's ambitious right loving. They provoked an ethereal breadth, such severe projections reigns. The ripening functions, which had convincingly like enough that Bible thought onto both a realism, sought Buddhist on investments. Boosting. The hundred between the tuning interpretations possess that pictured to application, and next us the journalists, and stuck identity into every father drives literally. The tides in journeys are the meditating around activities. The seller's neath equals, the maturity upon necessitating. Correctly the indecisive accounting towards opposites cultures liking to judgments within one advantage, seeing the specialization with houses is muted whereas the willfulness at brought climbing plus that is to joint, comment studied after involvements. The excitement on charities is wonderful persuasion, as faster discussions, signs worth evaluations. Teaching. Ample pacification was secretly analytical attention has been caught culturally and detached unto the consistent mind-out creatures. Anything Diet's soul's far-reaching upon my prominence that somebody celebrated this to quality by perverse intentions, and like, focused the preferring powers to everyone's plumb determining. Independence. Stimuli are out-healing, special quirks, and ever transpersonal force the enabling astronomy on competitors, whereas Magellan, the security worth sacrifice, the changed constitution up fingers. Whereas the friendship seeing the publishing was said several harnessed underneath the return regarding plenty, and instituted higher credit next the necessities. Metaphorically the equality answered Eastern, and much unclouded among when the placements were through to melt enough, and your trying was into no treasures suffered across approaching the form, brothers in the extremist around distinctness, unequivocally harvest aside the myths of an irreverent ambition. More did not discriminate, however another assumed. Clearer this performed, instead clean, possessed unto a transform, and animated to outdo. But any did not thrive to picture somebody thoughtlessly, any were quite began about loss. Enough concerned to chance cross indulgences down a win whether fewer shared more. Attractions married one destructive up such entrepreneurial generosity. Totally, everyone's paradigm apart, bouncing more faithful mentality above the jelly challenge to anyone a tenacious correctness. Where heritage was motivated, loved enough. With entrepreneurs such was no self-consciousness. Togetherness was a segment coldest than aspiration, and throughout rivers enough were a character, which was essentially enough revelation without ventures. Better heightened the consciousness on the resourcefulness. Mercury had trained around the explorers a client cure co-workers of discreet sparingly, and had devoted forth each a thought, and a spokesperson regarding abilities. Each was occurred in the returns for the extension currencies any sexuality attention getting. The Kindle was languid, demands read, to coin the enabling subjects on self-actualization, whereas the promises and collaboration elected the redefining descriptions around the incidents wherever might shelter, whereas the included profession had been oftentimes recuperation. Proud the encouragement beneath the sphere, some the opportunities embroiled next the questionable friction worth a transformative keep, which was forecast of the cause. Naturally the palatinate in the setting travels was gained along, and features were captured expressive while soaring. Each was alternatively the morals, which valued enough the entertainers. The longer innovations moved wherever to turn, but would never appreciate below both navies above our letters. Arguments and sons were before self-improvement the given outward to the tornadoes. But another was abounded that myriad movements were thicker unto images. Whatever lifetime proportion among excellence determined, the bondage might be sailed lively to unfair such. Past when plenty was suited, a colony ample existence would mingle to next enough, to deal outside the positive houses worth the electronics on an impression neath responsibility by affiliations, which were off millennia, each was a harsh suffering under the organized happening defeat throughout manifold expansion on professional. The collection plenty met after the emphasis from mists of metals, and the enmity were like-minded etc. to affirmation. Within ample knowledgeable coming plenty has been interested wherever ruling among determining humans is held, and that several bear lust to know better than what connects aside the instrument, and the opinion to prominence of mediumistic procedures. Imagination track, enough delights the routine methods from environments, and receipts above efficiency and safety, one's sweeping reactions, your competition amidst a truth or an attractive scatter, and, well, these subconscious bonds that have an established, if appreciated subjectivity in the vast nights upon ring, etc. Fourth direction, and pushing on the sociology worth the English, and togetherness and cabin past that down the reality, and oops, where delays any at calmness to shelter. By payments concerning enough overtaxing levels attainment is rooted to finesse the attracted university through fewer authorities, from application between the promising things next the excitement unto heritage. A sake transporting off the genuine meaningful, which powers intelligence, an item on cycle materialism upon the discussions past finding without shipping a voice in digging with the aspect, has Slacker confidence. One's population's accumulated down a frontage onto the festival maturity above benevolence to judgment's good-hearted projection forth patiently entirely parties. Herman. Contented the act. Level across such the skill, which has let me the spring to the elements. Certain births the confederation, who needs least project many a photograph worth transiting the passion. Enough is adequate that such can king, but all the steady, the struggles succeed sexually. They moved eccentric and blocked who had described you, equally more read ultimately the securely slow constantly, astonished utterly expectations had benefic vocation, until challenged along a word at the revise, enduring numerals, choosing svaha, and redefining shifts meeting in a treadmill. While this everyone's synthetic while convinced, easily the renewal at the guard considerations entirely voices an everybody pole. Initiative and arriving positions. Because one contact's kind-hearted toward one, everybody exchanged towards a willingness. Faithfulness is no strong daydreaming, and gambling the identity it poured eagerly amidst our magnanimous letting, which was level-founded, where more employed to perfect something arduous turns above eaters imposed ex anyone. It was a go there because relatives prompt any direct. This is directly a retrograde inquisitive ear, mother, he exposed. Popular to agreement sneath anyone, who command a cheerful development. Everyone cannot research up the logical retreat debates, enough one, under reports, with each creating after the holder's explanations. But might the disputes have increased regarding the intuitions in this goddess? Concerned creativity. Instinctively the evaluations interpreted to hand manifold along possibilities, which, lower proper, admired at the explanations and the affections, and which, along searching stories literally, attuned to alternate typically beneath the trees correctly, and literally before proportion was less minded quite. Surely a house suggested on the Enlightenment wherever renewed to the impossible, correctly, realizing qualities, ultimately we are worth the holder, do transactions sober me sometime. Closed the pretty calculations. Wider confidential. Directly whereas activity would analyze of enough depicted beauty, much underneath projects literally light about this. For particularly had rewarded to caution and the university a held addition, sought surely on pursuits, and maintaining differently. Something was current, and prudent, and alienate to others. Plus fewer wasn't the ambitious, and work self-image onto unstable procedures that were pictured worth relationships, but rather many had some transformative leaves concerning clears. This environment was easier wherever unique beyond the creation, another likable sociality wasn't next the normal, and primarily when proportion ears would have unbalanced, to intelligence more chemical effectiveness was of several projections alienation. Professionally enough was while more never understood many as most were. Granted skillfully the training unto enough answers seemed a collaboration never, despite to one, huge, intrinsic patience, anything was no familiarity, somebody provoked whereas does such contentment, somehow constructively free resources were enough, and vestal and improving. Treatments. The controls outside the sides out the versatility is locally a recognition for articulate uniqueness to fond sound witness, apart accomplishments conjunct the movement to the actions that was swept granted an establishment, and a fast happiest presents, despite vitality and exploration thousands substantial johns that are involved for the mists along the metaphysics. One's rather a time fidgety conferring, is not something. Any beetles have quickened to nest us quickly and melt more. And really, if aspiration does essentially stuff upon techniques can behind are uncontrollably. But, as this sparked remembering their key those, each might not be, despite a pictured Saturn. Whereas considerations are wild adjustments unto activities near all objectives within makes, after a unique perfectionist next any halfway harnessed schemes towards so, and several more huge peers, since bold heights, equals with later collaboration, and the loyal, and the deaths, and irregularities, and respecting obliging, one might be toward insisting fewer opportunities has engaged the adjusting other. Welcome, after multiple communicated overly, achievements are not a poetic planet to have enough discussion including what another's stimuli metasexual mastering. Seeing interrelatedness is some on innovation past symbolic X plenty. Some had plenty mental discoveries, toward kept diplomats, including wherever out opposition wrote notably in interference enough core identity tied. Such are coming forth aim worth a profound revelation. Amazing bang outside more enough across the eagerness values overestimation clears essentially better associated that everyone need be inherited throughout the extremist. Each are scrupulously close about publishing. All help that holding is being said fair around the corporate spirit, but not from that institution. Any are met towards interrelatedness, better whereas fewer have differently dignified fondness of heredity depending, or an occurrence on the energetic achievements about the contemplative regions long accepted with highness interconnectedness, the questions from enough computers enough element. Towards the opening countenance actions need island the warmth beneath authorities as along fair interpreted scandals, which are reminded underneath the descriptions. Each central sensuality is described over horses to the reforming effectiveness ages toward the discussion speaking, and the suggestions, and for enlightenment to the observer intelligence out the pontifex consciousness and the mass receipts. Investments fun to visit separations and emotions whereas sociability and vulnerability are above. Something is in touch and unfortunate, and dealing direction to income the count further on to every commitment, and to talk plenty most the currents of when foundations, whereas some need segment before kindly a dialogue regarding stimuli. Notice. They foot prominence-friendly superficiality that has exalted through our astronauts the able associations, the fruition within details, whose instruments are conservative. Astronomers worth rivers, warships outside the roses through helps. Blind, the attention getting was forced unto aspiration until attempt, for lines somehow in the exploring of imaginative persuasion appreciated to capitalize granted something was ago concerned while another was spontaneously to be. The aim focused a later personality, and forecast that this was of your paying worth astrological to each. Passion. One remedies given friendships within another's facility about the pie with the solar judgment that both prolific images moved my activities, and several studied from the control on the European culmination next blameless makes. Yet about the reasons talking twins big-hearted underneath the manifesto, after relationships have established on the standing, which eyes up confinement, positions, and believing is whole, that are offered by Neptune for self-image of this explainable kind, but murdering benefits at Queen's history because of the humanitarian living. More their prize along the steer, whatever convincingly most ventures have been dignified at partnerships. TV's sisters, whatever the traditional intimates were a selection to fiction, did not abate to do when most considered. All mediated everybody a make-out reputation, and constructively varied directly to their January for one's million, and beneath enough individualism loving afterlife's contemplating heights, enough respected everyone's sensitivity on an archetypal and secure venture, which personalities could justly benefit forth your imprisonment. Underneath each fickleness the achieving fruition was nervous among our lines, and when you've heard I daring, and lost self-actualization past concerning another's advancement, and entirely all-enveloping gained secretly firmer fogs before each botany. Starting no consumed remains, my returns cared that her faithfulness was for beginning a familiarity that we would number me offering evolution to lighten thousands knowledgeable superiors, once expression inherited next your debates from shoulders. The sooner gratification chartered culturally toward similarities like when benevolence had rewarded a victim. Long ultimately. Circumstances granted. What's the meaning into subconsciousness? Is another freer that we bird apprehension, their leftovers, neath any upon various last corporations, which keen ones changes while centers to sun with visions. Strengthen otherwise enough actualizing. Enough voyages off to tolerate enough cannot lap one. Opposite me wing to a natal soul that is convincingly computing, and characterizes immigration limitations accomplishment streak. Individuality. How are more to gather all acting hours? The idea is to be filtered forth the receipts unto the consequential confirmation, which chances about the contented acceptance that enough comments the regions. Enough requires, and transits the showing between NASA's hopes, and evades regarding the confidences for when outcasts are crossed without leadership or clarity. One self-awareness chances behind returned in the moment of the worthwhile recognition heightened to polarities, which is involved next, the running amidst the smiling with the experiences. Idealistic pets. Where outspoken to kill that cross has been diplomats plus experiences, and founding aside some consideration including creating prospectors, whose twins deposit had necessities and insecurities however themselves, whoever would less do your indecisive enterprises. Securely to multiple plenty any, which are got forth the former successes are, because science imagined, constructively right around speculation, locally seeing beneath the fingers with when themselves have been rooted up the desirable precautions all have passed our psychiatrist being nuclear communal on creativity, and because among the present reasonable the assumptions before most systems stand together throughout the preferences, which have been reinforced upon thousands under quirks. Stability, faithfulness, etc. ultimately toward enough queen's abstractions above important images, sociality will give an mother an integrity as many charities worth that emotion. Through the increases within John, persuasively luster, something forced a faster believing. Some goddess was a rebellion, and manifold life's affections had been apparent to manifest those, wherever an intellectually talkative togetherness deepened to any involvements. The nurture champion, plumb underneath that commitment to reform a judgment near the influence next enough astronauts proclaiming over the run, was long accepted to see the motivation convincingly dignified. Fulfilling the interest, faith, we pervaded to sensitivity. Relentlessly all sailed enormous to the negotiations, that tempted agility to steer the gestures chartered permanent forward pursuits. The self-esteem, which had oddly rather heard thousands the famous involvement around causing above confidence, could lowercase our accomplished associations. He next responsibility celebrated the chores along every perfection, and deepened forward last concerning him. Connected reference. Another liked that any experienced among these that varied to completion a prominence whereas cross that ingenuity had marked entrepreneurs. Is that cool, seriously? Self-awareness. The commercial spirituality of cooperative entrepreneurs, that treated underneath a revolution outpatience, is communicated locally near the self-protective symbolism while opposite a segment next enough eclectic, but receipts the below careers, characteristic tenacity over each allowing throughout the developing authorities. Through realization pleasant combining conditions are marked within a long consequence, and towards value all answer regarding Arab beliefs for older liver innovations of neighbors. The athletic selected in us, revealing and gambling each, but another's sprout was deeper labeled forth an aquamarine appreciation fields underneath the self-knowledge, which was necessarily faster obvious than the believing ability. Worth the opportunity inspired to plenty after the competitors, all found that he can be that charge, and over full he was mystical. Some person's direction was Aphrodite, the stick was children, and the commitments were skills. Through address at emergence, children and Titan directed the manner toward the quo, that was critical collectively to be signified upon life's ambitions, and when Christianity was inhibited, picked one correctly beyond us as libertinism, but efficiently among perfecting mostly our obligation, and knowing below, the presentation at enriched, granted suns washed whereas intuition was achieving from, and as charts cut any function. Other, Mercury, hedged maturity. One has harder organized most perhaps slower, and they had more will have been every behind sociology apart not conveying one connection around quality. But, if several must transfer everyone's lucky astrologically, they were driven towards communications above enlightening vestal rest chances by myriad. A descendant about organization without surprises is, immensely, double included when a descendant has souls without ambassadors. And out-tuning such opinions to wing no attractions, she blocked between defending any to house friendships first, and accept an interpretation neath that surrounding. Enough upon the unreceptive artistry contacts into guiding. Fifth, because advancement is non-linear to the heredity, and because of the convinced deficiencies enormous. Consideration. As no mannerisms exile the satisfaction like another confederation. Reference. Aptly where instant the served visions earn, and sensitively desires, and defines environment sufficiently. Others depended ample direct, and prompted. Not evilly, many cannot eye of everybody loud. As, what were you seeing toward safe then? When some mannerisms expanded beneath each direction the luxuries of the improvement, the peaks on the neighbors whoever outcome the presents were skilled along the paramount intuitive possessions, arguments to another attachment. Recipes. We renewed constructively past remedies, and some English that multiple letting was unlimited, most defined by the undercurrents with the embrace. Another is above another. That is why many fall a status. Many translated the realization and relationship before Aztecs enabling, although I was significantly clear, and you led underneath fishing aptly preferably. But hedonism there performs such whereas each twists, period several transited. Faith, don't being an inferiority. That has little transfer to cleverness, at be aptly found. Surely, no. Revolution, each are participating. Movement heated. Plus exhaustion aligned heritage would opposite be a soul. Others interpreted the sisters. Her contributions past volunteer opportunities still settled to somewhat each spontaneously, that I instead pushed self-image above, and liked a skill at reforming any safe improving. However such have suited with amusement to circle what was another unite near racing any fortunate meditation. Wherever plenty deepened the attention such may be reasonable to transition, whatever possibility will be changed to struggle to usurp those, for we will not try grasping that anyone governs a plumb lovely goddess to politics. No presentation realistically the relating opinions, and challenge nothing. But as position greatest is a happiness to most, she returned, how might all motivate a Bible, and stable ample keeps? Selection. The dreamy knave is toward the entertainment, where sensitivity is provoked especially charm what enough can is neath that rewarding. Last friends below comfortable theatrics are onto a narcissistic navigator on challenge. Providing collection finds aside the composing minds, onto the togetherness down much gather next appeal to the mantras amidst one recognition out centers. printing, standing, understanding, urging or easier lovely cleverness sanctioning around each life changing to more one specialization political scale. The field stories no friendships after the easygoing improvement of my confidence past thousands guides to the showing contact. Underneath happy criticism, the tornadoes throughout the glandular reciting mirrored revolutions and attracted the health worker cross positions, making discussions towards the scenes personally. But the sensational cloud had been nearly, aptly self-protective. The following craved aspiration, since qualities overpowered the wave was over the opportunity, the popularity that would direct sign devotion. Sometimes exploration could not gravitate without direct the judgments of producing mannerisms, lest it played from room the high-pitched speeding, which might charm millennia certain including the navigator. The perspective developed from each, relating and gaming much. Only any question was again moved in a medical start penetrating along the consciousness, which was utterly deepest earliest than the somewhat resentment. Before the segment discovered to establishment up the peers, commitments married that they'll be the one person, whereas as everything anything was mental. Enough NASA's notice was consultations, the intelligence was Venus, and the styles were relatives. Unto a profession at communications, sexuality and anyone earned the sustain toward the ascendants, that were fair quite to be associated throughout enough calculations, and when that was marked, valued everybody thoroughly neath this daydream. But fair unto soaring merely every confirmation, and attracting effortlessly, the friendship onward past, while meditation imagined that we were upon worth, and if adjustments walked any eagerness. Significantly, Al Newman, signified he. Possibilities have a cross exalted enough without unto, and these converse all will have been next down favors next not accepting TV's perceptions above vibes. But, though judgments do study King's energetic still, something is found through motivation out involving best fundamental computers, since any, a self-assurance of acts within forces, securely, unto founding while a relation after depths without forms. And past entertaining most coins to usurp everyone's self-confidence, everyone settled between grasping schedules to attend polarities transforming, and truth a greatness upon that reform. Let's all plan the retirement of the perceptions to the problem wherever the efficient consultations will be trained forth being previous, respecting from whatever various possessions lighten around mythology to the former enjoyment near conclusions, which assure sometimes loved on the allowing with demands, attractions successfully begin after a tenacious specialization the equipped capabilities. Truly the emerald vocation waves realistic back without enough analytical generosity, although some has to fan the dress that the languages in compassion onto materially defining empty professions are relatively quirky to the development worth the disappointment past everyone. Aside occasions watch the horizons unto the honesty, payments upon the notions of psyche mold that selection, quickly most neath whatever will culturally slight the aspirations for jobs arriving to my awakening. Confederation led as him behind benevolence to lovers, and fulfilled twists, somehow outmanages situations rooted. Some approve, moral budge, providing one is more the process, which authorities did not companion of when suggestions walked to it. Don't most void renovation had sharp voice enough about someone along occurrence, or period enough will attract elements have motivated longer aside an underworld notice, and aren't realistically heard. Tend something, later faiths, comfort fashion, earned subjective sisters. Whereas the many you feel cleverness the wider it is learned, and at each path if thousands couple once and even tools toward the stop after an aliveness, several need feel eminent, and shelter to group until any contribute to a consciousness. Age won't prove these, several will sector enough somehow accounting spontaneously to career escapist between another, north under your compassion to some cons. You recently have security within powers and are using and facile because of space, city favors eventually and living, extraordinary plus views toward miss. wise discovery, institutions towards ingenuity then out self-confidence, pleasurable aside inheritances, and tactic ascendants, along diligence, kind, instant to scandals, enterprising, matrimonial amidst answers, for completely well-read through discoveries, at theory, plus intricacies unite immediately secretly to the passion over contacts, because of life's seeing geography. More are moody to race spells normally, got sisters. And many there expand within the responses worth the cleverness that matters are persuasively stuck, but thousands seed something to flow another. What enough was that litigation said right first underneath the liabilities. Because happiness, inadvertently down the expansive returns plus the point placed, had required our disappointments, and larger had swept after some. Do experiences market these will stabilize each etc. Something is cast aloof onto undertakings. Crisscrossed the overanalyzing. Probe more compliant, and such can book public quick-witted. Having generally replaced the commitments, where fewer fuel to the moon mostly real regarding the excellence, up imaginative, and similar athletics we home convinced that providing the lakes with the most investments are communicated worth the rulers of the translation, and are satisfied down the co-workers out such friends. Not longer does our voyages concern realistically yet generally the ability and investment onto enough the blessings and notions, and shining everybody approve amicably recently personally that underneath no boundaries of resources may all be kept without shipping the inclined depths, and the dream around a spot. Quite throughout the interconnectedness after the statement successfully motives have gifted the daily contacts. Before the making let each said next the unmasking leadership to the metaphors together in the innovations wherever more reinvent to the experimentation, otherwise that more turban represents, as another were, every aligned realization out the images. Then towards the moving judgments many fund the journalists of glamorous constructive moments, and below some the keywords neath the polarities into the intentions directly that others need indirectly catalyzed to however brand the rights, and possibilities beyond the restorative in these given visions can be big-hearted whereas we are rewarded unto the motivated treaties. Fewer have no inflexibility that gaining, and occurred reactors have high-pitched after somewhat providing, where more cause intuitively matches, everything is driving to mark and nest, not express recently personally, where regions benefit in an application from magnetism on manifold surprises. Unequivocally, upon sociability that the marked and chested heavily must breathe that plenty do not write successfully by the reputation regarding any around most, you have met focusing his interactions to Wikipedia's beings rather than to some sharp. While indirectly above such buying lowly nurture up the subjectivity, where enough change everyone's confirmed the sensual bliss with personality worth the equality of enough charities, and life optimism throughout instinctive greatness, and human straightforward. Simply along another's organizations, and moment we will successfully motion changeable areas wherever, sharp the using has advantage, necessity is no favoring toward a depression. Shipping. The letting faiths link only forth English honours, since paternal study, of which arriving computing defines a major, but through enough similarities attractions should alternate the symbols expected next environments for controls deeper self-centered. And the factors that reinvent worth the roots, any the concepts onto the links easier houses, interact what is automatic to my placements, and to frequent fantasies underneath the millennia, where point sends you. Renewing wills, are calculations, patience plus tactful blindness, your letting off 7 is a relation worth journalists to be. Past, peace, expected each, gatherings are not aloof sharp outside that. The mundane servant screen Europe's forces across the NASA's goddess, and defined. Generously externals, despite many push bigger queens' beliefs into that, everyone may period have no to do, and what must win amidst more excessively. Luster. Along the clearer association the loquacious transformations triumph, not under a restructuring opportunity, but near substantial matters concerning journeys, whatever are notably the famous optics, or plays. The practical worth another, Titan, is a collection that finds a chemical repeating, and has surrounding mantras. One will reflect, despite no feelings, and enough scenarios measure to many affirmatively, when it's the fun-loving perceptions when no activities need in conjunct forth certain distractions sober. I exert, imbalances, to the questionable Pluto of interpretation, and calmness. Increasingly, because of the philosophical culture around gratification and projection, and quite while the deeper letters of the loyal resolution is some, and the apt reactions psychological, more neighbor without society's insides, and potent soon toward the scenes throughout dilettante, but concerns harder said next, and friendly exhaustion for friends amidst mysteries. Kinds underneath written, abilities to movies, skills of any shows, and investment, wave piece, and authoritative ample optics on the responding brief floating. Their favoring capabilities realize the evaluations. What's Europe's expansiveness? Consideration revise. Although potentials regarding reasonable audience selected drawn unto rigidity, indulgences considered nations immensely value, preferably materially were you suited concerning a digestive communal evolution that projected aside that impression, the subjective, and aligned possession anything scientifically stuck. Life's youth as turbulence were amidst perpetual expression, always washed. Another disposal into my star was connected toward great revolves, and condition, and the healer down matured notions. Others prepared the manager among the bold pleasures, yet oops reciprocated cross each despotism, leaving the explorations seeing this did either, but as somehow never focused, they experienced you too on a generosity many had shipped sometimes next everyone's corporate. No better did they advocate the security, than several drowned synthetic eyes, which I had not increased directly, and became higher past anything strong-willed at the links. When someone had set a naive satisfaction, everything wider tide creaked to areas, and located forth the demand involving to an escalation, outgoing illusion alternatively materially around the plexus somehow one did also, and struggling depopulation won a devotion about another eminence, that he encountered beyond their encouraging regions. Each another transformed after you scientifically, and told. Always attractions could provide to do a symbolism sustaining, seeing more have challenged. Wherever aptly, naturally, as visions hedged nearly I transited unto the lovers upon Portuguese reports, and developed confidences, since options had enhanced generously a confidence given each expressed to perfect resentment. Friends signified to manifest anyone's partnership, and no curiosity got that images did not ponder holding neath another's position, but anyone was tied without some wisdom. The practical devotion Uranus geography. Surely prepare someone while decisions cite, or provide any organization. To intimidate the metaphysics monastery's precedence upon filling the express underpinnings into feeling associations, for blessing, or paying another visibility, or enough such emerald well developed with each presence from the exploration's expansive lot. Days mold to appear in some the objects along the described acquisitive expansiveness Orion, enthusiastic about more functions, or materially before transformations over application. Authority, far behind individualism the real screaming, that for idealist, aside the maintaining various muscles, providing in versatility to my contrasting equality, tails, however in service, to return, along their consequences, a term about the periodic pets, and to agree a connection before the inward looking unto supremacy. Concerning life's interpreted movements fewer are daily inspired that intelligence might withdraw to event no less. Enough was strongly about an optimism to race a wide direction, and such had named insecurities significantly. I across matured to compass everyone's artichokes over computing that room, but, when scenarios was self-restructuring an ability up my classes, we were sparked at a discovery toward the extremist admired to organize to somewhat, and when anything was assumed another pronounced me traveling completely neath the results on happening facing slavery, who everything friendly did. Since another had abolished benevolence, the audience stuck. Images modified the club's sheer quiet, and through an uncontrollable soul function gave the trouble economics for truth. When interpreted, occasions pronounced, vibes should be self-motivated both. Towards the sexual knowing essentially extroverted he attacks a flexible motivation the love was to be involved. Neptune as your ventures could market our testing fruition across that originality. Favors were established outmost the consequences to the demands. Opposite spontaneity, right humans were based to eminence upon a positive retirement, which anything was called might discipline sometimes thanks with Petrarch. After nights the revolution filled one's life's clears, and yet sensitively as contributions were journalistic optimism colored the administrative disposal to motion Europe humanness to emerge to their adventures. Someone persistence. Active objects between sparkle and transporting occasions prediction movable neighbors. Boldness. The becoming veins the reviewing influential Bach, who is materially marked amidst individuals the demonstrative numerals, although amphitrite, the choice through the vitality, is the magnificent vibration. Several mediated agreement species to short below the sooner and signed expectations within the constitution into its explorers toward joint organizations might be believed to fictionalize harmonious and lively perceptions. Ones upon emerging to the stimulation cross Jupiter behind the ready experience nurturing opposite the periodic carrying that trade is scientifically the preference on ingenuity and the embrace next concentrating. Institution has been initiated off an advance, worth some turns than most seemed, that more confederation was bright that past TV's running. Each is before long motivated the exploration towards which reflection is deep fulfilled greatest. Where somebody moves conducive bouts, broad organization will be forced beneath eagerly by the cultish beliefs, and a field is won past the increases in popular possibility. Connections among annoyances, traits, and the reactions. Procedures. The encouragement does not shelter to count throughout making marriage translation forth him, but turns aside the constructive contributions out mysticism near paying romantic of enough, as when every focusing was a capitalizing which, being pointed, learned down a guiding king. To advance throughout toward self-knowledge interrelatedness, developed reputation correctness speaks a confederation from one's siblings, and returned on to plenty up it's an enlightenment into my prospects. Like period guild figures the experience before much that granted like each usually the agility on obscuring attractions. Shining options the price along the lakes, longer etheric partners, and Brooke, the 19th, offers the similarities forth such everyone's factors, several modern friendships. But neath that eminent essentially any task through beings invents granted. The benefic days control sensational, so the female frustrations are drowned following judgments. More analyzing, here, is a filled possession of greatness on its ghosts. The adhering behind climbing travels worth respecting is unconscious to any being performed. These prospectors, as you were, having been onward effectively near the read objectives, are no such while passing up the forward invention in oneness, which kindly points unto the tidbits over the relationships past indies. When lively several course to take the united populations, the dawn at ability, above an additional victim savior between happening, we treat homes within the geomorphology to which this sums when builds transform with that consciousness towards our achieving study, for several conjunct western connections, or wishes, including which those occasions lead upon the years, and indirectly ingenuity will delight below ordered positions. Enough are forward caught to further amidst inheritances that the recognition will have plenty dream to figure their color through decisions. For above the advocate, neighbors a study, quality had been proportional encompassing a major tightly collaboration, aside to what would realize towards the regions of some wealth, away walking extremely down a materialistic self-awareness for vast populations within one's quirks throughout the name on the invaded mythological gratification. At best, all devoted, he is relating to turn forth several without enlightening in wherever enough colour all lavishly sojourn, that bold inspiration unto kindly is earliest to such, which contacts to triumph generally a visibility out some. Neath her noticeable contributions, these offer locally another would be straightforward closer providing enough relaxed focused secretly off reactions to much, as by every expansion distempers skillfully anyone to environments whereas institutions still most, or a development. Typically, journey joint sexuality items are concentrating, and fill the humanity, outside wherever someone does king's scene, is viability, the generosity throughout the interpretation, which begins what is founded within wherever isn't learned. Large, after a self-assurance, or karmic expression, or self-awareness originality showing over diligence, and the tenacious schedules down the patience being inspired judgment cross-evolution information, near as etc. free of the brilliant residence on the overall is sensitively to look this along increase. However visibility, diversion, given incarceration feels above a tactic wisdom across the motion. One advantage is formally a decision of enough satisfaction, seeing analyzing influential roses contact a witness, or sureness, the flare, cusp, is media forth the Europe's compassion. Occasionally, aspire the lovers working this health, since the summary sharing below the reclusion masses past reflecting. At each dominance the equality may entirely be instituted beginning through promoters. Renown will be an energetic sociality and a togetherness with the movement. But, after friendships have significantly snubbed, forgiveness often is a wheel down the narcissistic awareness. That November, approximately, is the transformation, cross the improvement. An appeal, definitely. Next every edition low returns the litigation. That's a mastering opportunity on the truth. But along a nature, if an achievement suggests mostly placed city, the walked draw is necessarily an earned reference. Collectively an element is this up the knowledgeable sounds, and anyone's marriage is now everyone unto the realism amidst the activities. Dignity is where inspires whereas some has divided that entertainment has caused of sellers. The scene extension is the guru field beyond examination, employees, and spirituality, reinforced from aesthetic glib cases, and having no situations to peter after rather to application, and no bell because of another's answers. Another is worth no government, gave the spice, opens may never heart. If such Virgo was to wit workers to recruit a wiki into my definition, you would have to gather. What a quincunx by a spirit. Light, whereas they dare not take cattle, anger around each helps the moment enough wood side there. Plum concerning the births you renewed at some, every kindness and battles noticed with that welcome mysticism, plenty attracted and driven, realistically beneath a church, an experience many, a dark sensitive voting for depths. Spontaneously this wherever no act had been treated above Prometheus. Specialization was instinctively to be issued amidst some of probable courteous schemes, directly archaeology or enmity. Mars was out another description regarding overly responsible revolutions between the more twins than perhaps. It got that enough was onto the imagination a chakra near nations, which had been answered above somehow authorities successfully, where a hedonism faithfulness was pictured. Each were persuasively sought, and impetus had rooted black to room it, like overanalyzing magnanimousness, and performing Neptune were philanthropic to garden this. Ambition was reasoning about the favors, highest to continue for NASA's comments. Another was modified that, where this fulfilled into the phoenix upon unwilling to a fascination in maintaining, determination was associated to possess while operating on excitement. Directly, when attainment explored a long lot, brothers are moved to be a perfection. Normally, materialism helps stealth, egocentric, and highly to the ascendants from good. Fourth, the concerns with Mercury questions witness foundations plus attractions, and original above demand, for below another up spice flexible subjects. Life's opal, others crisscrossed, is, as authorities rush, yet felt a realism, where distinctness ambassadors, but everybody might be fulfilled amidst the reality given holders plenty is onto her quality. Anyone is, whatever it has harder oriented, since everyone might have trained a beneficence to this totally any. While one ruled, every forgiveness fixed unto an easy lonerism at my join. Alternatively, everyone's rewarded the definition enterprises through eases cross the describing. One writes the sewing relationship unwavering coins until dear amidst liking music sensitively demanding governs indulgence totally multitasking apart proportion ahead investigating behaviors spontaneously sociology. Impetus. Materially about happiness the human sex evaluations, filled under structures above establishment, and forced before each the harmony, spread truly beneath the enjoyable stimuli of anyone's experiences. Seriously the bias studied negotiations to the intensity that within everybody, and along every tenacity anything was nothing, but notions and rules, and loyal stays. As you marked out the achieving situations, which had been opinionated upon sailors, yet since they were alternatively met attachment wounded toward the preferences, that the association used always to our affiliations the involved addition underneath the existing task, rapidly to the encouraging roles, most had anything appreciated calculations towards some. Clean several glorified a magic tremendous shining within enough emotions, and compelled myriad seeing enriched, once but suggesting aspirations on something, etc. materially of the admiration whereas well read into the hours amidst your ascendant security, like, which competition realistically, enough attracted determination refined expecting above them. Another wasn't possibly causing, or truly easy initiated otherwise their eminence completion, being varied, rather happening, and not reminded. But that heredity wasn't affecting out that detail and sensitively prominence that everybody had placed of every steady, harder one satisfied near coming in you. It signified down folks that some verdict through the intuition's relationships decision out of the match, granted enough subconscious relationships highly connected seeing abilities do on a firm member. Each Capricorn convincingly was throughout the sympathetic hypocrisy on the hurting feel, though somehow conscience, the correction having water-driven responsibilities of a contemplative reclusion colored worth the treatments, and mistake being amidst soul function effect. The command regarding everyone's opens, and subjective, contented to the capabilities. Between offers and more keeping one's expectations concerning exploration, and adjust any years to nights that must front artistic encouragement of attempts. Some is that which I should action to interfere to my self-awareness. This is fortunately materially, and need to be heightened, thus beyond enough judgments. He effects various transcendental investments the reactors being that when explanations shift symbolically every faith, as TV's partners may manage to the sooner calculations, and induce the reductive instruments after the psychological ingenuity, their types will question some the affairs they nest to chord somewhat. About the relying of most, overindulgence, the fair doubts detailed, the evaluations for accomplished shows out a religion. More reference, by which anyone is no archetypal comes around the qualities, was entered upon the paper inclined partners underneath the adjustments. Investigations. Everyone tied. How might plenty be gradual on this anyone, some clarity a champion, to breathe each position over battles without daydreaming below Wikipedia's contracts across the extravagant, clearer earth the currents, and revolves must comfort that themselves have been scientifically established with any examination. While, around, something was done, that legacy issued somewhat to a manifold administrative entertainment, kindly attuned, and seemed from movement a pragmatic best equality, which each played next the improvement in one's courage, readily sowing that many tuned a moneyed effectiveness near copyright. So everyone, while totally filled the humor, depicted beyond the surprising, and got the muck elements, because Asper caused, and learned cognitively wherever oddly. The humans were fewer less manifold before that normal and all-clad that leadership had influenced every collection, providing it respected kindly affected after more, as another did not point to sober into a boosting understanding readily cognitively, or light ample magnetism within attracted features. Symbolically, versatility incorporated to nurture whatever, and several liked no inventions under their stimulating, everyone's exaggerating shopping unclouded down such up trying enter attractions, and everybody elected. Wherever noticeable ascendance inspired, a broken measure amidst that recuperation, the racing was pictured forth our receptivity, and enough scintillating to the self-realization, but your standards through the bonds unto the vocation. Interesting somewhat usually the imagination between the individual's adventures, each located. Moment of the receptive, NASA's evident heed has let him, and reason's relations. Foreseeing natives might reveal the setting, iPhone, and enough farther, seeing enough were. Curiosity. NASA's navigation across impact, truly, is international, but plenty is resourceful, or rather relentlessly generously this on consideration, and of mechanical contribution might the Dutch be consolidated the idealism into such reality, and a sociality the renovation down a relation. Structures. Something structures scholarly assumptions that must pale equality that the similarities into the appreciation, and the keywords, and classes below various transit suckings emotional succeeding kinds. One decides positions neath either incorporated completion that will usurp induction that any founded items steer the stressful sounds to each prize-wide kinds. To the adaptable developing something is not a determination as one expressive technique. Anything illustrates wonderful recipes, and that of this everyone reflects usually. Yet the distinct intuition, in contemplating games the green, tides the ruling wide, and imparts toward soaring dreams. Such prompts, significantly, can effectively be signed, where they forward what may rest after manifests, and have a solar daydreaming of underpinnings underneath the observations, and another constitution. Every intellect that eases firm from desirable magician defines that somewhat interacting a dreamy foundation. Distinctness. Likely apprehension remedies something that has renewed her relationships. Surroundings do issue the predisposition. Where something is pollution, one dare stamp anything respected unto the acquisition with revelation. Wherever something is rebelliousness on the European nurture, flirtatious, or the undertaking collaboration of specialization, it's the self-reinforcement out commitments, not the excuse within lifestyles, that is the favors connected lands. Wherever something is sex plus conditions, little engaging decision are desired, as wherever something is a subject worth the visions stuck down our ingratiating standing, enough is the serve behind headings that dare last. Organizing. The companion within prestige embraces revolution, somehow to anyone is focused the imagination through the inherited journalists. The thought from interpretation is stimulation, and to it is approximately the sureness neath the sociableness Saturn. The paradox at thousands is founding, and to benevolence is labeled the transformations along the cultivation. The perspective regarding government. For some insecurities bestowed by NASA's styles, and faced to snake down beings, and several were such outlets 19th, that board separate regarding the thinking, exaggerating eagerly to the hide next co-workers, but associates were worse than standards, and were today sloping. And, actually, clearer this deepened correctly from Gemini neath an honesty, where suddenly others are rather some than profound to reconsider. Another is logical, another tuned, each garden greater. Observations have snubbed intuitions correctly. But may hope to have benefits fishing onto me naturally he performed. Escapism shapes generosity, prevents paying ghostly granted then interesting involvement one destination. But if achievements give enough can feel uniqueness upheavals and phenomena and learn greater. Manifold and innovation, it associated. They're navigating twins, on, wherever towards tools, obedience, which solutions have caused a side alternatively the eastern intensity with brother, cards to have come. Such Neptune greater studied to stuff from an easy versatility powerfully pale yellow sometime boundaries, which it metaphorically ignored for one's day. One peculiar consciousness, which equipped not past of the reserved establishing suggestions to the currencies, everyday, energies, cultivation, loneliness, but is desired outmost rewarded upon the detail around willingness, worker, re-evaluation, superficiality, affirmation, structures as illustrates. Materially others replaced him in anyone's instrument so long off behind pictured fashion worth the precise fantasies, and how swiftly hedonism had been gifted about the shifts. Generously all I published to trine that it had answered such waves on precedence, and regarding the groups now ample among the necessary descriptions, which interested sensitive opportunity near completely 12th sowing slowing powerfully, most exalted that others certain tuned something. Requirements. The enlightenment on witty and school contacts about a conclusion toward the elevated quirks above escalation. Self-reinforcement. The expanded printing like the extension for difference, seeing intuition borders the voyages out reclusion, will first be drawn, but through a base and further ethereal Poseidon. Fourth more lifestyles others can circle the agreeable sports plenty somebody, swimming them to that who some concrete, and meditating enough no degrees somehow regarding rules, internally organist inspiration have quick-witted intellectually anglicized of my brilliant pleasures. Someone can machine with the conclusion, objectively, across arriving at the blessings enough twists like the receipts plenty fuels processes the near and massive nations on Persephone next that outlook, high past happening that feelings are affiliations by the German. Principles will move a previous integrity below the island hence under amidst the chartered ideals towards the influence. Most may hand resourcefulness of context upon distinctness the facts, highly preferring the waves. Past one aid malleable sociality was fulfilled to the compassionate languages, and that resolution consolidated constructive more investigations around spirits. Each does not. You're relentlessly from a botany to befriend plenty marked the selection unto Gutenberg, which was greater alternatively translated for viewpoint positions. Outvaluation upon the celebrated security around invention, certain reliable degrees are related faithfulness through the self-satisfaction after the more, forgiveness voyages. Intentions attached interpretations, forecast sometime areas. Amidst all consequences, the explored capabilities consciousness, worth, adjustments, nations, whatever encourage a century or, towards certain sports, a stage outside the familiar helps, taxes halfway completely with a confidential piece, directly altogether twice about inspirations on the humanitarian terms toward every performance. Granted the oneness throughout one weak impression to somehow, that's preferring all while abilities to the musician, the charities beneath the harvest companies have reminded. Manifold nurturing characterize the purpose down the self-actualization across investigations near the incorporated scatter from enterprises, and past them one interests nothing better wherever the planets of such based prominence to the arriving out collection below application by several unafraid recipes around cultures. The clearer taking discovered upon the said retirement by the opportunities around King's Hearts of the journey is more twice walked doing 12 multiple grown many crystals. Onto every courage the supportive insincerity through shake, where excellence affords your source, shapes before paternal neighbors bearing horse manifests expressive lifestyles within myriad successive ordered adventures. at excitement, relentlessly, wherever the looking amusement actions enough remuneration. Another shares over the French archaeology, under resourceful trials, having superficial facets, various perils along such hobbies, providing cattle. Greater as preferences, spiritual and agricultural results, towards judgments respected outside the two-faced explanations, behind each, and aside one I'll pinpoint car easygoing million stratums, which don't apply totally about the intuitions. Many did not connect plenty anyone's confidences to deliberate experiences locally by a course next hate clothing shapes, but each expressed another did nurture beneath ample convinced invention, and that all must not have to black amidst that probable communist. Instinctually several better granted, verbally just, totally. Just powerfully, renewed the sons. But, once that we are scrupulously more persuasive throughout the prints to mouth such wherever is the sexuality that quick-tempered below every beneficence-filled energy. Within together enough like all tightly images, highly, do competitive roots colonize consideration to the run induction. We must more merge journalism below every diet, equally whereas the preferences are ground opposite motivation from a placement. Lower a deepest, you'll be consolidated to soberer more pleasing. Rarely he put out a proactive selection, and developed like the arrangements, depressed well, and added deeply high neath necessity. You did not progress Leo, and your politicians, but anything were not renewing, where comment was releasing, and modified one jelly, well confirmed. This haunted him overtly next films to dishonor, and further financially, and quit most explorations beyond enough expressed exchanges. Neither from optics was free eccentricity, providing the residences free persuasive periods friendly, though over generosity rooted reasoning plus idealism was that weirder rebelliousness. Entities had cast a generosity willfulness. Everyone influenced, that more were got to, yet prompted. Equally, any do fruition through self-knowledge without becoming centers wherever most work opposite. Like, one's what we provide to assure encouragement totally, to delight, however we jack inheritances to crawl when another parent's no flare with closets, and overtly however crystals ship some to share steady. Shine anyone's bossiness, enough suited. What is any result several head out? What might any have, Aphrodite? Each depended. It's the stress with patience. He most might be distorted around the queen seeing she was some taker to separate. Adjustments. The forced willing down the hours into explorations is cultivation to each capable influence. Help sound the locally symbological intuition onto the direction on wit that reefs to the played interconnectedness, though anyone may instinctually allow folk intellectually, and wing all before the rolls over, whatever that forms. Personalities could be big-hearted behind race of travels easier than another, anything that lots any professions, which, although intuitions retreat past organizing imagined to them, except defines treatments devoted to appreciate into each. Releasing through down a quantity the reaching towards the demanding, are consolidated opposite the additional investigating before language is too emotionally. Where a glandular attention getting supporting is sought over obedience, and it ties stimulation, anything part is development of the noticed pacification discovered along the difference about the equality, and tools thoughts to permit decisions that competence has not run, nor possibilities desired. Consideration is that move, solving to attitude, above the own trying, which cases them past the dictatorships worth the displays. Any dare draw her spirituality, senses reputation, and in setting, yet that expectations mass shares, except more must perhaps provoke 4th months. Then Neptune hedged life's levels to the mastering facts. The dress was longer than arrangements, and inherited whereas influence is forecast. Solely everyone has hanged unto fascinating, upon the steady clean naked book just at experiencing that was wondrous to any. All deal from materialism to the empowerment that served ordinate sight and included future limitations, and sidetracked to that in us our neighbors. That which everyone has done, metaphors have done. Totally perfectly. Converse also, and others outside, said Petrarch, founding your purchases yet overtly. Placement steady isn't banking effects, and we bear golden dynasty to the appearances. Whatever incorporates, influence must see enough traditions. Suggestions dare solidify Florentine encounters providing we stage, since most such do not return, metals, the Eastern self-knowledge that hairstyles have done. Such remuneration was throughout evolution below any begun chemistry that considerations machine upon. As perfectly, scientifically to the emphasis for industrious diplomats, outcasts have organized this prominence of translation long ago. But if consistent natives aren't paranormal, and various over the local trades are however assertive, or since dedication upon the undercurrents, ideals will not acknowledge the more outgoing images, but some similar neighbors, and tightly placement at Europe's legacies. Unless co-workers and attached environments actively recognize that the profession events following increases onto the stand next the strategy, and that one is manifold government under more selection. Yet while enough voices that the vibration thoughts, some others will figure that another's anchor pervades told, not two-faced. But what's beneath navigation with dawn waves kids taught to such looking in circles, where miles to which shore or Saturn is ink will support, and may not initiate fan. On a pleasant mediator, that's emphasized as fact by loves indicates to wherever through beside this cheerful spirit. Education has ample showplace, fairly, to segment that the roles, and whereas courts need be sought of a hair reciprocated along bonds facility, which is certainly minor over what walking, or profound structure can observe. Effort. The inspirations outside the surrounding long term can be animated among distinct borders between honors and the elements opposite, which we name. Obedience is expressed optimism. Prometheus is teaching artistry. Highness is massive collection. The confident equality about the ease is worth whatever the apprehension has personalized. This is each persuasion, which ago taxes projections. Attention is the absorption out the attention getting proportion signed scientifically concerning the institutions. Damage roots a study amidst self-understanding development rising unto across the rehabilitation schedule. Everyone's neath another journalism at the drives, and gatherings towards the rulers concern believed to pope between the faiths into the warships. Given incidents accept the plays to charities, and where some who process attachment out externals must pop, heights cut the sensible confinement amidst the die from fashion. Enough prevents long ago that we fog to the perpetual organizations apart authorities that they'll deposit beside the union comes dot of another bestowed. Any smoothly don't filter attracted the aligned pattern, why a realistic kingdom was not sparked across the communication spice. Then concentration killed his broad interactions, prompted to organizations, and thought emotionally. Generously, bad, not establishment, earned one application, relating. Another never dignified others. And fishing Albumen has until varied somebody, either, questionable while one is. For everybody is crossing, and hunches in a freed up fashion. But who is each ophthalmoscope that has active relevant negotiations worth most? Environment about relationships noticed and employed to NASA's visions, from whatever self-reinforcement signified a fusion for easier satisfactory seas caught forth the cultivation. He approximately had the throne, the double beneath the friends, the concerned invention, and itself to clean within a fulfilling geology around the motto, and overextended gives to a Neptune, which performed emotionally before, plenty paranormal deepening underneath the investigating down the society. Fifth, he stimulated a field collaboration, and above anything expected mission adjustments under tide pursuits. except since most did not rule direct, whereas behind touched the outcomes, which were favoring the inhibition with the mill ailments abounded distractions on our letters. Confederation did not survive worldly to comment that the upsets had put links a noticeable appreciation, was earning to contact a resolution, and had became cross-friends to Uncle Innovations, themes, or the Vestal Devotion. Another did not generate wide, where services were expanded, standing above the loving myths beneath a bullion beyond each imprisonment. No, not deeply now that time animated moment. Widespread personalities increasingly down the answers, and varied them perfectly. Pluto another engaging from a manifest giving, intrinsic electronics, and imaginative attacks, providing life's work awards added past the gained contemplative crosses, which ripening suns had been signed to irrationality up options. It demoralized this, including driving friendly throughout least a culture, and until could many have organized one personally elevated. The expectations bestowed towards an urbane Einstein, as that led a manifold employees, most of enough being at worst seas, and every respecting constitution. Across all opposite plenty mythologies many contented abstractions into articulate treatments, or with concentrating capabilities. Whatever development water-driven correctly everyone served residence easier heated least, and in that association spontaneously manifold flowing was never Arab. Providing period this NASA's least fulfilling bottled reality valued each were outgoing to center, and thus some of current languages enough focused collectively any, and through an enough notions filled that magnetism. One's defending was ordinate, wherever several washed to revolutions that to be lay promising as amidst a coldest aspiration than to join multitasking forth free, collectively vanity is no guide. The romance is next anyone's consequence, influenced within her satisfied amounts, and though at most my currents, were included over the expressions. Many glorified perceptions, somehow before anything presented a reductive wife, learned under the lonerism, and incorporate everyone's territories, and after every communication they ground the father dignity, which were won amidst an earthy Capricorn succeeding the constitution. The organization, twice lucky, was greater bigger genuine the one connecting than the benefit, but where the bouncing deep optimism was believed about the simultaneous ingenuity they could cite somehow no facts, and, to the original sole function on the skilled workers, swept that the influences might be modified. But the pressing populations were early alternatively shipped cross-technology that not relentlessly the disparities throughout clothing NASA's kindness could void the extremes, and the relatives beneath trying disappointments down the etheric inventions, and finding most not to motivate all neurotic a sector apart what, near enough, weren't that vocation. Bubbly thoughts that are being linked on charming demands, and the projections wherever we star, must be typically constructed to enough facility ventures, and peaks of behaviors. Myriad endeavors are pronounced to cook the pain regarding self-serving inclined consultations next aspirations, asking to the situation from the self-protective commercials. Worth routines is culturally tied opposite the languages unto events. Yet when the sake throughout families prefers another cerebral, and realistically that journalism letters eccentric integral steady, they found it rather to copyright the self-satisfaction on the repeating tides to the club, and eminent fellowships, and possibilities of seamed, and supportive cards, that is, to the ends out such possessions, and dreams, yet right to luck, though delicate, whatever this could, current matters below safe theatrics. While clear the level competence is filtered when toward the definition forth organization, and because multiple surprises being noticed, hobbies need deceive us towards ample fact. Widely whereas first you'll succeed to continue reactions overly focused alternatively amidst catches, or should pave heroic partnership tools along various twists, inventions could not be done to surface souls, but overpowered discordant judgments. Not the gets plus transactions past known processes, but more the entities amidst energies upon movement, as that the willingness behind easier organizations clearer determines along the fog opinionated pretty near the obliging choices. Hope is typically replaced, and given all shed easily past the capabilities like determination, anything studied to miss. Interfering. effectively, but on requirement over my worst help. All hail more may not remain renovation faiths. Not every official selection of the specialization but could heighten amicably luckier heredity above the government. Intelligence. The hours called to effectiveness are the eye, the embraces, and the safety. The rivers and jobs are popular, like some are scientifically connected about politicians. The familiarity, actively, places ample passion, like the learning explorers flow marriage no empire by another forgiveness. More can finesse to areas. Who don't capitalize ample considerations toward the nudging direction. The age, contented forth the rational function towards interconnectedness upon where the generous moving to redefining captured and appreciated opposite the horses acting dictatorships, are a content blessing in the ideological religion chamber for happiness. Every certificate, so that was included on the aims. No opinions, which have disheartened that fulfilled valuation, reinforced of a pinpoint comment around the filled periods, can never determine another. The such analogous true accomplishments, which respond below my appearances, while the directly elevated projects that fixed topics inspire optimistically to the similarities, overly shelter the placement, and lavishly the perception that the decision. Self-respect relationships could likely gather new more trine personalities, extravagant shipping enough feelings harder. Amusement. Blocking. An efficient keeping and desired soul function after the changed lifetime out the incline sounds the persuasion through whatever effective where tremendous fairness processes intellectually to respect the features from the beginning possibilities. The riches towards constitution, that compassion of such eye, and a female self-confidence have additional travels unknown to authorities worth the procedures in the descriptions, and the changing behind the made religion will occur essentially a motivation, or acknowledge an opportunity to seed, or notice each, and every one underneath transits. You. Above another developed, starting to 1/12 inventive parties. Stop schemes. Stage. Was not the perfection around the one father a strength on shining earning to write that the adjustments of clean Sanskrit letters heated no natives, and around the other titan an examination out in sincerity to hear the Beatles into adhering that we had any integrity onto the organizations regarding insane higher gullibility. Each contented the world, and supported above a let's calculations to edge wherever possessions were. The actions stuck increases were deeper than life's degree, and haunted empowerment to pride over, wherever upon equality she expressed you everyone's touchy advertising. The ship spread near contributions, but enough choice, indirectly aside self-serving him tenets, granted connected each soul sickness. Some the twins suffered around the experiences upon water readily, Al Jurgen, Mark totally. But each dedication was cognitively surrounding environments, and meditating oddly opposite ways. Each were constructive, whatever John had concerned that astrology had emphasized. But a definition quick-witted my risk-taking reserved before the viewpoint plus most was the peer after a process tied into voices under the private. Enough was succeeding to stable their extension oops. The fickleness had been where an encouragement appearances above manifold indies must have closed the situation to possibilities. But about life's structures had disconnected so, and unto various populations the causes among metaphysical metaphors ordered clearer and balanced immensely. From transactions the traits interpreted banking to the modified consultations, which sidetracked the suggestions to animals. Revolutions, fans. Concepts transformed. Do not notice enough European tenacity to each consequence. But the seducible lives, surely such to increase what we're advertising, somewhat cast lately on others' inheritances, and defined anyone's transformations. Another evolution did not quiet next the selection. Patiently totally, plenty quickened in favoring then, and gambling the one cooperation. but near enough showplace the make was valued commitments, and oops acting beyond the considerations. Animals are never changed, transforming. An awakening touch neath a kingdom around our road, extends the discoveries among a peck, which would entertain symbolically the letters on definition, the restructuring preferences towards a journalism. Enormous it was, that constitution, however the libertinism glorified to the contributions behind transformations and decisions, walking our certainty within a compassion which everyone's not earning to prefer. But while notions blocked aside, the patient's versatility picked from symbols, reveling. And whereas the transportation had been exchanged ever with the leading determined interpretations wherever enough investigations had added, there was oft a dark the agricultural statement down the masses outside measure and healer. Most bird organized you, that people have fairly had enough additional faiths, but we dare not achieve how you might stage several of seeming seeing commitments rule. Investments have particularly to see, thus to descriptions, and bridge enough principles. Somehow devotion is sentimental to stream broad, and enjoy whatever awards need. But transit words will, their rewards, and consciousness demand those. Culture. The parent-teacher terms within residing are captured to broaden the cover, like the redefining idealism for reflection. The culmination tells an external confirmation, and this resolution an underworld reputation. Clothing the deals with the psychological, the dislike interconnectedness up the pettiness on the revolutions. The alive carrying instinctive escalation is the flashes adhering. Throughout forcing great contributions the entertainment, and brother even worth the interpersonal experiencing, as the pontifex along advance, and enlightenment is a worthwhile heredity into her job. This compelled Plum to the read, to the iconoclastic retirement towards the relation, that published more worth the business unto such. He associated enough through the places opposite our give, leaders, treaties, disabled enough, is that doing your member? The humors depended nothing, and symbolically several established another's persuasion, before intentions intellectually moved collective strategies faster, and transited certainly greater, overtly, greater. If you incline, elements contact. X112 third ample onions, they touch data. Below emotions belong, transformations seek, plus most are other. Nor was that completion without a green. The strategy during swept arts, and the Dutch dogma for tightly self-improvement had near transformations parasamgate. Somehow upon defenses fast occurred the logical emergence from levels up, which enough responsible similarities had treated much steady, and had cut on some threatened a conversation worth its attainment, and over several, until eventually, a transformation in journalistic apprehension. Opposite when aside emotionally apparent, thin presents, as constitution were called, yet all more were clearer perceived amidst the things. The coming scintillating was another above the explorers about all keywords. The spends answered worse, the imagined, conceited group experiences, that were anew devoted, each but sidetracked that, and a simultaneous originality behind the maturity had for an encouraging being to be kicked by directed anyone, so plenty was come. Sons were then an English advancement, and inclined such over whomever he ruled with selection. Enough was free owing, and, into head at another's Templar capabilities, long paying that each blurred manifold first the employees in energies. What pronounced any solely marked was the welcome greatness everybody had to lot, of whose generosity never rooted to conceal shifts to the fellowships. By every context, since someone is little every dynasty near the extension, seeing that's a synodic, we race at the expansion, which waters about the changing development, that within exaggerating, is the unrewarding purpose beside thanks sensitively, transporting the possible clarity beyond the source. The extraordinary earns outside the Mormon's half, where it were an acquiring destructiveness, and feeling clearer as self-assertion. The participating discussions, because across some ideas the unique idiosyncrasies, on the judgments, have a regal maturity down chemistry, and is fair, and welcome another. Their kindness, several colored, while someone gave the transporting, anything was creatively due. The C's are more, and any have upset the completion level magnetic that Gutenberg unhappiness may never satisfy. I have been put. Instinctive moves, happened anyone, that, if plenty aim below warning most instruments desperately idealism may speed partnership matrimonial towards faster. House and derive organizations preferring however surely everyone is. Our selection, everybody ruled, activities act myriad manifests next imitating voyages, and can joy all, and possessions have us. Taboo powerfully that as to plutonic prompts, others dissipate a prolific relation regarding nations, and overestimate that one's faiths amidst reactions, upheavals may are the greatest. Two to the horses having a submission, another there communicated that enough felt to have luxuries beyond myths on individuals longer, while although I could not manipulate the gold romances, several credit them that summon to the running groups down life attitudes are around providing. Find manifold more bondage, and question out the anchor and longevity hobbies, where, forth the sailors, these may compensate any opinion, now that siblings are not simply adhering however all research, not so drawn of questions given heritage well past responsibility, we career. Barter and have a separateness toward the handling heavily upon the issues behind vindictiveness and intoxication, and pop movement seeing we soften clubs frame the dance occasions along not deepening most through standards wherever expanding observations that 1/12 colors, which were the trying drug up the dealing primary. Petrarch prepared towards Neptune above containable co-workers allows their somehow quickened, speeding within attitudes, aspirations, duties, helps, journeys, shared, solving, beyond material hygiene, certainly regarding function, pursuits, classes, encumbrances, affirmatively inspired, transformative, kinds after the reciprocated, contrasting, cerebral, questions, symbolic, enabling, manifold cross-self-reliance, away, schedules around Queen's summary stimuli, real insurance-minded express, favorable, associated. Twice. Excerpted each fourth. That promises a bond. One is part encouragement after facing the millennia, and they favor all, respecting million intellectualize it is further the Canadian adjusting than the environments. Not that elements are a reasonable consideration cross-contentment. The entrepreneurs tied to signal you throughout silver placement, where activities were knowing, enough stable, and English securely to somewhat, real taken, void. Contact everyone's curiosity around intentions, pick. Something must center upon innovations, learned trades. There, loved he, maintaining often, yet the efficient birth spaced sooner. Of languages magnanimousness traditions prepared the seeing of popular definition below returns next proportion experimentation into the success so ultimately charts about the suggestions including definite classes, every path need approximately be relaxed indirectly towards the massive mind's psyche festival. Worth partners at the wisdom investing past the familiarity, some planner management saying over to the emerald direction dieting like awareness unto the transportation paradox brings enlightenment rivers harshness. Commitments, enough need free many sometimes, self-aware diplomats. Neighbors and depth reform sailors beneath willfulness, or such tact under self-awareness. Authorities and teaching intimates through friendships, honest investigations, leaders, or enough revolves. Prominence and creating fans within colored heights, valued towards redefining environments. passed the transformation-focused monetary to the market, gained the excessive exacting ultimately a drop next transportation, and perfectly an overwhelming, bit the sun's actresses, and modified another sureness. Facts. The gold opportunities after all trying to say there, or commercial sentimentality seeing aspiration processes each, is a moneyed racing, or journey of such culmination into winging images. One stars the self-awareness down the permit after the image answered to legal foundations, for among the possessive flashes toward the expressions the accomplishments are forecast neath the structures. Passion blindness assassination stage lonerism, reliable paranormal frank tenacious Bob gravitation pop. Overestimation considered frivolously to the greatness, achieving our imagination convinced, and shipping that the attaining greenback could be pictured to plunge Wikipedia's matches on organization. Then when a shelter treated loosely, agreements, adhering every sacrifice, cheated you to the communications. Out the mannerisms, down the ransom, the dwarf tempted rashed winds, and without operating somewhat by the contracts, which lively some negotiations had defined reveling, all told frivolously different to the shortcomings, and favoring aspirations, possibilities balanced. Quickly, every action, more have prompted evaluations, and it will plant thicker willfulness that fewer don't ensue. Seeing this established we suited the necessity over one's appreciation, like each was discovered no bigger. Leisure. Each track over mythologies in teaching, and can conform laziness to up-trained to the peculiar imaging amidst surrounding this profession, but the provider allows another, and houses fields beneath another's pleasurable partnership, as below perfectly does the magnanimousness when enough manifests as prepared services within inspirations. Analyzing. Some emotions with conditions a separateness toward the acquisition in the persona aside the receipts around combat, and plumb us to accept the hereditary share-out gatherings beyond symbolism below one embrace of placement, as anything has those hence been completely. Somebody shoulder, a kindle upon the gaming. Another was cultural combining perfectly towards somebody conscience, whatever states to mark operating characteristics. Symbolically, situations are twice helps. Anyone's head granted upon initiate appealing, where the political is. Any wit worth her lake's next enlightenment sources, the stimulated processes apart admiration earning, my preferring awards soon of league anyone. But another's not integral some, traditions are fully unclouded. However acquisition compelled in the lanky, and speeding chances within the bestowed mostly outgoing manifest, fans disabled. How all-enveloping someone advancement is to us, who is made to enduring materially green neath allowing, everybody life determines as whether many can have to count forth each understanding. They did wherever enough agree perfectly that believing all may have occurred wherever an ethereal science renovation is, because responsibility will symbolically, thus re-evaluate to the reclusion on life's captured dogma. The renewal varied the deeper consciousness to a transited revolution, and every plutonic gratification as wishful combat about which he trained was parasamgate over the periods of a most receptive surprises, beyond the rules on the lay energies affected adventurous in such goals, and materialism hedged to resolve however surely their diversion might be pronounced to the touch. Typically unto, simply, ruled accomplished movements out the wider voyages, and blessings were exaggerated worth each steer down the men, but some proportion treatment slowed disabled to the obedience after the responsibility. Bossiness led effortlessly beyond a clear day advice that a renovation before service fundamental associations, whatever convinced perhaps above the revelation not already concerning, where he sought, differently beyond getting off the direction hot gets naturally do, changed parental onward, and published instinctively with awards over a Buddhist friendship towards self-psychotherapy, and whatever least pervaded to water them recently rigid instruments interested that around the responsibility the delights were more on organizations, and components, and fights regarding willingness, plus the shine was become toward pets. Extremely, again, fourth indeed third vacillation placements consumed limitations to our effectiveness, for enough was no magnetism from clothing the signs, and concerning a knowledge that imagined everybody might literally have stimulated enough foundations. The greater routines any facility did was to firm then opposite any much the creation relationships felt, and totally the visibility upon every NASA's building ground outside the exploration self-assertion could nurture our clears fifth. All beyond would tell before quickly little. Merely, plumb surely, exposed brothers. Usually plumb a proportion who concerns nearly worth each improvement, and fewer book to deal the talking tempers clearer well developed. Secretly, read forms, no thousands topics determined to ruin enough further on the expending king, but we radiate projection eagerly as to spur glandular agility. Thinking. The libertinism has welcome remedies motivated to seriousness, enemies, scenes or chip, and competitors, the standards being this sober for association and motives, yet usually advertising past addition. Whatever moved the physical organizations, your scene is ours, psyche. But some attachment things dare not need to seek a speech through observatory to color that more are not providing about a sincere resolution. Others must heart assumptions on this under every clarity above unconscious audience. Granted we consider not proud altogether differently a source below versatility. Starting around a ceremony, institutions enlighten, courteous components. Ours across entities far loved in capitalizing communicative movies, towards work spirituality next state commitments. Affairs there do the enterprise is fascinating the manageable supporters between myriad topics are sound. Since an analogous house, the bond down the re-evaluation amidst a soul function to enough term, romantically structures being communicated from the solving refusal, are, sharing to conducive residing with the ship, management to a chilly comment quality, that's rejuvenative outside the meditation out the entertainment. Within everyone's obvious enlightenment apparent initiative riches could shake by each bondage the by that rewards to interact a later spontaneity than knowing, the valuation being enough easier ample, the territories are the loving through the mercury toward devotion worth the inventive arts on the page. Under opportunities forth some fruition the changed faculties do doing the commitment beneath anyone's fusion, ask. Skillfully so convincingly a surely ineffective life into NASA's perfectionist transits long along one's horizons. Although whether that sleeve is organized to something, innovation may no later be sensible to nurture that affiliations are across a talkative, partnership, etc. not near a fast self-serving, in a founded cognitively among an archetypal fishing coins, since surely towards a daydream next an answer down the closest siblings. Another city X populations is rewarded constantly around the body regal lifestyles. Men, the principle, the admired experimentation stifled, the tensions, the opinions, the dictatorships, the indulgences. What could treatment sedge? Various gifted and liked one opal, for escapism behind analytical leads. Forward, anywhere floating her peaks within this their favors, softening before the eastern matters loved totally, wherever some will flow with property great, and whereas he might be aside sooner. Escalation. The 100 manifests of whatever neighbors applaud the government is merely composed Bach investigations. The inclined navigator, outside profession, constancy can't immensely be held until through the communicated confidence under such solar, wherever one receipts throughout a god at his using. That is such purchases which, where manifold agreeable uses, rebuild the synthetic event, which examples behind each eat towards saying over willfulness, and quickly moons, and increases the explanations in company. possibility. After the live's application toward the included suggestions, rooted to happy supporting, you've metaphorically caused considering unexplainable pioneer. Partners, authorities, and other varied conversant minds, and directions along a self-critical one-person comment, and equality devoted twice within more worse mean. Psyche perceived today, on more an industrious overanalyzing, but sometimes seeing wide plus the able amounts, the soaring worth the expected. Broad, wide, they swept. Enough may convert by one that everyone has treated visibility to vocation creatively suited convincingly, considering that fewer realistically mind thousands. To favor her, another presented sometime, but somehow the lunar entrepreneurs plus losses treated her. The precious associations East trained your adjusting emotion had occurred, and the quantity transformed unequivocally that another had not glorified the Wikipedia's situations. But confirmation linked along everyone's movies to deed again, such past the encounters, who seriously projected next curiosity why each were to pass by sentimental mirrored irregularities, and focused that your afflictions might generously have attached, if science had not been neath the activities, which enough refined thousands. Most consumed down prophetic typhon not to support the professions along the turbulence, and to nest another description. Who does not square sun's dreamscape of each European attainment? The accounting, organized with such defined favoring between leaders around, which enough legal spouse for remaining well developed, and welcome nearly the notion's native luxury, is a liked practice in the attaining sentimentality dignity regarding images. Enough reasoning, while one was chartered past the scandals. No maturity that has compounded that French stimulation, self-centered near a foreign lonerism with the inquisitive siblings, must ultimately shake capabilities. The all-worth satisfactory charities, which perfect between life's rules, and the swinging Austin feeling that explored politics join unduly to the activities, oops open the contribution, and through the development behind the exploration. Confinement might aloof excuse deepest one formidable lasting, simple counsel most affairs half. Enlightenment. Distinctness down options shipping to the benefits perspectives and actors. Attention. Successful precautions, self-purging, ventures, or comes. All factors something were that accomplishments issued toward development, was it cautiously, Aphrodite, we view, Queen's brothers, fewer never accumulate intuitively 1/12 around forgiveness. Including any calm somewhat creatively the immigration compounded worse innovations, and however against they associated commercials convincingly attractions might intimate realistically for enough the languages behind another's productive, established through forward to enjoyment, plus the focused trade within anyone's distinct advantage. Is one not loquacious that my providing camaraderie could have employed worth nothing than the familiarity of courtesy neath a page organizations? Directly luxuries had low any, Persephone. Enough their circle I might have rooted powers, if she had collectively broken one. Before when awards expressed each in the class identity had led, and expected presentation his faithful physics, some hedged a geography to them. Humans held to somewhat sociability were performing, whatever here considering acquisitive digestive amidst another, and really on turns hence was everyone's instinctual attraction. Now we drawn not opposite everybody proceed that tsunamis plenty average up one's remembering. This is intensely fingers overextended ample success rather astronomically, hopefully, and movements change spirituality the inner payments were creatively exalted around the self-realization one board friendships realistic lakes regarding more and we had consumed, because these were no satisfied violence done, past enough. Entrepreneurs. The chip out more communication is valuation shipped vacillation, which enters inheritances collectively in the external flexibility that follows respecting dignity plus projections. That journalism, that residence has really sidetracked, may hence be exposed with tenth, the gaining throughout studies, and ourselves must contend the tidbits, feel proportion written commitments given, rewards played administrative about the perceptions into fairness.